man, want a flower.
Why would you go after this guy?
There's a reason why.
He's like a hippie.
Why would you go after this guy?
Little weekend, yeah.
Come on! Why would you go after this guy?
There's a reason why.
Why would you go after this guy?
He's like,
Hey man, want a flower.
Why would you go after this guy?
There's a reason why.
he's like a hippie.
Why would you go after this guy?
Little weekend, yeah.
Come on! Why would you go after this guy?
There's a reason why.
Why would you go after this guy?
He's like,
Hey man, want a flower.
Why would you go after this guy?
There's a reason why.
he's like a hippie.
Why would you go after this guy?
All right. We are live. Welcome back to Reasoned Answers, your home for all your favorite.
Crackhead clown individuals.
Today we're going to be talking about a couple crackhead clown individuals. We're going to be talking about Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawa. We're going to be getting the latest on hijab scandal. Of course, a couple days ago he said he was giving his final word, which just means that he has transferred all responsibility for defending himself to his favorite lapdog, Ali Dawa. Welcome everyone to the stream. I'm glad you're here. We're joined by Ninja Mary today, ready to chop up some Dawa boys, I think. Our Kitsune said that thumbnail is brutal, Thaddeus, which is true, but it is also accurate. Welcome, Mary.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that there were some things that put things in a context that a lot of folks haven't quite realized what this context is. And because so many of us are coming from this from westernized eyes, from eyes of civilizations that have been influenced by Christianity for hundreds of years, that people are still kind of missing really what the argument they're even making is, because they can't be against the exploitation of women through hotel marriages. They can only be against the exploitation of women through hotel marriages if the women haven't agreed ahead of time. They're not against cheating on your wife with an infinite number of Misyar women in rotating positions. They can only be against doing so, or even secretly. Not a problem at all. They are only against it if the women who are being rotated through haven't agreed. So you need to have mutually agreeable prostitution without the rules changing. And that's perfectly fine, because I'm sorry, Misyar marriage is prostitution. Not just muta marriage. Misyar is also prostitution. So.
Question how I'm doing. Doing great. Thanks for asking. However, Mohammed Hijab, I do not think is doing very great. He wants to posture and say there's no evidence that this will never affect him, blah, blah, blah. What he can't help but keep talking about, almost like it is affecting him. Now, I'm not delusional. I don't think that the majority of his deluded fanboys are going to care in the slightest. But some percentage of his audience will, whether that's 1% or 5% or maybe even 10%, it will affect him. That will be a loss of revenue, and he's not too happy about that. And even more importantly, perhaps, I don't know what his priorities are, but hopefully more importantly, there is actually a substantial chance of his first wife leaving him as a result of this scandal, because we know that when he tried this same scheme in the past with a different woman who was actually more cooperative than Aisha turned out to be, and his first wife found out about it, she was irate and threatened to leave him and take away custody of his kids permanently. And I think that the courts in the UK would probably side with her. I'm not an expert on child custody in the UK, but in the event that your husband has been having a secret second illegal marriage, illegal according to UK law, not according to Islamic law, of course, that would probably be a good reason why you would get minimal access to your children. So he definitely has something to lose here. How it will end up affecting him, hard to say, but he is definitely very concerned, and I think he does have good reason to be concerned, because Sadly for him, he doesn't live in an Islamic country where he can just beat his wives into submission and they have no rights whatsoever. He lives in the United Kingdom where women do have rights because, well, because of Christianity, right? Because of Christian values where everyone is dearly loved by God, a creature created in his own image and of intrinsic value, and thus women have rights in Christian societies. I know Muslims think that is just horrible, that that's just corruption from liberal values or whatever nonsense, but liberal values, as they call them, at least in their origin, are just an attempt to say, oh, let's keep all the good moral teachings of Christianity and throw God out of the window. Now, of course, obviously, that compassion and that wanting to do what's right for people has been morphed and abused to stand for things that Christian values would never stand for. But fundamentally, the liberal values of treating people with dignity and such come straight from Christianity, and certainly not from Islam. So we got a lot of stuff to get through today. We're going to start with a video from Behind Veils. They actually released 2 videos yesterday, so this will be the older of the 2, which was called the Master of Deception, Mohammed Hijab. So kind of outlining how some of his deception techniques work. Anything else you want to say, Mary, before we jump into that?
Yeah, I do want to say that yes, you do have certain rights as a woman in Islam, but your rights consist of what you get in exchange for selling sexual access to yourself. And what you get in exchange is food, clothing, shelter, and a little bit of spending money according to what is appropriate for your husband's income, which may be divided in other ways. That's not respect in the same way that if you had a slave in the South, you were required to feed, clothe, and give shelter to your slave. You could not just let your slave starve to death and sleep outside. If you did that, you would be charged and you would be convicted. There was a woman who was a serial killer, and she was a serial killer of slaves, and she barely escaped with her life because she ran away from New Orleans. So it didn't even matter that the people that she was doing this to were slaves. They had certain rights, but that's not equality. The slaves were still slaves. The slaves were still mistreated. The slaves were still not granted basic freedoms. And it's the same in Islam, that women are considered to be another class, something in between an animal and a man. That is the space that women occupy in Islam, legally and morally. And it's horrific.
We have a law in the chat who says when he applies for a job, he writes best of deceivers under his skill set on his job application. Yeah, I mean, you are the best, Allah. I know that your followers sometimes try to prove they're better, like Mohammed Hijab tries to prove he's better at deception, or Ali Dawa tries to prove that they're better at deception. I'd say the only one that comes close to rivaling Allah, however, would be Sheikh Uthman, because he is quite good at deception.
Well,
but
I
in
don't
any
think
case,
that he's actually good at deception. I just think his followers are really, really dumb. But
well, you know, maybe the bar is pretty low when you got like Ali Dawa, who, when we get to clips from his video, we're not going to watch the whole thing, but when we get to it, I made a comment to Mary yesterday as I was watching it for the first time, like, this might be the single stupidest thing I've ever watched in my entire life. Not like Islamic thing, just this might be the lowest IQ thing I have ever seen, right? Because this is Ali Dawa trying to work with nothing and craft a story out of it. So you got an extremely low IQ individual trying to craft a story out of nothing, and it is just an utter train wreck. But we'll get to that in a bit. We're going to start with Behind Veils' latest on Mohammed Hijab, Master of Deception.
Shut up. Yeah? Shut up. How dare you come out and try and selectively choose certain things that were said in the conversation and not even represent the conversation right? Bro, I challenge you, bro, to a mubahala. I'm going to put you in your place.
Oh, that's very interesting. I mean, we're going to get this is kind of a preview, but I thought it was already appropriate to stop it there because this is Mohammed Hijab, voice note, whatever, from a couple of weeks ago, maybe even a month or two ago, challenging Solomon, the guy behind veils, to Mubala. But I thought that he wasn't going to do that when it came to Aisha. Weird stuff, for sure.
Wallahi, I'm gonna cancel you, bro. Let's do a mubahala.
Today's video exposes the lies Mohammed Hijab has spread about Dr. Abu Aya. There is one consistent theme across Hijab's actions, whether it was the sister in their marriage, the AI narrated video, his social media posts, or even what we are going to present here today. This man is a master of deception. Today, as well as in the upcoming days, the world will be witness to that. But before we dive into the jaw-dropping revelations, there's something I need to make absolutely clear. This platform, Behind Veils, does not need Islamic or legal courts to validate what is morally clear. We are simply echoing the Quran when it says in Surah An-Nisa, Allah does not love the public utterance or hurtful speech, except by one who has been wronged. Allah is all-hearing, all-knowing. Dr. Abu Aya and I
Anything you want to comment on his interpretation of the Quran there?
Oh, well, there's also in the same ayah, there's also, or excuse me, in the same surah, there's also statements that you should beat your wife whenever you fear that she's uppity. I mean, if you pick and choose, you can try to make the Quran say all kinds of things that it doesn't actually say. The Quran has general statements of justice and goodness and everything else, but then it has very specific and narrow statements that cancel those out. And then you get to Sharia, which is based on the Sunnah, which is based on all the ahadith, and you realize that it's just this farce. Once you define the terms of what decency is, once you define the terms of what goodness is, because remember, he has no problem with having a secret hotel wife you bang for nothing more than the hotel stay. Or that you bang and then pay $150 every time or $200 each time. No problems with that Islamically. You will find out. He thinks that is ethical. He just believes that she was tricked into this and so has been wronged, and that's why he cares. That massively weakens the entire thing. It's like, prostitution is fine. It's just she wasn't intending to be as much of a prostitute as she was. She was only intending to be sort of a prostitute by giving up some of her rights. And that's a massively different thing than saying that this prostitution is just wrong.
Yeah, it is a bit interesting here, right? Because, I mean, that sounds great. That, you know, if you've been wronged, you have the right to have your voice heard. But we need to define what it means to be wronged. And Islamically, being treated as a prostitute is not a wrong, right? Being kept secret from your first wife is not a wrong against you or your first wife. All kinds of things that we would consider 100% morally wrong that don't directly relate to this case is not being wronged in Islam. And thus, you got to actually understand what's behind this, right? Muslims will play this trick all the time. They'll say something that they know sounds good to you, but they know that, and they know you'll interpret it a certain way, but they're interpreting it a completely different way in their mind, and thus they're not lying to you because they meant something completely, totally, maybe even 180 degrees opposite of what you interpreted it to be, but because they can justify their words as technically true, they're not lying. Yeah, you got to be very, very careful. You can't just assume good faith when having these kinds of conversations.
I'm not actually attacking him because I think he is genuinely outraged, but I don't think he's outraged in proportion to the level of infraction that it could possibly be in Islam. I think he's outraged because he is absorbing other values, Christianized values. That's why I think he's actually outraged rather than, wow, that was kind of jerky, because really, as far as Islamic standards, the worst that it gets is, yeah, this is kind of jerky. And whenever it comes to the father's testimony, the same, that becomes extremely apparent that's kind of what's at stake here.
And thank you, Nini Gaddy, for reminding me. Be sure to vote in the poll. We'll talk about that poll a little bit later when we get to the Dawa. I do have specific reason that I put that up. Wooter says if your first wife or perhaps third wife is 6 years old, then she doesn't understand anyway, which is a very good point, right? And maybe it's not so bad if your wife is 6 years old, if you have another wife on the side, because she's not old enough to understand what's going on. Oh my goodness. All right, let's get back to the video.
Based on the principle of as-sulhu khair. Reconciliation is good. That means we go back and forth between parties, bridging gaps, pleading for resolution. Because there is always goodness in bringing hearts back together. But while we strive for peace, others, like Mohammed Hijab, seem to thrive on chaos. We will challenge those who need to be challenged. We don't answer to institutions or personalities, because when it mattered most, everyone turned away. Not a single leader or institution stood publicly with us. And yet, wrongdoers always reveal themselves. All we have to do is sit at our desks. They expose their own corruption through their actions, their arrogance, and their missteps. A few days ago, Mohammed Hijab, or one of his associates, used a different channel, aided by AI, to try to paint himself as innocent. But they made a grave mistake. They slandered two individuals who were never meant to be dragged into this mess, Dr. Abu Aya and Sheikh Torana. Now, by the will of Allah, the truth will be exposed, and so will the sociopath behind it. The clip we are about to show is from a video endorsed by Mohammed Hijab himself. I want you to listen carefully, not just to the sound bites, but to the underlying commentary and the sentiment being portrayed.
What exactly?
Before we see the portion they've extracted from not Mohammed Hijab's video.
Yeah.
Because it's totally not Mohammed Hijab, using an alternate channel because for some reason he doesn't want his name associated with his own defense of himself. But before we get into that video, I just wanted to say that his summary there of what has gone down to this point was completely accurate, right? They put out some challenges to Mohammed Hijab, and then long before it went public, and he acted like a child. He tried to threaten them. Then they went public because he was uncooperative. Put out the same challenges, said, we'll take this video down if you agree to solve this Islamically. And what did he do? Well, he went on the attack. Hijab's not very bright. He only knows one thing. He knows how to attack, right? He's got big, strong, he's a big, strong monkey. I mean, ape, I mean, human, who can beat people up. And thus he's used to getting his way.
Pretty much.
Except this time he found someone who's not going to back down. So he doesn't know what to do. So what does he do? He just keeps hitting, right? He just keeps hitting. And he just keeps like punching the mirror basically and hitting himself as a result. Really, really dumb individual. All right, let's see what not Hijab, totally not Mohammed Hijab, using a voice changer, said.
Compels their intrusion. A clue may lie in a voice note where one of these bloggers tells Mohammed Hijab that he is cornered, all while admitting there is a lack of concrete evidence.
So let's just, you know what, I'm just going to give this to you, and perhaps this might work, it might not. If you don't answer me, whatever. What am I going to do? But at the same time, she needs to have her voice, Akhi. And we saw what we needed to see. And once she moves forward with the Islamic Council of the UK, and once she asks for those list of witnesses, and once they present themselves and they don't, we already know what we're going to do afterwards. So, you've been cornered.
The speaker explicitly states, you've been cornered. But this raises a crucial question. Why would anyone genuinely interested in truth or justice speak in terms of cornering?
Okay, let's just pause it there.
Partial...
Yeah, he goes on to go, oh, the fact that you use the word cornering just means that you're not a sincere interlocutor. You're just like a fake, a bad person. You're terrible. You're awful. There's a little bit of a problem, though, because that's the kind of language that Ali Dawa quite likes to use. So this is just like this spurious, made-up nonsense. Oh, he said a word. Oh, cornered. Who would use the word cornered? Anyone. The phrase is cornered like a rat in English. And would we say that Mohammed Hijab is cornered like a rat? Yes. If you have no way out, that's being called being cornered. And this is a normal way in which people speak. But he's trying to make it like, oh, I'm just going to say something here about what he said and make it seem like no one would use this language, even though this is like trying to, it's what I call Islamic flak. Like, you know, if you're shooting at, if one jet is shooting at another and it has a heat-seeking missile, then it'll shoot out flak out of the back to try to distract the missile so that the missile misfires. That's all it is. It's just distraction. It is distraction. And he is assuming that his audience will be stupid enough to think he's making a point. Is his audience that stupid? Mostly, yes. Yes. His audience has the IQ of like a lukewarm, it's room temperature IQ. And maybe not even room temperature in Fahrenheit. It's bad.
Let me just, I mean, what genuine speaker would ever use such language as you are cornered? I don't know. Let me just play something real quick.
It's just that you're cornered.
Oh, Mohammed Hijab? Oh, okay. So Mohammed Hijab would use that language. That, of course, is the first couple seconds of my short. I'll put that link in the description in case you want to check that out. But, of course, it's not just Mohammed Hijab, right? It's Ali Dawa and probably every other Dawa boy you can easily find using this language because that's all they're about, right? The irony here is that whether they use the exact word you're cornered or not in a particular speech, that is exactly their methodology for every discussion they have, is to try to beat someone into through the use of rhetoric, right? Beat someone through the use of rhetoric, not to actually make a good argument or make a point, but to play rhetorical games and hope to be better at that and win through that skill. And thus, that's their whole methodology to everything. But, we can't take them seriously if they use the exact words you are cornered. So, according to Mohammed Hijab, you should not take Mohammed Hijab seriously ever again. And I think that might actually be good advice from Mohammed Hijab.
Yeah, and you see the same nonsense is being posted by other Muslims here. Ha ha! You're obsessed with him. What kind of argument is that? What kind of logical, intellectual argument is that? Ah, you're just obsessed with him. Like, that's not an argument. That's just hysteria. You guys are hysterical, and you need to just lie down and engage the brain and start thinking logically. I know you have to leave Islam as soon as you start thinking logically, but I do recommend that.
Mm-hmm. And I just wanted to tell Sarah M. that, yes, Christians are obsessed with justice, right? We're obsessed with this situation because we want justice. There's a great wrong that has occurred in this situation. Very, very small wrong, maybe, Islamically speaking. But in reality, a huge moral injustice has occurred here, and we want justice for that situation. So we are very obsessed with calling out wrong. I know that in Islam, you're supposed to hide all the wrong. And if you're successful and you manage to conceal it, that means that Allah concealed it, and you're not guilty anymore. But that's not how the real world works, right? That's not how reality works. Allah says, sin, please sin. If you don't sin, I'll wipe you off the face of the earth because I need people to sin so I can demonstrate my mercy by covering up their sins. But the real God doesn't like sin, right? Because he's not this demonic force that you call Allah. The real God hates sin, wants it wiped out. And how do you wipe it out? You bring it into the light. That's what the Bible says, right? Those who want to conceal their sins stay in the dark. Those who love evil, stay in the dark. What does Allah say? Stay in the dark. That's how you are just. Allah is just admitting who he is, right? He is the master of lies. He is Satan. That is who Allah is. And we see that time and time again. So yes, we are obsessed. We are obsessed with ending satanic reign on earth through the religion of Islam. I just wanted to clarify. We definitely are guilty as charged. All right, let's get back to the original video here.
Shut up. Yeah? Shut up.
We're
But
at
it's not a council of the UK, and once
3:15.
you-
So let me just find that point in the video.
Why would anyone genuinely interested in truth or justice speak in terms of cornering? Is that the language of an impartial seeker of facts, or of someone driven by a different agenda? Let us listen further.
On the other hand, and I need you to also understand this, I'm not going to be quiet. Every single one of us has been burned by religious powerful figures because of whatever reason. And unfortunately, when people, when they get to that ibtila of a shuhra, becoming famous, unfortunately, the vast majority start to engage in wrong behavior. And I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he protects you from that. I'm not saying that you did it. I'm just asking questions so that you can help us, so that we can help you at the end. But again, I get it. You don't trust us. You don't know who we are. We could just turn around and basically backstab you and betray you. I understand that, and I would probably be hesitant as well if I was in your situation. But I don't know what else to do. I'm just giving you a lifeline. If you want to have a video chat with me, if you want to get to know me, if you want to just, you know what, maybe that's what it will take for you to feel comfortable with me. Ahlan wa sahlan.
In this segment,
So that's what they play of this voice note, which didn't actually make the Abu guy look very bad at all, right?
Yeah.
But
I mean, I
it
think
turns
it's
out it
trying
was
to be
deceptively edited to try to make him look as bad as possible.
Yeah. And I think that it's trying to make him look bad to say, oh, he just thinks all the Muslim authorities, all the da'is are involved in really scandalous, disgusting things. He's speaking from experience, his experience. And honestly, this is what Islam teaches. It's about what you can get away with. Getting away with something, concealment by Allah, is a blessing from Allah, and it means you'll be forgiven of it in your next life. You can absolutely, like, there's nothing wrong with this pattern. That's why it is the normal pattern in Islam. So he's just trying to discredit him by just saying that, oh, he's just targeting me because he thinks that all of us are bad. Well, I'm sorry, you probably all are horrific human beings.
Well, and he says that may Allah protect you from this, right? May Allah protect you from this behavior that I've observed. And I understand that you might not trust me, right? I understand you don't know me. I don't know you. All I can do is offer to help. And this is, it turns out that not only is this a selected 30 seconds that they thought was the best 30 seconds to show, but actually it's not even continuous 30 seconds or whatever exact amount of time. They took bits and pieces and put them together to try to make the worst possible narrative they could. And it still sounds like he's being reasonable and fair, right? You need not hijab voiceover to tell you what you're supposed to think about this, because from the clip itself, it just sounds like a guy who's trying to get some information, trying to get someone to talk. He says he wants to help, right? I mean, you could assume, right? You could assume that he's being deceitful, but there's certainly nothing in the clip to do that. That would be your assumption. There's nothing in the clip to say that he's doing anything underhanded or wrong, or that his motives are questionable or anything. All he's saying is we've seen the evidence. We want to get your side of the story. If you don't talk to us, it's not going to look good for you because we've seen the evidence. That's a perfectly reasonable thing to say. That's not remotely underhanded or whatever nonsense Hijab wants to say about it.
Abu Aya lays bare his motivations. He openly admits that both he and his associate, who happens to be Dunya Shwaib's ex-husband, have been burnt by religious figures. This is not the language of objective inquiry. It is the language...
How? Right? Saying that I have experience with this type of issue means you're not objective. Okay. I wonder if Mohammed Hijab holds him to the same standard, right? Everything that he's ever experienced in his life, he's not qualified to comment on because he's biased on that. So, he has experience with people calling him names at Speaker's Corner, I'm sure. So I guess he's not qualified to talk about what happens at Speaker's Corner because, he was called names there. He can't possibly be objective. I mean, give me a break.
Grievance.
Mohammed Hijab's support for this video is not by accident. It is both malicious and deceitful. This soundbite isn't a fair or balanced response. It uses clever tricks to make Dr. Abu Aya look bad and to make people doubt his intentions without actually dealing with what was really said or the full context. This approach is a classic example of media manipulation, twisting the facts and making them look suspicious, all while pretending to be neutral or just asking questions. I now want you to pay extremely close attention. He only played a few seconds of a 9-minute voice note. By the end of it, you won't just see that Mohammed Hijab is a liar, you'll see that he is a master of deception, carefully crafting a narrative to make the public believe that Dr. Abu Aya was the one threatening him. Discredit, disqualify, and destroy his credibility. Listen closely. The truth speaks for itself.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته ومغفرته أخي الحبيب. This is Abu Aya. I am trying my absolute best. I'm trying my absolute best to reach out to you and try anything so that this doesn't come out. I really want you to understand something. I don't know you and you don't know me. I get that. And I also understand that you are under probably numerous threats. You probably have a lot of enemies. You're a public figure. Again, I get that as well. However, akhi, we're answerable to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, I'm not going to get into the fiqh and to all these different ways of why this is allowed and why this is not allowed and what we're doing. This is not my job right now.
I just wanted to take this real quick from Old Catholic. Why do they always go into minute details? Why? Because they can't address an actual argument, so they play rhetorical games where they pick one word or two words and dispute that. You see this almost every single time a Muslim will call into my show. We'll have spoken for an hour and they want to dispute two words of one sentence that we said. And then when I'm like, that's not the point remotely of this talk. How about you address the main point? And they're just like, oh, you're running from me. You can't handle it. You've been caught. You liar. It's pathetic, right? They can't address the actual argument. So they try to pick some tiny detail that they think they can distort and use for their purposes. So that's why.
I just want to give you a lifeline. And you take your time and you figure out what you want to do. You need to understand something. Dhulm is dhulm. No matter what, nobody's going to get away with it. Nobody. And just so that you understand several things here. I work, Brother Salman works, we volunteer. Wallahi, we literally do nothing. And almost everything keeps falling in our laps. And it's the biggest indication that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has a purpose for all of this. Yani, when you were behaving the way that you did, maybe justifiably so, maybe just, you don't know who we are, I get that. But when you started acting like this, all you did was just make us now go to the next level. And now we got what we needed. And then after that, it's going to go further and further and further, and it's not going to stop. Yeah, we were quite honest in saying that, you know, if you sit and have a conversation with us, we're just trying to resolve this. As-sulh khayr. As-sulh khayr. There's goodness for everyone. So that's what we were trying to do. We're trying to tell the sister there's no point in doing this publicly. We understand the sister is quite upset, and that's why we're trying to get back to you to make sure we have the story. And she already showed us text messages of you saying you're going to make her look like she was desperate. And guess what you just showed us? Everything that she said was going to happen, it happened, and she showed us the proof of the text messages. So I'm going to...
It's a very important point there, right? So they've interviewed her first, and she showed text messages of Mohammed Hijab threatening her that if you go public with this, I will try to make you look desperate. I will say things that make you look pathetic, right?
Your mic is funky right now. I'm not sure why.
It was fine before, and now it just stopped being fine. Is it
like
kind of robotic?
No, it's got lots and lots of crunchy sounds and feedback. Sorry. But
is it fixed now?
Yes, perfect. Go ahead.
It's done that a couple of times recently. So all I do is like change the settings and then change it back, and that resets it. Anyway, let me know if that happens again. But what I was saying is she showed them text messages of Mohammed Hijab saying, if you go public with this, this is what's going to happen. I'll say that you were desperate, that you were the one coming on to me, that you were a stalker, blah, 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 blah. And then they go to Mohammed Hijab and say, what happened here, bro? What's your side of this story? And he does exactly what he said he would do in those text messages. So they're like, look, we saw these text messages before you talked to us from you, and then you did exactly that. So who are we supposed to believe in this circumstance?
Yep.
But notice he's being extremely nice, right? He's being way, 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 way nicer than Mohammed Hijab deserves. I think that they're completely genuine. They do want to resolve this behind closed doors. They do want to keep this out of the public eye. They do, because they're still Muslims, right? They still operate on this idea that if it's public, it's shameful. It doesn't matter if it's true. It shouldn't be done unless they only want to do that as a last resort. And Hijab still won't cooperate.
To give you another lifeline, Akhi, Wallahi, I'm just trying to help. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to listen to us. You don't have to trust us. You do whatever you need to do. But we also know for a fact that this will affect your family. And we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He protects your family for you, especially your children. I myself, Akhi, I lost my kids. I don't have access to my kids. It's torture beyond torture. I have 3 girls that I do not have access to.
What is he saying here, right? Well, I mean, he's saying his personal experience. But
Yeah.
what is he saying to Mohammed Hijab? The same could happen to you.
Yep, because his wife could divorce him. If this is not kept private, his first wife could divorce him. Now, to contextualize it, what he is asking for, he already has plenty of evidence that that this marriage was real. So that is not what is under question here. There's plenty of evidence that this was a real marriage. His question is this a marriage in which she agreed to be the hotel banged girlfriend? Or is this a marriage in which she agreed to give up some of her rights and he took a bunch of her other rights that she had not explicitly said that she would give up? That's the question. That's the question. And so that's all he's asking. He's asking, and here he is offering, if this was a legitimate hotel prostitution marriage, he won't go public with it. He will cover it up. And Suhail Ahmed, you either answer my question or you get blocked. So it's that simple. Can someone ask him to answer my question, please? Because I've asked it twice and he's about to get kicked out. So he was talking about stealing women. You must steal your wives. And I believe that he means that you either purchase your wife like you would buy a dog, or else you are stealing your wife because your wife is a dog that you stole. And in his mind, that's the only way that you can come about in possession of a wife, because you own women like you own animals. And I believe that is what he is expressing, but I can't get him to clarify if what he meant by stealing wives is if you don't buy them, you're stealing them. Anyway, what is going on here is that he is offering to cover up this grotesque, disgusting relationship, this revolting relationship that is a betrayal of anything approaching actual matrimony, which does not exist in Islam, provided it was something halal, which would be a hotel marriage in which the man and the woman were in full agreement. He's just asking for evidence that she agreed to it. And guess what happened? Rather than giving agreement, Mohammed Hijab just flips out. And he's pretending and taking out of context the place where he's asking, hey, do you know whether or not this was allowed? Because if it's allowed, then I will keep your prostitute second wife secret from your first wife so she won't divorce you and take your children, which she can do because you're in a non-Islamic country. But
so Abu Aya here, right? He's saying that maybe she just misunderstood and you're completely in the right, that there's no question that this kind of thing is allowed in Islam. We just need to know the details so we can see whether she is just being emotional, to use Hijab's words, and tried to manipulate things after the fact, or whether you were the one doing the manipulation. That's all we're trying to determine. If it turns out that you had a valid contract for this marriage, you paid her price, guess what happens? We shut up, we tell her, nope, you're in the wrong, and that's the end of the situation. Yet for some reason, Hijab refuses to do that.
But I'm still extremely confused as to what she expects to come out of this other than damaging Mohammed Hijab's reputation, possibly his wife divorcing him, because the recompense that she can get for this is a divorce with Maher, which she's already got.
So MD, you don't get to speak this way. I'm sorry that your God and prophet think that women are intellectually deficient, but actually it's you who's intellectually deficient. Because all she asked you is what you meant by your statement. And your response is, fix your intelligence. Well, yeah, it's kind of incoherent. But what I get out of this is to say, I'm not going to answer your question. Right? That's what I get. I don't think I should give any reason or justification. Fix your intelligence and your intellectual.
So you're going to be blocked.
Well, don't do that, Mary. Don't block him.
Time him out.
You know, so he's trying to engage. He tried to engage, but you don't want to answer that question. Fine. The rest of your comments better be about Mohammed Hijab. If your comments aren't about the Mohammed Hijab situation, you'll be put in timeout immediately. Since you, by your own admission, refuse to tell us what you're trying to convey. How can we engage with you if you refuse to admit what you're trying to get us to understand? Maybe we're unintelligent and that's why we can't understand you. Or maybe you're an incoherent moron who can't write a complete sentence and that's why we can't understand you. Whichever way, I'm not saying which one it is. I'm just putting it out there. Whichever one it is, we need you to rephrase your sentence if you want us to understand you. And if you don't want us to understand you, then you need to talk about Mohammed Hijab. Those are your only options. Yeah, you make another comment like that and you'll be put in timeout.
Yep, you're still overriding your microphone sometimes. I'm not sure why it's getting crunchy, but whenever you get louder, it's going to crunchy static, like you're overriding it.
Does it like automatically fix itself, or
yeah, it goes back again. It's just crackly.
Okay, well maybe maybe it's just turned up too high. I can turn it down.
Yeah, just turn it down some and see if that works.
Yep. No problem. I'll take care of that while we're listening to the next clip.
So this is wallahi, this is probably the main reason I am just trying my absolute best so that you understand. I care about you. I want the best for you. But if you wrong someone, as your brother, you're supposed to do the right thing, Akhi. You're supposed to do the right thing. Fall on your sword, man, and be honorable. You know what? I'm just going to give this to you, and perhaps this might work. It might not if you don't answer me. Whatever. What am I going to do? But at the same time, she needs to have her voice, Akhi. Yani, we saw what we needed to see. And once she moves forward with the Islamic Council of the UK, and once she asks for those list of witnesses, and once they present themselves and they don't, we already know what we're going to do afterwards. So, you've been cornered. I don't want to do this. I just wanted to have a conversation with you so that we can try to convince her of something else so that we can fix things. That's all that we want to do.
All we want to do is have a conversation to try to fix things. And turns out the mic was bumped. Somehow the volume was set at max, so hopefully it'll be better now. We'll see, but hopefully that will take care of that issue.
And
but notice right after cornered, right after cornered, I don't want to do this. All we want to do is have a conversation, but they didn't put that part in. Interesting.
Somebody says that I haven't seen it. Roth, which feed? That Abu Aya may have been swatted. I haven't been paying attention to YouTube today, so I will see if I can find that he may have been swatted, but I will look for that while you continue to play.
All right. And Artemis has just rejoined the stream on the command of Jedediah. So there you go. He said, give my loves and kisses to the great Artemis, and then she shows up. She must be very smart.
Again, you don't trust us. I get that, so we're going to put that to the side. Hypothetically speaking, Akhi, a lot of us are trying to figure out what's going on. We're saying perhaps he did get married. Again, hypothetically, please understand, I'm not saying you did marry her. Hypothetically, you married her. and you find out that, you know what, she's not your type at all, you have every justifiable reason to get out of it. Now, perhaps the sister didn't like.
What the heck, man? I mean, I'm not saying he's wrong, but Islamically speaking, but what the heck, right? Yeah, if you married her and you decided that she's not your type, i.e. she's not good in bed, you have every right to get out of that marriage ASAP. And that's perfectly fine. If that's what happened, just tell us. This is Islam, I guess.
That's impressive.
Upset. God knows what it is. But the main thing that she is saying is that you went back on your word. Again, hypothetically speaking, you went back on your word after you guys got married. And you said to her, yes, inshallah, we'll move and we'll get a house. Yes, inshallah, I'm going to support you. Yes, inshallah, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. And then suddenly, as soon as you all got married, you said, I'm not going to call your father. I don't need to call him. And then you said, I don't need to support you. And I don't need to do anything for you. And this is going to purely be a hotel marriage. This is her main grievance against you. It is the main thing that is driving her to this point.
So again, what's driving her to this point? Is it that this type of marriage is wrong or something along those lines? No. It's that she was told one thing and then a different thing happened. She was okay with the secret relationship. She was okay with reduced rights. If you'd never promised her anything more, then that's on her, right? If you never promised her anything more than being in the hotel, then you're perfectly legitimate, Mohammed Hijab. We just need to know. That's all you have to do is come and tell us that that's all you ever promised her was a hotel relationship, and provide some evidence for that, and then we'll go quiet, because that's allowed in Islam, and we have no problem with that. In fact, perhaps we're
proud of that.
I don't know, but for some reason, Hijab never provides them with even that statement, right? He just claims that she's a stalker, almost like he knows that this is going to be a big problem for him, or could be a big problem for him if he admits to it. Not because of the Islamic law, right? Everyone seems to agree that he's justified by Islamic law, but he knows it'll be a problem for what? His first wife, right? That's where the problem will be. And that's why he refuses to cooperate, because he's desperately trying to find a way that he not admit anything. He make up a complete story that he can tell his wife, which he hopes is a moron and actually believes him.
Yep. And here's the thing. Notice how feeble their moral stand is. Their moral stand is maybe she got tricked into giving up more than she intended. And I'm sure that they feel a much greater sense of outrage than the extremely feeble moral stand that they actually have. But yeah, it's a deception. But again, she was fine with deceiving the first wife of Hijab. And yes, she was. She was fine with deceiving the first wife. She was fine with diverting money that might have gone to his kids and wife. She was fine because it's not their money, it's his money. And he buys sexual access to wife number one with a certain percentage of his money, and he can buy sexual access to as many other people as he desires, as long as it's only four at the same time. So it's this extremely feeble moral position, and yet the outrage that they feel is completely disproportionate with what can possibly be considered a wrongdoing in Islam. Why? Because their sense of outrage does not come from Islam. It comes from something greater than, beyond Islam. It comes from the true God that they have in their hearts, you know, as it says in Romans 1:20, that you have a sense of understanding of morality that comes from the Creator himself, that transcends things like the wickedness of Islam. So because they have, you know, they have tender enough consciences, they still feel this outrage here. But again, totally disproportionate if we're talking about an Islamic setting. Because all she's been wronged is basically her paying
He
for
may have
her
violated the
space.
contract,
Yeah.
right? Basically, he may have violated the contract, which said that she got more than what she got. That is the gist of the Islamic problem with the situation. Not anything other than maybe the contract wasn't fulfilled. Maybe you said you'd give her X for sex and you only gave her a fraction of X for it. That might be the problem. But again, he's saying if that's not the case, if she's lying or, she's emotional and mistaken about what went down, all you have to do is tell us what you actually promised her, provide the evidence, and we'll be good. But Mohammed Hijab doesn't want to provide that evidence because one of two things, or perhaps both, most likely. He did deceive, he did violate the contract, and he doesn't want his first wife to find out about it because he knows that Abu Aya is correct, that there's a good chance he'd lose access to his kids. And probably more importantly to him than his kids, he'd lose the status of being the big man on the Dawa scene because suddenly he wouldn't have a wife and they'd all be making fun of him for not having a wife.
And so our Muslim who doesn't speak English very well has declared that yes, indeed, women are worth less than men.
Yes, they less, but not more than men or husband.
Yes, they're worth less. They're not worth more than men. Women are worth less. They're trash. They're objects. So there he is together with his prophet. It's quite amazing what the least English speaking of Muslims will admit because they don't realize how shameful this position would be regarded. And so they just repeat what they've been told.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're just accurately stating Islamic position on this issue, just accurately stating Islamic doctrine on the issue. And
now you're super quiet.
Yeah, I shouldn't be now though, Mary. So I turned, I keep getting comments about this. I turned down the actual microphone, but now I changed the software settings as well. So hopefully it won't. So the mic was not peaking anymore, but the software might have been causing it to peak as it was trying to adjust my volume on the fly. So hopefully we don't have any more issues. Let me know if we still have issues. I changed a whole bunch of settings. I spent all day yesterday basically working on stream settings. So as a result, I'm trying out different things today, and some things might not be quite perfect. But I think overall you should have much less problems with the stream because the performance statistics are much, much, much improved from all the changes I made. So hopefully we won't have like the audio out of sync issues and such.
Yep. Oh wait,
What
I'm
are you doing
tapping
with
really
your
loudly again.
microphone?
Sorry.
Baking it.
So it's really funny that this guy who denies that Jesus is God, of course, being the wicked man who thinks that women are inherently worth less than men, just worth less than men. Here's a man, here's a woman. You can only save one. You should always pick the man. He is worth more. He is better. He is worth more. Allah loves him more. He is inherently better. He goes, it's also in the Bible. The husband is better than the wife. So the husband is Superman. He's better. Well,
Superman.
since you are an antichrist yourself, you deny Christ, that Christ is God, this will not make sense to you. But the Bible teaches that Jesus is God, and that the relationship between husband and wife is like the relationship between son and father and the Godhead, who are both God. Oh, I'm extra loud now, by the way.
Well, no,
Yep.
you don't adjust you. Don't adjust you.
Yeah, no, I won't. I will leave it alone, and I will leave it for you. So,
And I don't actually know if that's from when I first started retalking, where it was like way quiet,
Yeah,
or
that's
if
true.
it's now. But I mean,
That's
visually, we look to be at the same level
Okay,
of
we'll see.
volume now. So hopefully,
All right. Hopefully it is. So the Son is of the same substance as the Father. They are the same being, one God, same being. And so the son's relationship to the father is not one of inferior to superior. That's not possible. They're ontologically identical. Therefore, the relationship between husband and wife is not one of ontological superiority. Men are not superior to women. They are called to different roles. They are economically different. They are not ontologically different. And I know that these are really big words for a really small brain, but the substance, the being of the husband and the being of the wife, male and female, are equal, and they have different roles. For example, I am never called to sacrifice my life for my husband. That is not my role. But the husband is called to sacrifice his life for the wife. That is his role. That is to lay down his life for his wife. And if you imagine that that is the role of an ontological superior, it's just madness. It's madness. You don't even have a marriage in Islam. You have contracts of purchase and sale. How could you lay down your life for a wife? You have 3 other wives who might have equal claim on you anyway, and the only claim that there is whatsoever is financial. From the beginning, the unity of the husband and wife in Christian marriage has been the unity of multiple into one household, and therefore there is no husband's money left. There is no wife's money left. If another person takes from that, they're stealing from the other person in the couple. So if a man has a mistress, then he is stealing from his wife, because everything that he owns is hers. Everything that he owns is hers. So you are now in timeout again because you are not listening.
Yeah, he just keeps spamming the same thing over and over again. So when you come back from timeout, I mean, I'm being generous and assuming he's actually listening when he's probably not. But when you come back from timeout, address the topic of hijab, or you'll go right back to timeout. Because we've answered your charge about Christianity multiple times now, and you just keep saying the same thing over and over again. Either you're not listening, or you're incapable of understanding the words being said, or both. All right? All right. Let's continue this voice note. Now, I mean, again, remember, hijab's charge against this is that this is attack, right? Not the language of someone who is interested in actual conversation. Sure.
Even if it's Arman and I decide that, khalas, after you've spoken with us and you gave us certain things that, khalas, we realize, no, she's in the wrong, and we tell her, hey, you need to stop, she still might go public. But at that point, I can guarantee you that Arman and I will stand with you. And we'll say, absolutely not. The sister came and she spoke with us, and then we have all this proof, and that she's not to be trusted. Khalas. So this is her main thing. I don't know why I feel this is a scenario, a hypothetical, perhaps this happened, is that you told her that, I can't support you, I can't do anything for you. This is just going to be a marriage where we're there for each other physically, but otherwise it's very difficult to do the rest of the full type of traditional marriage. And perhaps she said yes. In her mind, she said yes. Why? Because she's like, he's going to change his mind later. And you never did. And she came up and she discussed this with you. And then you flipped out and you said, what are you talking about? This is what we discussed. This is what we agreed to. You can't change your mind. Wahakadha. Maybe this is what happened. All I wanted from you, I just wanted to ask you, did this happen? Because a lot of sisters, unfortunately, do this. And I know you're a very intelligent guy. You cover your tracks very well. And perhaps you understood this.
You cover, well, the very intelligent guy is what I laughed at. But then actually after that, he says, you cover your tracks. And he's giving him an out, right? He's saying that maybe this is what happened. Maybe you promised her this sex-only hotel relationship, and she got in her mind that she could change you, that she could convince you to do otherwise over time, and that didn't work for her. And now she is upset about that and trying to get vengeance because of her misconceptions. He's giving him the most
Yep.
obvious out to take, and Hijab still refuses to cooperate.
Well, it's because Hijab has nothing to stand on. So here's the thing. Imagine that she has agreed, so far, she's agreed to a secret marriage. That is, by definition, a Misyar marriage. But, so she's agreed to a Misyar marriage. She intends for him to do a bunch of things for her. He is theoretically obligated to do so, but what is the consequence if he doesn't? Then either she can agree to these lesser terms, or she can ask for a divorce.
Mm-hmm.
There already is this built-in system in Islam that if he denies this to her, then he must grant her a divorce, which he did. So while you can say that it's an injustice in his marriage, if he didn't do these things, the recompense and the solution is what has already been arrived at. So that's why I'm kind of confused as to what, other than shaming him, she expects to get out of this. Because if your husband mistreats you, then you can ask for talaq and not get kula or khula, I forget which one it is. Sorry, not have the woman initiated divorce, but demand the man initiated divorce, and then you get your full payment for your services rendered, which she did get. So now I'm like, now what does she want? What does she want other than a formal recognition that yes, you did not
that's
abide
exactly
by.
What she wants, right? From her own testimony, what she wants is an apology and an admission that Hijab did something wrong, basically. So she actually wants out of it. She doesn't think she's owed any money, or she certainly doesn't want to be remarried to him or something
No.
along those lines. All she really wants is an acknowledgement that Hijab wronged her, and people won't even give her that. Comely Inspired said women can't divorce in Islam, but Mary is actually completely correct. In general, right, in normal marriage, they have no right to divorce, but in a Misyar marriage, if the husband has not met the terms, or she's no longer satisfied with the terms, she can ask for divorce in that specific situation. And then he has two options. He can either give her the rights of a full marriage, in which case she can't be divorced, or he can divorce her.
Right.
This is from the great Islamic scholar Mohammed Hijab explaining this, and he's actually correct on this issue. That's what the woman gets in exchange for accepting the reduced rights, is they get the right to say, no, this arrangement doesn't work for me anymore, I want out. So they can end the prostitution arrangement at any time, just like a Western prostitute. They don't like the way their client is acting. They can leave the hotel room whenever they want, and that's what you get in Islam as well.
Yep. And then also, there is another form of divorce called khula, which is a divorce that the wife initiates. And in normal circumstance, if you're not in a Misyar marriage, you can just say no. So the reason why Mohammed Hijab gave her the divorce right away is that he is saying that this is a Misyar marriage, and it was all along, which it was because it's a secret marriage. And because she isn't satisfied, he has to grant it to her without any further proceedings, and going to a khula, which is the normal form of divorce initiated by a wife, which is usually whenever she has to bring up statements of mistreatment and neglect and other issues that he's done bad things. And to get a khula, usually a husband blackmails a wife and takes her mahr from her to get her, even if he's horribly mistreated her. She usually does not get her mahr in real Islamic divorces if she initiates the divorce. If he does the talaq, he's supposed to give her mahr, but sometimes he manages to not do it anyway. But usually if he initiates, he actually pays her price, And if she initiates, then he doesn't. He finds some way out of it. So that's typically how it happens.
Option selects the bottom line. Do you think this will affect his career? I think, unfortunately, not. I hope I'm wrong. I think it'll affect his career, just probably not to the degree it should, right? I think there will be a scar on him, an asterisk, if you like, and some percentage of Muslims will reject him who previously followed him, not just Muslims who already didn't like him, which some Muslims already don't like him. But I think some percentage of Muslims who previously liked him will no longer like him. They'll just go with someone who doesn't have the question mark attached to their ethics, but probably not a huge percentage, right? A few percent.
And we have a relevant question here. 18 Ministries ask, what is the case for nikah, meaning sex and not marriage? Because I ran across an ex-Muslim Arabian Christian that says it means marriage and the sex meaning came later in the Persian period. Well,
so before you answer that, Mary, it is a super chat, so let me pull that up on screen.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa'ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah. Because sadaqah, you can give it just like this, in 1 second.
Thank you very much for that donation. Thanks for taking 1 second to make your sadaqah today. And the angels will certainly tell Allah about your good deed. I'll let Mary answer this first, and then I might have something to add.
Yeah, it's just completely untrue that it does not mean intercourse. It means consummation or intercourse. Zina specifically means a form of intercourse that is fornication. Nikah is actually more generic and just means intercourse. And it literally just means this. The idea, though, is that it means more consummation in the context in which it is written about and used by Muhammad, who is distinguishing between consummation of a contractual relationship versus fornication is kind of how it's used in contrast, but literally it just means intercourse. And it's not really a tacky meaning in the original. It does not mean the F word in the sense that it's doesn't mean something that would, but if you talk about, this is my consummation, and people kind of give you a kind of look, that is the way that it's meant there. Intercourse, yes. So it means to have intercourse, period. It is just used by Muhammad to mean allowable intercourse in contrast to non-allowable intercourse. But that is a usage. That is not its actual meaning. Its actual meaning is just intercourse. And you can find plenty of Islamic sources that talk about that. The contract is like nikah nama or something like that for the contract, but people have come to use it so often that they'll talk about a wedding, which is actually a marriage is zawaj, but they'll talk about the wedding being nikah, which is a little bit gross. If you ask a guy, Christian Prince says, if you ask a guy if you can have nikah with a sister, you'll get punched, because it does not mean may I marry your sister. That would be very offensive.
And Ghostwalker said, what happened to the chat? Nothing.
It's still there. It depends on your browser. Some of the browsers freak out sometimes and freeze up on chats, and you just have to reload.
You can always just refresh it.
So resize your screen.
I won't pull that question back up, because pulling it back up would cause the super chat thing to play again. But even if they're correct, and neither Mary or I have seen any evidence that the meaning of the word changed over time, and originally meant marriage, whatever that would mean in a non-Christian context, it certainly would never mean Christian marriage. Like, even if you're talking about, say, the native tribes of the Americas practicing marriage, you're not actually talking about Christian marriage to begin with. But beside that point, we haven't seen any evidence that the meaning of the word has significantly changed since the time of the Quran. But if it did, right, if that was a true claim, what would that tell you about what Islamic marriage is all about? If the word for marriage has changed to mean intercourse, what would that tell you about Islamic marriage? This isn't something a Muslim should be appealing to apologetically, because it is at least as bad if a word that meant marriage got changed to mean sex because the Muslim men see marriage as only about sex to begin with. So not helpful to the Muslim. So that's certainly not why we're saying it. That isn't the case. We're saying it's not the case because we haven't seen any evidence for it.
Yep. And keep in mind that very typically in these societies, they were calling their betrothal the marriage per se, and then they would call what happened after the betrothal to consolidate the marriage. That's intercourse. Intercourse consummation consolidates the marriage. So nikah is the consolidation of a betrothal that's already happened, what we would call a betrothal, but they would call in the original Arabic, they would use the word marriage instead, because a full marriage would have two portions: one, the agreement, and second, the sex. So nikah is a consummated marriage, it's sex, and then some time prior to that you have an agreement. So and muta means that you will have a specific end date. So you have muta for 3 hours or 3 days or 3 weeks or 3 months for a given payment. And then Misyar does not have an end date, and it has a specific payment because all marriages have payments because it's the purchase of a woman, but and then you have ongoing negotiated terms. Like, she will come and clean my house for the 3 months over the summer and have sex with me, and I will pay her XYZ. And while she's here, I will give her a certain number of outfits and some food and a place to sleep, other than my bed whenever I don't want her in my bed. So.
And as many Sunnis, most Sunnis will proudly say, we don't practice muta in Sunni Islam. That's a Shia thing. And it is something that Shias don't have a problem with, right? They say it's just good and proper part of Islam. And interestingly enough, this is something that comes directly from Muhammad, the so-called prophet, and was abrogated not by Muhammad, but by one of the caliphs, which is why the Shia say it was never removed from the religion. And you will find a tiny minority of Sunnis who agree with that position, but the majority Sunni position is that muta is no longer valid. But Misyar's the same thing, just minus a definite end date. So just, if you want to have sex with a woman for the next 2 hours, just don't tell her that the marriage ends 2 hours, and you're good to go. You can divorce her after 2 hours, no problem. Then it's a Misyar marriage, not muta.
Can you make Roth mod for a second so he can post a link?
RAAF?
Yes, Mad Monkey Design.
Okay. I was just making sure, since you didn't say the longer name.
I didn't say the whole name.
There wasn't someone else with a similar name.
That's.
Add as moderator, standard moderator, save. All right. So he can post that link now. All right. So now that we addressed those side issues, let's get back to this, very threatening, horrific message that shows that Abu Aya was not interested in genuine conversation
from day one, and you try to tell her, and then emotionally she changed, and then she got very Allahu A'lam what she did, and then what happened. If you have that proof where you guys did agree to this, I'm telling you right now, you have my word, wallahi, and I said this to Salman, if he has that proof, we're not doing this. Khalas. If she just wants to do a video to warn sisters from marrying public figures without mentioning your name, khalas, let her vent. Maybe this is what's going to get her to khalas, to feel that she got heard, and that's it. And she could just walk away and khalas. So that's all that we're asking. But if you're going to let us go through this whole other process, it's going to be detailed. That whole process will be detailed. We'll say, this is what happened, and this is how we responded. And so then we have to go through this, and then we have to do for what? We just wanted one question. We just had one question we wanted one answer. Did this happen or not? Did you actually say to her that it's going to be X, Y, and Z?
That's it, right? That's the only question Islamically, is what did you promise her, and did you deliver what you promised her? If you promised her that, yeah, all I'm going to do is pay for the hotel room, and she agreed to that, no problem, buddy. We'll tell her that she's wrong.
Yeah, maybe she's just a crazy lady who agreed to this thing and then got her feelings hurt because she's a stupid woman.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's totally fine. It's totally legit. That is a totally legit thing to have a relationship. We won't expose you. We won't tell your wife. We won't let anybody else know that you're banging women in hotels because they agreed to it. So that's what they deserve. If she agrees to it, she deserves it. And she's just a silly, stupid woman who ever thought you could possibly get anything more out of a relationship because, you know, you agreed to be banged in a hotel.
Indeed. That's all there is to it. All we need is proof that she agreed to be paid for sex, and then it's all good. All good. This is so wild, right? You know, I mean, this is the good guys in this situation.
But here's the thing.
But that's as good as it gets in Islam, right? Because
and you notice the level of their outrage is just a bit ridiculous. If it really is fine for people to be banging people in hotels, at some level they realize it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I keep getting reminded of the Muslim commentator who made a video against hijab, joking about marrying people for the price of a McDonald's meal. And he's like, this is morally wrong. This is one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. Blah, 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 blah. Horrible, horrific, and maybe against Islamic law, right? Because he's not an expert in Islamic law. He doesn't really know one way or another. But that's the difference, right? And that's essentially what is happening on Behind Veils, too. They're like, this is horrible. This is a moral outrage. This is disgusting and perverted and horrific thing you did to this woman. And there's a slight issue about the Islamic law, maybe.
Yeah.
Like I said, these are the good guys. This is as good as it can get in Islam, is to say, when you agree to have a sex-only marriage, make sure that the woman understands that's what she's getting.
And isn't this just like, imagine, this is a dude with daughters. Their husbands could be running around doing this, and all he could say is, oh, well, I guess it's Islamically allowed. Amazing. Amazing. And remember that Muhammad himself forbade his sons-in-law from banging any other women in any situation where his daughters could find out about it. Did not let them have second wives. And Ali, who really couldn't keep it in his pants for 5 seconds, to keep him from banging slaves, he just didn't let Ali have any female slaves. He wouldn't let Fatima have any female slaves because he knew that Ali wouldn't keep it in his pants and would bang them, because the second that they go out on campaign, he had those Muta girls lined up. And so Muhammad himself knew it was harmful, but did not care except for his own daughters. No one else mattered. No one else mattered except for those daughters. And for all of eternity from there on out, guess what? Women don't matter. They do not matter.
So Marion says he keeps saying kalas, which in my language Norwegian means shindig, or party.
You're breaking up again. You're super crackling.
Well, definitely not peaking it this time.
There we go. Now it's fixed.
Yeah, so that was the mic settings again. I don't know why it's doing this all of a sudden.
It just hates you.
That is not actually something I changed. So who knows about that? But as long as you tell me, I can fix it instantly. So not the end of the world. But in Arabic, kalas means completed or finished. So the idea is he keeps saying, like, give us the proof. It's done. The matter's over. We won't be part of this anymore. We won't stand with Aisha anymore, is what he's saying.
That hypothetically, if we get married, that I'm not going to be able to support you, I'm not going to be able to do this, I'm not going to be able to, she agreed to it. And then after the marriage, she's changed because in her mind, she thought, well, maybe he's a man and, I can change him out. Whatever it is, whatever that goes through her mind, maybe that's what happened. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is she said that you've refused to talk to her dad. That's it. If you can just give us an answer hypothetically, it would help us. That way we can try to deal with her and again, do sulh and khalas, that's it. That's all that we wanted to do.
We just want to deal with her. We just want to say that you're right, Hijab. Wow.
Yep.
This is the guy, right? This is the guy that Hijab is trying to paint as someone who is just out for blood, attacking with out of extreme hatred towards religious figures because of his personal trauma or whatever. He could not possibly be more apologetic and more sympathetic and more promising that if you give us the evidence, we'll tell her to go away. Shut up, you stupid bitch. It's all your fault. I mean, this is like I literally cannot think of any way that he could be more accommodating to Hijab than he is. And yet Hijab deceptively edits it, a small portion of the thing, not even continuously, taking 5 seconds here, 5 seconds there, trying to put it together, trying to make him look bad. Still failed to make him look bad. Amazing stuff.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is a witness to what we're saying. On the other hand, and I need you to also understand this, I'm not going to be quiet. Every single one of us has been burned by religious powerful figures because of whatever reason. And unfortunately, when people, when they get to that ibtila of a shuhra, becoming famous, unfortunately, the vast majority start to engage in wrong behavior. And I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He protects you from that. I'm not saying that you did it. I'm just asking questions so that you can help us, so that we can help you at the end. But again, I get it. You don't trust us. You don't know who we are. We could just turn around and basically backstab you and betray you. I understand that, and I would probably be hesitant as well if I was in your situation. So I don't know what else to do. I'm just giving you a lifeline. If you want to have a video chat with me, if you want to get to know me, if you want to just, you know what, maybe that's what it will take for you to feel comfortable with me. Ahlan wa sahlan. I will do anything so that you can understand that I'm on your side at the end of the day, inshallah, wallahu alam. I just wanted to send this to you personally, not in this group, not when anybody else sees it. It's just between Abu Ayah and Sheikh Muhammad, so that you understand that really I'm trying my best to give you this lifeline. Wallahu alam. You don't have to respond, akhi. You don't have to do anything. However, just understand that, yani, she has her proof and we've seen it. If it takes it to the level where we're going to get even more and more and more proof, I don't know what to say. Allah musta'an, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala help us. And truly at the end of the day, yani, it's just between us and Allah, right? We just want to get into Jannah. That's all that we want. So I'm going to stop here, man. And yani, ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He forgives us if we did anything wrong. But we're justified 100% in what we're doing. And I've spoken to different mashayikh and I have my justification for this. But the fact that there is a complete absence of people trying to get their rights, and we're minorities, so what are we going to do? No, we have to keep each other in check. And we're doing this solely so that we all can enter Jannah. That is it. I'm going to stop here. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala yani, give us the sincerity and just doing the right thing. Allahumma ameen. Subhanakallah wa bihamdika, ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Subhanallah.
So that's the end of the full voice note. I didn't actually even think he looked bad in the edited version, but I can acknowledge that editing was extremely deceptive.
Yes.
Even though it failed to make him look bad.
Correct. Like they tried really hard. They tried really hard to make him look bad. So, yeah, Sean suggests that you make sure that your cables are plugged in really well on your mic.
Yeah, I mean, I'll mess with it later for sure. Try to figure out why it's happening. But the fact that I flip a software setting and it fixes itself would seem to suggest it's software. But I'm no expert for sure. But I've been using the same setup for years and never had this problem before today. So who knows?
Allah. Dr. Abu Ayah's tone throughout the message is calm, sincere, and full of empathy. Even though the topic is serious and personal, he stays respectful and speaks from an Islamic and moral perspective. His message is shaped by care and concern, a desire to make peace, Islamic values, and respectful and thoughtful reasoning. Dr. Abu Ayah's words are a powerful example of how to handle conflict with faith, kindness, and emotional wisdom. He speaks honestly and respectfully, trying to protect both justice and dignity. Instead of threatening or acting superior, he offers chances to make peace and focuses on shared Islamic values.
And notice the shared Islamic values are, if she agreed to the hotel relationship, then I have nothing to say. I will not tell your wife. It's your own business. You can bang as many prostitutes in the hotel that you want, as long as they are Islamically appropriate prostitutes, which is what Misyar marriage is. Sorry, guys, it is a form of prostitution. But all Islamic marriage is, to some degree, a form of prostitution. It's not a union of people into a community of relationship. It's all about ownership and control and dominion. And it's very, very harsh.
Islam America said, is her name Aisha, or is that like a Jane Doe? It's not her real name. It is a fake name to protect her privacy to the extent possible. Of course, Hijab and his cronies are going to violate that. I mean, what else would you expect from them?
Yep.
Mohammed Hijab did. He purposefully made himself look like the victim and tried to make Dr. Abu Aya appear to be aggressive. Once again, this is someone skilled in deception. If he could twist the truth about Dr. Abu Aya, who was only trying to help and keep things private, then what about the lies he has told about Sister Aisha? The 10-second audio clips from Sister Aisha, the sped up video showing only parts of their chat? Just like he didn't share the full conversation with Dr. Abu Aya, he will never release the full recordings with Sister Aisha. Because once the full truth is shown, it all falls apart. The following is for adults only. Viewer discretion is advised. If children are present, please be mindful and ensure they do not watch this part of the video.
I think that probably applies to the entire video. I mean, really?
Yeah.
But he is going to... The funny part is he actually censors himself. He actually doesn't read Mohammed Hijab's disgusting language. But hey, I'm not going to censor myself. I will read his disgusting language. So if you're dumb enough to have your kids, small kids, watching this, just be aware that there's going to be some sexually explicit language coming up. Not in him, he actually censors himself, but I will read the things that he won't.
Mohammed Hijab, by releasing a private voice note sent to you by Dr. Abu Aya and twisting it to fit a false narrative, you didn't just cross the line. You shattered every boundary of decency and trust. You violated confidentiality, which sadly comes as no surprise. And you manipulated the public to view Dr. Abu Aya in a negative light, when in truth, he was prepared to take your vile conversation to the grave out of principle and duty. He protected your honor even when you did not deserve it.
Again, the irony here, right? Because of the principles of Islam, he doesn't say of Islam, but that's what he means, the principles that we're supposed to follow, he was going to take your vile conversation. The conversation is vile either way, right? The way he treated her is vile either way, but he was going to just keep it a secret because there was nothing wrong Islamically. So out of principle, even though he knew this was disgusting, immoral behavior, he was going to keep it a secret. This is the best you can get in Islam, is acknowledgement that our Islamic values are morally disgusting, but we're going to keep them because Allah has given them to us.
Yep.
But by breaking the standards of decency and trust, and by twisting and misconstruing private conversations, you voided that agreement of confidentiality, leaving us no choice but to release all information in order to restore Dr. Abu Aya's name and dignity.
The disclaimer here, well, not really disclaimer, but the explanation here on the screen is basically this is Mohammed Hijab going apeshit crazy because someone had the nerve of quote unquote misrepresenting his words and taking them out of context, which of course all Hijab has done up to this point is take everything said by others out of context. And they have removed the names. So it's technically edited.
Do you know what? Right now, I'm actually very angry. I'm not gonna lie. I'm angry at the fact that this guy, he actually misrepresented a private conversation by selectively choosing some of the things that he said to me and not something back. This is disgusting behavior from a freak. You are a freak, bro. How could you bring...
That's a perfect description of not Hijab's video. So I guess Mohammed Hijab, or not Mohammed Hijab, is the freak.
...on your show and try and interrogate him and question him about leaking emails. How can you do that when you're practically leaking our private conversation and you're not doing it in a representative way? Bro, I'm not going to leak the conversation. I'm not like you. I'm not going to stoop to your level. Bro, everyone can see through you right now. You're a clout-chasing monster. You're a clout-chasing monster. Yeah, I'm angry with you, bro. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to be inauthentic in front of the people and then be something else in private like you. I'm not going to be two-faced, be smiling in front of me, you know, in public. You're a monster, yeah? Bro, I'm the same with...
Ironic here, because in his conversations with Aisha, while he was grooming her, he promised that he was different in private than he was in public, that his public persona was just an act. And he was actually a very kind person in private. But here he's like, I'm not going to be a different person in private. I'm a complete jerk in private and public. That's who I am, right? Hey, at least he's being honest on that part.
You privately and publicly. How dare you, as a hypocrite that you are, shut up, yeah? Shut up. How dare you come out and try and selectively choose certain things that were said in the conversation and not even represent the conversation right? Bro, I challenge you, bro, to a mubahala. I'm going to put you in your place. Wallahi, I'm going to cancel you, bro. Let's do a mubahala. Let's do a mubahala. Whether or not you were representing me correctly in that private conversation, that you selectively chosen some things and not other things. Let's do mubahala, bro. Let's go on a Zoom. Let's do a debate and a mubahala. But you're not a man. With all due respect, you're emasculated. You're happy to make these videos, yeah? Make these videos about people. But when videos are made about you, you come out and start leaking information and start acting whiny and whatever.
So just to be clear, this message is something that Hijab sent to Abu Aya about misrepresenting him in whatever conversation. I'm almost certain, they didn't specify exactly when it was sent, but I'm almost certain this was sent before anything was made public. So exactly how he's been misrepresented in whiny videos, I have no idea exactly. But every single charge he's making does not accurately describe what has happened on Behind Veils, and accurately describes what not Mohammed Hijab did in the first response video and what Ali Dawa did yesterday in his response video.
Questions are asked to you, bro, about the positions that you choose to defend. You try and act like, oh, passive and benign. What a rajul mutanaqid. What a contradictory man. And what a contradictory man you are. Where are your principles, bro? Where are your principles, bro? I'm not going to come out and reveal my thing. I'll do more bahala with you, bro. I'll do more bahala with you. How dare you come out and try and selectively choose certain things I said and certain things I didn't say? How embarrassing, bro. How embarrassing. And let's talk about everyone who leaked private information, shall we? Why don't we account the people, everyone that you know that leaked private information? Bro, you're a popsy man. Do you understand that? You're not a man anyway.
I have a question. Other than his, usual use of thesaurus, I do have a question. What do you mean his private information was leaked? I thought that she was just a stalker.
Yep.
And there's nothing to leak.
Yep.
All his anger and what the conversations we looked at previously in this video is all about how his private matter was leaked. And by leaked, at this time, he means like one or two people who were directly investigating this talked to one or two other people who were directly investigating it, or they interviewed people who were said to be part of it to see if they knew anything about it. That's leaking hijab's private information, is to talk to, for example, Sheikh Turani to see what he knows about the situation when he already knows about this, but that's leaking his private information everywhere.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. In Islam, one of the names of Allah is the eraser, because he is the one who conceals and hides your sins. He's also called the concealer, because he conceals your sins in this life and erases them in the next. So unlike Jesus, who says that everything that is hidden will come to light, everything that you do in the darkness will come to light, it will be known. Okay? So in contrast to that, what they teach is that what happens in the darkness, well, Allah let that be in the darkness, and Allah will keep it in the darkness forever. And if you reveal one of the sins of another Muslim that was concealed, then that's an unforgivable sin. Now, the reason why this is not a private sin of someone else that's revealed is because the woman has already spoken on her own behalf. And since she is the wronged party, she is allowed to speak. And then once she speaks, others can take action. But for example, if you saw a man who was sexually assaulting a 3-year-old in a doorway, and that 3-year-old was not immediately related to you, and of course the 3-year-old won't say anything about it, if you bring up that attack, then you have revealed something that Allah chose to keep secret. Allah allowed that 3-year-old to be violated by that adult Muslim man because Allah wants that to be a concealed sin that he commits so that he can forgive him in the future. This is what Islam teaches. So there are concealed sins and there are revealed sins. If you do that, then he should not confess it, for example, to his wife, because Allah allowed him not to get caught by anybody who would have a standing to complain about it and reveal it. Now, if the kid's parents immediately found out about it or saw him, then they would have a standing to complain and to bring him up on charges. But if they only found out because someone who didn't have a standing told them about it, then that person would have been in the wrong to have revealed it. This is what Islam teaches. And when you go before Allah, he's a very shy Allah. He has a niqab too. He has a hijab as well after death. During the resurrection, he's behind a veil, and then he invites you, come on, little sinner, come into the veil. And then he whispers to you about the sins that were concealed in the previous life to make sure that nobody else hears it. And because you're behind the veil and he's whispering to you, nobody else will find out about it ever. So that 3-year-old that you raped in the doorway, Allah has given this to you as a mercy. This is a display of Allah's wonderfulness and greatness, that he gives you such sins to commit and then forgives you of them and nobody ever knows. That's just what it teaches. So when he's going, you're revealing private information, what he's saying is that you don't have a right to reveal this because you're not immediately involved. But the woman has already made it public with these individuals. She has already brought a complaint and she does have standing. So just to clarify the Islamic points that are going in here, and I hope that this horrifies everyone as much as it should, because this is what Islam teaches. Every time I think it's so horrible, I can't find out anything more horrible about Islam, I am proven wrong.
Nissan Addict says, I can say with certainty that pox is the leading cause of neurotypicality. Sounds about right, I think.
A pox upon both your houses.
And someone said that in the UK, pox is commonly used to refer to venereal disease. Which I don't know.
Yeah, it is. It is. But I just found it extremely funny that he would use such a
I mean, it doesn't make any sense in context. He's just saying words for no.
Well, it's just an insult. Poxy is just an insult. But I was just laughing because it's just.
So
such
epoxy, I guess, would be someone who has venereal disease.
Yes, that's why I'm laughing. And from
Gotcha.
you know, if you go to Romeo and Juliet, a pox on both your houses. So I'm just laughing at the fact that he chose pox of all things. Too, but it is.
But
still
apparently,
this
current actually might not be a use of thesaurus because apparently it is fairly common to say.
Yeah,
in the UK.
it is, but it's still funny as just a choice. It's just amusing.
I mean, it's very childish, right? Saying that you have STDs.
Yeah, that's why I was laughing at it, because it's just so goofy, and so particularly UK goofy. It amused me. There we go. Mohammed, pox be upon him. Very nice.
Yes, that could be what the P stands for.
You would come and have a Zoom one-on-one conversation, but you are not a man. I'm telling you that. Let everyone hear it. You are
a Zoom one-on-one conversation. He doesn't want to marry you, Hijab.
A coward. You are a walking definition of a coward. I'm telling you that straight. I don't care what people say. For you to reveal private information, distort it, for clout and publicity, uqsumu billah al-azim, I'm ready to do mubahal with you. I'm ready. If you're ready, let's do it. Come on, Zoom, like a man, If you can't protect yourself from a man's word.
Real men use Zoom for their marriages and for their fights. Come on, Zoom, bro. If you're a real man, come face me on Zoom. Not face to face or anything like that.
And he should involve the families in a moment here.
How can you protect yourself from, or your wife or your kids or whatever, from a man's actions? If you're meant to be a qawwam and a protector, wearing hats and this and that with strong words on them in the Arabic language, bro, come on, act like a man. Absolute weasel behavior.
What you're about to see is a preview of the full text message exchange between Dr. Abu Aya and Mohammed Hijab.
So they're just going to flash these up briefly. We'll go through the text here in a bit, and then he starts reading a little bit of one of them, but then he censors himself.
We've made the full uncensored conversation available for download on the Behind Veils website. We did this because of Mohammed Hijab's deceptive misrepresentation of the facts. Now, let's take a closer look at how Mohammed Hijab converses in these messages. You'll start to see some clear patterns. He often speaks in ways that people use when they want to control, confuse, or hurt others emotionally. Here's just one small example. Let's talk about the vulgar and sexually inappropriate humor. Comments that Mohammed Hijab quickly deleted, such as, "Brother Abdullah is into beautiful women."
Then they censored the rest there.
Something so inappropriate,
don't worry,
I don't feel comfortable uttering.
And it's actually
what these
worse
messages show.
They
are sexually disrespectful. They show hatred or disrespect towards women. And they are meant to put down and shame the woman being talked about. Mohammed Hijab tried hard to lure and pull Dr. Abu Aya into a vulgar conversation filled with inappropriate and sexual content. It wasn't for sincere dialogue or genuine conflict resolution. It was a trap, something he could use later as collateral to discredit Dr. Abu Aya. Hijab's behavior shows signs of being highly manipulative, aggressive, and vulgar. These toxic relationships, emotional abuse, and fake online personalities. He seems to focus on confusing people, damaging others' reputations, and protecting his own image. Mohammed Hijab, it was incredibly low of you to attack someone who spent months ensuring you were treated fairly. Your betrayal of that private conversation with him, that's barely 1% of the harm you inflicted on Aisha. Once again, you've proven yourself to be a master of deception. And this time, you've been caught. And believe me, this web of lies is only starting to unravel. Each video will tear back another layer of your deception. Allahul Musta'an.
All right, so that is the end of the video. Any comments on that before we dive into the text of Abu Aya and Mohammed Hijab back and forth?
I just really wish he had said mental instability, because that's a favorite phrase. I mean, you saw that before, mentally stable before. Mohammed Hijab uses the term mental instability and mental stability just ridiculously. It's very funny. I don't know why that amuses me so much, but it does.
Quran OnlyFans says Hijab is certainly acting neurotypically. All right, let's get the text messages up here. This is from the website of Behind Veils. No, I don't need to ask an AI assistant. Thank you very much. All right, text messages. This document contains full collection of private texts between Mohammed Hijab and Dr. Abu Aya concerning the case of Sister Aisha and the allegations of deception and harm via secretive marriage involving Mohammed Hijab. The conversation was initially kept confidential to allow Hijab a safe and private space to speak openly. Dr. Abu Aya was attempting to resolve the matter discreetly and avoid any public exposure. However, Mohammed Hijab violated this confidentiality by releasing an out-of-context audio clip of Dr. Abu Aya in an effort to destroy his credibility. This deliberate and malicious act distorted the truth, portraying Dr. Abu Aya as someone merely trying to expose Hijab. In light of this breach of trust, these messages are now being made public to defend the truth and to expose the manipulative and dishonest behavior of Mohammed Hijab. Again, Hijab is a freaking idiot here. Right? He says, oh, I know what to do. I'll bully them by trying to make them look bad. Which then gets all of the dirt revealed. That was going to be kept secret. He doesn't know how to respond.
He doesn't know how to respond other than threatening and basically threatening violence. That's his only response.
CM77 wants to know if you're an ex-Muslim. A couple people asked who you are. Whenever you wear the niqab, you get plenty of comments like, why does he have this Muslim woman on him? Why is she attacking Islam? So who are you, Mary?
I'm a Christian from a Christian family. I've just studied Islam quite a bit, and I was out weeding and mowing and didn't have time to put on makeup and put up my hair. And since jihadis are stabby, I always wear quite a bit of makeup if I'm just out showing my face. So I also have this, do not show my face, which I use for other things as well, but I got it for other things, but have it for this as well. And so if you see me here, it's because I'm just short in time.
All right. Let's go into this conversation. There's a voice note. This is the voice note that we just listened to. So the green is Abu Aya. He sets up this hypothetical scenario. Perhaps there's a hypothetical scenario of Brother Abdullah and Sister Arwa that we can discuss. Or maybe you can know of a different scenario somewhere else. Anyway, I'm not going to bother you anymore. So he's basically saying, you can describe yourself and your relationship using different names so that there's nothing incriminating, and we'll both know what you're talking about. Remember, Hijab is Brother Abdullah. And then, so Hijab decides to go on a rant, right? After getting that voice note, this is WhatsApp. It's not technically a voicemail, but I want her to expose me. Please convince her to expose me. Yeah, very genuine there, Hijab. I'm not a religious, powerful figure, bro. I'm a young London man from Northwest London who does commentary online.
He's not that young.
Where it just says opened, there's a note explaining what that's all about. Hijab shares a photo of one of his children in a secure and single view message. So he's like trying to show I'm a normal guy. So he sends a photo of his child, right? To appear vulnerable or whatever, because he sent a photo of his child. But then also he made it so that as soon as you close the message, it's deleted. So is he really being all that vulnerable. Anyway, that's him trying to show that, I'm just a normal guy. I'm not some powerful figure. I'm just a guy who makes a few videos. And then he continues, I'm not your enemy. Whatever trauma you and your friend may have faced with female da'is has nothing to do with me. So, again, same tactic that he's now tried publicly, suggesting that their judgment is clouded by their own personal experiences where they had a bad experience with women. And I'm 100%.
And his is totally on the up and up. I mean, his is a totally legit hotel marriage.
And I don't know for certain. Salman, the other individual, his is absolutely with a woman, but I'm pretty sure Dr. Abu Aya's, when he says he was burned by religious figures, it was not a woman. It was a sheikh. I'm obviously a male because there are no female sheikhs, or a religious teacher who he trusted and then betrayed him. So it really
betrayed him personally. Yep.
Yeah. I'm not 100% confident I have done nothing. I am 100% confident I have done nothing wrong and that there's no evidence. I would put my life on it. I'm very good with women despite my online persona. So trying the same nonsense that he told Aisha, right? Online, I like sexually, I use sexually abusive women to describe women, but that's not the way I really am. And then a response to the photo and said, may Allah protect the cute little one. And then Hijab says, I want to show you something, but I don't know if I trust you or not. And then take your time. It's up to you. Do something to earn my trust and I'll send you something, which will change you and your friend's mind. Maybe full names and a small video of yourself, of you, which Salman contacting me with a Michigan. Why is Salman contacting me with a Michigan number when he's in Dallas? Nothing weird there. Half of my friends, at least, maybe more than half my friends have area codes outside of my area because they moved from somewhere else, and people don't change their numbers these days. They just keep the same number wherever they go. Anyway, so like he wants to, I want your full names and a small video of yourself, except that their names are basically public information already, and they appear on videos. So what exactly is he asking for? So then he sends him a couple videos on the channel that shows that, we're already public figures, and then explains that he used to live in Michigan. I used to live in Texas, and now I've moved, but I still have a Texas number. So don't read much into the number. You or him, Northern Irving.
So he looked up the area code because he's trying to hunt him down.
Right. Trying
to threaten him.
Precisely
That's
where
the point.
he lives.
Yep.
Yes. And yeah, exactly. Sounds like a threat. I know where you live. I mean, it's not much of one, but that's why you say that, right? You say, I know where you're at, is for threatening purposes. His information is public, nothing to hide. And then again, whenever you're ready to show me something. Hijab says, let me consult, suffice it to say, and keep this confidential. Yes. Can you give me your word for that? Okay, let's leave it. Then response. Hey, he gives him all of 2 minutes to respond before saying, okay, never mind. Anyway, yes, however, I fully trust Salman, and anything discussed here is also shared with him, just FYI. So I'll keep it confidential, but understand that that means between the two of us working on the case, not me only. We both promise confidentiality and privacy. That's our word. Take a screenshot of this for your record. Right? So take a screenshot so you can show that we made this promise. And he says, may Allah curse me and my family if I'm lying and kill me and my family. I thought that one of Hijab's main objections against Aisha was that she asked for curses upon his children, but now he's asking for curses upon his children.
Yep. And here's the thing. He wanted to do this huge, oh, how dare she call for cancer upon my family, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, Mubahala, usually involves mutual curses upon each other's families. So when she is cursing his family, that's because she is preemptively doing a mubahala against his whole family, because that, you own your children, you own your wife, they're your property. So why wouldn't they be involved in your curse? So yeah, that's why he's like, may Allah curse me and my family if I am lying and kill me and my family. He's doing, but in English, it's not an official mubahala, so he can lie in English.
Yep, and that's what they put here. It's important to note this is not a mubahala, a mutual invocation of God's curse upon the liars. Used in Islam when two parties cannot resolve a dispute and seek divine justice.
It is not a legit
so he's
one.
playing games, but in Islam you got to say the magic words in Arabic because otherwise they don't count. And he's obviously
Arabic is a magical language. Things only count in Arabic. If you don't say your prayers in Arabic, they don't count because Allah only speaks Arabic. If you don't give your magical curses in Arabic, they don't count, or else because Allah magical curses only work in Arabic. So Arabic is the magical language, and you need to use that magical language to do all your witchcraft, whether or not it's white witchcraft or black magic.
So Thulu says, I thought the mubahala came later when aren't friends anymore. Well, first of all, they're never friends, right? They don't even know each other. They're not even acquaintances. But yes, that voice note that we heard earlier definitely comes later, but he's invoking the ideas without actually taking the challenge to try to appear to be sincere. So let's see what Hijab says after this. So they've hidden this text because it's personal information about Aisha and minors, so probably his own kids and maybe her kid as well. So they've redacted that kind of information throughout. I have an audio record of phone conversations where this person says things which any listener would find most disturbing. She does not know I have those records, but I collected them when I realized she was neuroatypical. So he actually said the right thing here on like his video, public video.
But that's not even a phrase. Neuroatypical isn't even a phrase. Like, what does that mean? Neuroatypical. I'm going to be special.
I can assure you that if she was backed publicly and she's exposed, the credibility of her backers would be shattered. I am tempted to send you an audio, but I will not do so at this point until more trust is developed from your side. But he's only threatening to send the clip of her, probably most likely it's the clip of her saying I viewed him as a god, which was publicly posted on her own channel.
Yeah.
Incidentally, which is where he got it from.
And obviously this is an exaggeration. This is obviously, it's shirk. She's a pagan. No, it's an exaggeration, and he knows it. I know that he's not the brightest in the world, but he does know that is an exaggeration.
And he's acting like he has this super secret information that he's only going to give them if they prove they're trustworthy. But it isn't some super secret information. It was her telling her own story months ago, probably recently at the time of this, but now months ago, while she was trying to get someone to listen to her, describing how much she trusted Mohammed Hijab, and he's taken it out of context. He's now revealed that in that video not by Mohammed Hijab, right? He's saying he has it here, but it was not Mohammed Hijab that put out that video, and it was totally not Mohammed Hijab who revealed the private voice note that we saw at the start of this conversation and anything else. So he's trying to act like he has information, but he doesn't really. Right? There's nothing really there. It's not even something from when they had a relationship. Since she has no actual evidence of sexual assault according to her own testimony. So I think that he's probably quoting, this message, elaborating on it, right? He's probably like talking about how his children know about this and blah, blah, blah. Who knows? Yeah, but then they said, we never claimed sexual assault.
Yeah, Hussein Mashni points out that all of his defenders are using the same line. She considers Hijab. I like calling him Hijab because he is.
That's his real name.
That's the way you pronounce it if you're Egyptian, and he likes to distance himself from his Egyptian roots.
Yeah,
But
I think it's funny that he anglicized his name. Is he not?
no, he
proud
didn't
of-
anglicize it. Hijab is not anglicized. Hijab is to make it sound more like he's from Arabia rather than from Egypt. So he's distancing himself from his
okay.
Egyptian
Well, I
roots.
mean, it is anglicized, but also Arabicized, you're saying.
But yeah, they're all using the same line about her considering hijab a god as if she means that hijab is a god in any kind of rational sense. That she wasn't just using exaggerated language. Shit, you can't trust anything she says because she says this thing that she considered him a god. She must mean it. Yeah, Egyptian. He is Egyptian, and he's pretending, and he's altering his name as if he is from the Arabian Peninsula to seem more elite. It's so shameful. This man's ancestors were Copts who were cowards. They are Arabicized people, meaning that they threw away salvation and their historical religion in return for money and power. So that's what most Egyptians are. They are either cowards themselves or the descendants of cowards and pathetic shills.
Islam America says Mary knows way too much about Islam and even Arab is what gives. You'll find you're new to this channel. I think this might be your first time ever being here, but certainly aren't a regular yet. I hope you do become a regular. You'll find that Mary knows way too much about literally everything.
There are a lot of things I know absolutely nothing about, but I have a reasonably good grasp of what
everything
I do
that she
about
knows stuff about, she knows way too much about. She is a fountain of knowledge. She is a super genius. I'm not saying this is like some kind of inflated compliment or something. I'm quite sure that on an IQ chart, she'd be off the charts, literally the smartest person I have ever met. And I know lots of smart people. So Mary has a unique talent for absorbing information. So she knows tons about everything that she cares to study. All right, let's continue.
But there's
on.
only so much time in like the literal day. So there's so many things that you can't possibly know time about, no matter how well you can absorb things. And he points out that yes, in Yemen, you still have the hard G instead of the J. And actually, this is a really good point. A really good point, because in the, well, now you call it Hijaz, right? In the mountains where Mecca is, at the time of Muhammad, guess how that was pronounced? It was pronounced with the hard G there as well. At that time. And you don't need to take me seriously with this get up on. I always wear a silly get up, even whenever I'm not in this get up, I'm in a different one. So but the recitations of the Quran that are the most famous, and if you study Tajweed, right, you're never going to be told to make that hard G. You're going to be told to make the J, because that is the Kufan dialects. And that's where most of the Tajweed traditions come from. And as the Meccan pronunciation changed and evolved and it lost the hard G and became the soft J sound, what we call J, right? Then almost all the Quran recitations followed suit. And a lot of people who are not from the areas that retain the historical hard G, because it's not just Yemen, it's not just Egyptian. That is the more ancient sound, was the hard G. And they'll make fun of the people as if they're like not as refined. But the reason he did it is to appear more of this elite group, even though that really is the historical pronunciation of it. So just to clear that up.
Quran Only Fan says, too many Marys. Why aren't you using that green screen to project a hotel lobby bedroom behind you?
Well, my actual thing fell off and I haven't put it back yet. And if I try to put anything on with the green screen, it usually freaks out whenever I'm in this. So I usually don't. And you get points on the channel so that you can use them for animations. Some are free, some are used. You will see the robot run by RA bot. That's the Reason Answers bot, and he will give you.
I'll post a link to read all about that in a few seconds. So just look for that. All right, let's continue on with the chat here. So Hijab says she has no actual evidence of sexual assault according to her own testimony. Like, we didn't claim that you sexually assaulted her. We said her trauma is similar to someone who was assaulted. So that he's trying to twist things, right? He's trying to say, deny without denying. Deny something that no one's actually accusing him of, because he can't deny what they are accusing him of.
Right. But yeah, it's like, no, we didn't say this. And then he's like, oh yeah, I know that. I just needed to lie about you.
And then he says some more personal information.
Oh my goodness, I want to know what that says.
Aisha and or children. And then they're responding to one of the messages earlier in the chat where say, I can assure you that if she's backed publicly and she's exposed, the credibility of her backers would be shattered. And I said, I'm not sure what this information has to do if I request to resolve this. Right? They don't plan to back her publicly. They want to resolve it privately. Attacking someone with a grievance is not recommended. She could be mentally unstable, but she still has rights. So like they're conceding, probably as a conversation tactic, but conceding that maybe she is mentally unwell. That doesn't mean that you don't have to answer our questions, right? As for me and Salman, I'm willing to face whatever Allah has decreed. I know I'm sincere in this, and may Allah keep us on the right path. Brothers, this person is sadistic. I don't think he knows what sadistic means, right? Even if she was committing shirk, which she wasn't, it was a figure of speech, but even if she was committing shirk, that wouldn't be sadistic.
Correct.
And then they ask, is it proof? All right, so sadistic is gaining
deriving
pleasure.
Joy out of the torture and misery of other people. So deriving pleasure out of someone else's pain. So, but he's saying that he might actually know what sadistic means, and instead he might be saying it because he's like, oh, because he's so narcissistic.
Pleasure out of my pain, right?
Yeah, it's like, oh, that must be that's the only reason why she must be deriving. It's just a narcissistic trait to construe other people's acts as always being malevolent when they're actually in defense.
I think Tatiana just arrived. So the green is Dr. Abu Aya, who is a colleague of Salman. Between the two of them, they run the Behind Veils channel. The gray is Mohammed Hijab. So ask for proof from Mohammed Hijab. He says, yes, of course. I have proof of her wishing death on children and wanting them to be annihilated, Muslim kids. As I said, this proof will be presented. I have a record of this person due to their instability. I have a record of someone wishing harm on Muslim children. May Allah curse me and my family if I'm lying. Kill me and my family. Which is exactly the same type of thing as what she did in that video, right? She said, a questioner, which totally was not Ali Dawa because they changed the voice not to be high-pitched, asks her, well, does he have any children? After she said that, I want to, I may Allah curse him if he's lying. Then the manipulative questioner says, well, does he have any children? And she says, yes, curse them as well. Right? So he baited her into saying that. And then this is some kind of evidence that she's mentally unstable. I don't think she should have cursed his children, but big deal. Right? That doesn't prove she's mentally unstable. She was upset and she was manipulated into bringing the children into the curse she'd already put on Mohammed Hijab. And then they put the note saying that this is indeed about the recording that he has now published. It's out of context. She's making dua out of anger from the deception and harm of hijab inflicted upon her and has since repented. This is not sadistic and is not rooted in any pleasure she gains from doing so. In fact, it's Islamic with a slight error, maybe, by bringing the children into it. But hijab made the same error if it's an error because he did that in this conversation.
Yep. And here's the thing. She was not doing a formal mubahala, but she was anticipating a mubahala. That's what she was doing. She was anticipating a mubahala where you would curse your own family if you were wrong, and then the reverse of that is basically that the other family will be cursed in the same way. That's why she thought it was okay. Now, to do that outside of a form of mubahala probably isn't okay in Islam, as far as I know, because of the rules on tying knots and witchcraft and all this other stuff that Islam affirms. But that's why she did it.
And like the comment here says, she acknowledged that she probably shouldn't have cursed his children and repented of doing so. It doesn't mean she's sadistic. She doesn't say, I will take pleasure in his children. She said that he wronged me so bad, everything should be destroyed. So now Dr. Abu Aya brings back up the hypothetical that he put at the start, hypothetical in quotes. Everyone knows exactly what's going on here. Do you think Brother Abdullah didn't know many of these issues before he married Arwa? It was only after the marriage he saw all of this and decided to put a distance between him and Arwa to protect his family. So he's once again giving Mohammed Hijab an out, saying, yes, I discovered that she was psychotic after we got married, and that's why I threw her aside. And then he says, as I mentioned, my mindset on this matter is that I wish the lunatic would expose me. So he's going to call her lunatic for the rest of this conversation. The note says, remember this when reading the rest of the messages. Every time he says lunatic, he's referring to Aisha. And remember that Abdullah is Mohammed Hijab. So that's how the conversation is going to be. It's going to be Abdullah and the lunatic from now on. But he wants her to expose him. Well, then why isn't he happy? Because that's exactly what's been happening. She's
it's crazy. Him. It's crazy because he could have actually talked his way out of this if he wasn't such a big jerk. He could have said, look, she agreed to this originally, and here's my evidence of it. He could have even made up some flippant evidence. He could have, if he weren't so bad at things. He could have made up extra evidence and sent it to him and said that, yeah, she just started acting like a crazy person, like I should spend all the time with her and kept threatening my family, so I divorced her. Could have said that. And I went ahead because I'm so generous and gave her mahr, right? I'm a super generous person.
Rough Mad Monkey Design says, it was a Mossad operation, and then says LOL. But you might as well just take that LOL off, because if you go to the most recent comments, not the earliest ones, but the most recent comments on the not hijab response video, almost every single Muslim comment is saying, she sounds Israeli. I can see that this is Mossad. They're not doing a very good job covering their tracks and blah, blah, blah. Something that hijab hasn't even attempted to suggest is what the vast majority of Muslims have now decided is going on here, because they're so paranoid and have such inferiority complexes that everything constantly is about some Israeli Jewish conspiracy theory against them. So bizarre. So then he laughs. He sends a laughing face at the, do you think Brother Abdullah didn't know with these issues? Like the giving him an out. Bro, I'm trying, right? I'm trying to help you out here, telling you what you should say to get out of this situation. Then Mohammed Hijab.
Yeah, he actually was. He was trying to get him out. He was trying to give him every out in the world, and he just wouldn't take the out. He had to fight.
Delete a bunch of messages, but don't worry. We get to see those messages here shortly. But finishing the conversation before we look at those messages. You understand, brother? I'm sure you do. Which doesn't make much sense without these deleted messages, but when you see what those deleted messages are, you're going to understand how vile this statement is. You understand, brother. Aki, I don't want to derail the conversation. If you have evidence to share that could help us in the case, please do so. We'll continue to encourage her to seek resolution privately. Then Hijab, in his usual pompous attitude, brother, please tell her to go make a video on her phone and you can publish it on your channel. That gives her a voice. Simple. Like, he's so stupid that he actually thinks this kind of bravado posturing is going to help him out in this case. And he says, it's getting late here, and I'm sure it's near Fajr time in the UK. Let's chat later with Brother Salman so we can help, inshallah. Then Hijab, you can support her as well. That way you and Salman can engage in full-fledged hypocrisy, aiding the exact kind of woman you made your channel to refute. Women who hate men, essentially, and want to destroy families.
Yeah, want to destroy families. So the woman whom he banged in the hotel is a woman who wants to destroy the family, not the man who's doing the hotel banging. Just wanna point this out.
Una says on WhatsApp you can only delete messages within 2 hours. I think he deleted it within a few minutes, honestly, but they had already screen capped it, and we're going to get to see what he deleted. Anyway, so Hijab's saying that this is hypocrisy, but that's not what their channel is about. It's not about refuting this kind of women. It's not about red pill, blue pill nonsense. It's about exposing hypocrisy. It's about exposing abusive Muslim leaders, whether they be male or female. Most of the videos on the channel are about males, in fact. They're not about females. But, it doesn't fit with Hijab's narrative to say that. So he's like, this is all about you and your bad divorce. And then they said, it's upon Allah. We'll do due diligence. Inshallah, you can help us. Good night, Aki. We'll chat later. Hijab sends a heart.
And I want to point out, we now have a new person, a new Muslim here. Is like, you're just delighting in the downfall of this individual.
I'm not delighting in
his
anything.
Private. Well, no, she didn't say that, but they're basically saying that you're just spreading gossip. This is about gossip. And again, you've got to be a new person to this stream. But what I am doing is contextualizing these behaviors within the Islamic context. Why this is something that would happen in Islam, and how Islam completely approves of this, as long as she had agreed to be a hotel prostitute. That's fine. A hotel lover, that's fine. Now, I've spent many times, many streams, streaming specifically and strictly about Christian theology, many times. So that's simply untrue. Simply untrue.
I have over 350 videos on this channel. I have a couple hundred videos on my worship channel as well. Obviously, every video on the worship channel is about Christian theology. A good chunk of videos on this channel are about Christian theology. The grand total of videos on quote-unquote someone's private life, which is not actually what we're discussing at all. We're not talking in the graphic details that Mohammed Hijab is about to. But the grand total of videos about abusive Muslim figures are the 4 or so videos that I've done on Mohammed Hijab and 1 on Uthman ibn Farouk. And that's it. In 6 years, I've done 5 videos on Muslim figures, abusive personal relationships. And it's completely and totally appropriate to talk about a public figure's private abuse of individuals and how they've used their public persona to avoid any responsibility for their actions.
So now AE is upset about my unfair.
You didn't cuss Egyptians. What are you talking about?
Well, because I said that he's almost certainly from a Coptic family. This person thinks that me saying that virtually no Egyptians, a very small percentage of Egyptians, are ethnically Arab, that like 1% of their ancestry is Arab, is equal to cursing them, because of course they falsely consider themselves Arabs. They call themselves Arabs when they're actually Arabicized. And the fact that I said that almost certainly his family was Coptic, properly Egyptian. Coptic does mean Egyptian, just a different way of transliterating it. That he would have been from a Christian background family, almost certainly, and either the women were taken and raped, which is how many of the so-called Arabs appeared, was from generations of stolen Christian women who were raped, and or else they were cowards and threw out salvation and their faith for worldly gain. Well, yeah, no one with half a brain would ever convert to Islam if they have any knowledge whatsoever of Christianity, because of all of Islam's claims about Christianity are so transparently false. Islam claims to be able to articulate what Christians believe, and the fact that it can't do that shows that it's a false religion, period. So, no, I did not. Oh, I said that, I did say that the Arabicized Egyptians who threw away their faith are the descendants of cowards because they chose not to.
And that's true.
And that's true. That's true. They were.
That's even
Egypt
true from
was
an Islamic
Christian.
standpoint.
If you're talking about the Muslim Egyptians are either cowards themselves, descendants of cowards, or descendants of poor raped women. That's a third category. So one of those.
I mean, that's even true from an Islamic standpoint, that the Christians who were 100% of Egypt, right, that the Christians were cowards and weak, pathetic individuals that the strong, superior Muslims were able to conquer. So I don't know what you're complaining about exactly. Saying that someone's ancestor is a coward is not an insult against that person. It's just a description. I'm sure that there was many cowards in my own ancestry. She was describing the history of Egypt, not insulting all Egyptians.
Yeah, I'm talking about his family was almost certainly Christian. So what does that mean? If they're not Christian now, what does that mean? It means they were cowards or greedy. I also mentioned that they could have been greedy and went to Islam for reasons of cowardice and greed.
So AE, she acknowledged it. There's no reason to play it back. She acknowledged that you interpreted something that was not intended as an insult to be an insult. Okay? Now, you are going to get on topic. If you want to discuss the plot holes in Christianity, then you need to email me and set up a time to do that. You are going to discuss the abusive, disgusting behavior of Mohammed Hijab instead of proving the point made earlier in this stream about how Muslims always want to find the tiniest little point, the one sentence they think they can dispute and obsess about that. That sentence had absolutely nothing to do with this stream, and yet that's what you want to obsess about. Why? Because you know you can't answer the actual charges being made, so you have to obsess about some tiny little detail where you think you can manipulate things to be on your side. Got it? So, you're the Demi, you will do as I say, or you'll go to timeout. End of story.
And today, there are still more than 10% of... there are more than 10% of Egyptians who are still Copts, who are still Christian. So no, not everyone gave in. Those aren't the cowards. Those are the brave ones. Those are the strong ones. Those are the ones who know their faith. So it would depend on whether or not you got Arabicized or not.
All right. So we're going to get back to the It's interesting that all of a sudden, right as we're about to get to the disgusting words of Mohammed Hijab, all the Muslims come in who have apparently been watching for 40 or 50 minutes and are speaking up.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting that he's talking about something you said quite a while ago, right at the exact moment where I'm about to read Mohammed Hijab's own words? Almost like he wasn't what these words read.
Yeah.
I wonder why. So we already saw this earlier, laughing face, and him saying that he's trying, right? So he reproposes this scenario that you can talk about yourself as Abdullah. Brother Abdullah is into beautiful women with stable minds and nice curves.
Oh my
And
gosh.
Brother Abdullah's wife knows. what Abdullah likes, kind of implying that his wife
She's-
doesn't meet those criteria, right? And so she knows that she can't satisfy him, so he has to go elsewhere.
And she's fine. She knows that he sleeps around with all of these hotel whores.
No.
But that's fine.
That's what he's trying to say, but then he says what Abdullah likes. So really, this is one sentence. What Brother Abdullah's wife and Brother Abdullah's wife knows what Abdullah likes. So he likes nice curves, beautiful women, stable minds. At least one of those criteria, I think he's implying his first wife doesn't meet, and thus she knows that he has to go to other women to get this. And this lunatic would know how to satisfy Abdullah if this lunatic tried. So she has what it takes. She's beautiful. She's got nice curves. She's busty, you know. Hijab's just very happy thinking about this, which is of course why he's so upset now that this has been taken away from him. He tried really hard to groom this very beautiful, curvy woman to meet his sexual needs that his wife can't meet. And now she could do it. She could do it if she tried. Which means she has stable mind, right? She actually has a stable mind, he's admitting. And then he sends 3 laughing faces. Oh yeah, that's something to laugh about there, Mohammed Hijab. Really good laughing. Brother Abdullah would be able to get an erection. Aisha, the woman who he says is a stalker, who he wants nothing to do with, is a beautiful woman with nice curves, who knows what he likes, he can satisfy him sexually, and he will get an erection from her.
So what he's saying is that I got rid of this hotel mistress because I couldn't get an erection from her. Now remember that he said that I am going to say that you can't satisfy me sexually. That's what I'm going to claim. So he's saying here that she doesn't have stable nines, nice curves, and she's not beautiful, and I can't get an erection with her, and that's why I got rid of her. And that's what he's claiming now. Someone else noted that he's going to be extremely disappointed with the budding wet breasts of the 72 virgins, because in the Quran there is a word that is often mistranslated that actually means not a jutting breast, not a full round firm breast, but a barely budding breast. It's referring to women or girls, I should not say women, girls and entering the first part of puberty when your breasts begin to bud. So that's what you get in Jannah, is little girls whose breasts are just starting to bud. So he's going to be disappointed in Jannah. But here's the thing. In Jannah, you will love what you get. So every man will become a pedophile in Jannah, because that is what he will prefer. He will prefer Muhammad's ideal woman, who is a little girl with budding breasts. Yeah.
So Black Angel said, but he actually just slept with one time with Aisha. He divorced her on the second day. I'm not certain about that. The timeline's not 100% certain. It definitely was a short period of time. They might have slept together a few times, but definitely not very much, right? He definitely didn't get very much action out of his 3 years of grooming. I guess he didn't groom her long enough to get what he really wanted out of that relationship. She figured out pretty quickly that he was a snake and had been lying. Okay, if she said so, then I believe that. It was unclear, right, how many times they were together. It was definitely a possibility that was only once. And in any case, right, definitely very short relationship. Didn't get much out of it. He put so much effort into this. You can understand why he's pissed off from a purely objective standpoint. After all that time and effort he put into that relationship, by which we mean, of course, grooming her, and then it didn't work, of course he's pissed off, right?
Yep. Well, because she probably went, when are you paying my rent? When's the rent money coming in? It's like, oh, well, here's our next hotel. Oh, well, here's our next hotel. Come and meet me at this hotel.
Then he sends 6 laughing face emojis to his own comment about being able to get an erection.
Well, I'm glad that he
Does
admits
it
that he
sound like
has
a-
erectile dysfunction at 33. He might look into getting in better shape. That might help his poor erectile function, his poor sexual function.
To me, this conversation, although I'm not actually saying this is true of Hijab because it's obviously not, and he has a wife and children, but this sounds like the kind of conversation a teenage boy who just reached puberty and has never been with a female would be sending. That's what this sounds like.
Yep.
And yet this is supposed to be the great defender of Islam, the savior against the avalanche of apostasy, absolute expert on Islam, Oxford graduate, blah, 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 blah. This is the way he behaves. Is anyone surprised? Probably not. But I still think it's illustrating to have him in his own words here, right? They are contacting him about and describing her pain in terms of the similar kind of trauma that a victim of sexual assault, of rape, would go through. And his response is to describe how he finds her attractive sexually and gets an erection from her looks. That's his response to them saying that she has gone through some pretty substantial trauma for what went down in this relationship. So now, this wasn't deleted, but now you understand, brother. I'm sure you do. What is he saying, right? You understand. You're a disgusting, perverted guy like me. You understand that what we want is women with nice bodies, and to use them and abuse them and throw them to the side. We're on the same page here, brother. Maybe I can even help you. Maybe I can even help you out. Oh, we got the ultimate snake, Faisal, in the chat. What's the point of taking point or advantage of discussing someone else's personal issues? Is this what Jesus taught Christians to do? So
this is about Islam.
Hold on, Mary. Let me answer, and then you can answer. We're not discussing someone's personal issues. We're discussing a disgusting crime, an immoral action, for the purpose of seeking justice for the victim. Is this what Jesus taught Christians to do? Absolutely. He taught us to stand for justice regardless of the consequences. Something that you and your pathetic leaders would never imagine doing, because your religion is evil and demonic. That is the difference between you and I. I'm not doing this because I think it undermines Islam. I'm doing this because I want justice for the victim. You come into these chats and try to manipulate things so you can get brownie points and go to Jannah and get your 72 virgins with their tiny budding breasts, because that's what you sick, disgusting perverts who love Mohammed Hijab want in life. Mary, you may take over.
And I am here to point out how this interfaces with Islam itself. I am here to point out that as long as she had agreed to it ahead of time and he had any kind of evidence of that, these people would be fine with it. These people would be fine with it. So the only protest that these folks have is that she agreed to be a secret wife, so she agreed to be a Misyar mistress, but she had not agreed to give up having her rent paid for and her clothes paid for and her food paid for. That's the point. I am pointing out how despicable this is in its approved version, in its Islamically pure version, and its great version. And my problem is the polygamy and the hotel and the fact that Islamic marriage is prostitution. Yeah. There is no Islamic marriage that is not prostitution. You do not have actual real marriage. There is no concept of marriage in Islam. There's no concept of that kind of relationship between a man and a woman. There's no concept of the union of two into one new thing, community, organism. There is no concept of actual marriage. What you have is the purchase of a woman's sexual access for money and support. And she owes sex and she gets money. That's prostitution. It's just prostitution with one man. Every Islamic marriage is prostitution. The fact that it's polygamy is even more disgusting. The fact that there's Misyar marriage, that's another level of disgusting. And Misyar marriage and Muta marriage, there's no difference between them and their disgustingness. They're equally disgusting. These are all perverse, disgusting, depraved ideas of relationships between men and women, which was driven by a perverted, disgusting, depraved prophet, false prophet, who listened to a demon from hell and set this up as how these people are to live forever. There is no marriage in Islam. None.
Yeah, exactly. We have a problem with every form of Islamic marriage, including monogamous marriage, because, and let me clarify, we don't necessarily have a problem with the way every Muslim man treats his marriage, because Muslim men are still humans, and a lot of them treat their wives substantially better than Islam instructs them to do. So this isn't about Muslim men. It's about the teachings of Islam, which teach that a woman is a piece of property that you bought and you can use her however you please. And if she doesn't like that, you can beat her into submission.
And and someone else is not understanding my point. My point about converting to Islam is that there is no reason that anyone who is educated in Christianity would ever convert to Islam because they're convinced of its truth. Why? Because Islam says explicit things about what Christians believe that Christians were supposed to believe at that time. And so Islam is transparently false to anyone with any Christian knowledge. So when I say they are cowardly, I'm saying that they could only convert for false reasons. Now, pagans all over the place. Brazil, for example, has very recent converts who speak their native languages, by the way, who went from the darkness of their evil, filthy paganism, where they would do things like assign a woman or a little girl when she reached puberty to an entire cohort of men whom she had to allow to have sex with her whenever they wanted. And then later on, she would be married off after having been sufficiently used by enough men. That was one of the tribes there. Other tribes are even more unspeakably evil and disgusting and depraved. They went from that darkness to the light of Christianity. To turn from the light of Christianity to the darkness and transparent paganism of Islam, this was done for reasons of money overwhelmingly. People did not want to pay the taxes. That was massively the reason that they went over.
And we got some serious cope going on in the chat by Positive Vibes Only. Bad publicity. And Artemis just jumped up here and now she's blocking this. Give me one second. Bad publicity is good publicity. Thank you for being obsessed with Islam and Mohammed Hijab.
Oh,
people
excellent.
watching this will want to research more on subjects, which will then show them the truth. To which I said,
so
hold
they will
on,
want
Mary.
to. Mm-hmm.
Mary, let me respond first. To which I said, awesome. I'm so glad. I'm sure you'll be scheduling many live streams with me to come and discuss this publicly so we can spread Islam together. I'm sure that Positive Vibes Only will be taking me up on that offer, since according to Positive Vibes Only, this is very good for Islam, and they totally aren't posturing. All right, Mary.
And please tell me what I have said that is false about marriage in Islam. Is marriage in Islam the purchase of dominion over a woman and her sexual access, or is it something else?
Mm-hmm. All right. Positive Vibes Only agreed. Email me. Set it up. I don't have to agree to your format. I mean, maybe I will agree to your format. You don't get to dictate the format, though. But email me, and we'll have a nice discussion and reach a mutually agreed upon format. and we can discuss Mohammed Hijab, or if you don't actually think this is a good subject to discuss, we can discuss whatever subject you want. I have an open invitation to any Muslim to do this. A few have taken me up on the offer. Strangely, most of them heretics. Very few Orthodox Muslims want to actually have a public discussion for some reason. Little Missy, you can't just come in and say you said nothing true, Mary. You need to provide evidence of how she's wrong. Provide specifics. I think at one point she said, "Hi, I'm Mary Harb." Was that not true? Because you said she said nothing true. So why don't you get off your pathetic little butt and do some actual work to see what sources you can provide that show Mary's wrong about anything. And to Faisal, I put it in the chat, but I'm going to say it verbally as well. I have absolutely zero tolerance for your snake behavior today. I do not tolerate people coming in and trying to distract from sexual abuse by going, the Bible says, I'm a big, strong Muslim. That's why I always talk about the Bible. I'm very confident in my every religion. So, Faisal, you've been here hundreds of times. You know the rules. Zero tolerance for you. The next attempt to talk about the Bible, Christianity, Jesus, anything other than Islam's teachings on sexuality as they relate to Mohammed Hijab, and you are timed out for the day, for 24 hours. All right. I haven't put you on timeout one time, little missy. Don't lie. I have. I know you have. I have not.
Yep, right? I kept putting.
And it tells you who timed you out when you're timed out. So she knows this is a lie.
Mm-hmm. So she's just going to go back and time out again because Flower Petal is getting ridiculous.
Anyway, so Hijab tries to rope him in, saying, "You're just a disgusting pervert like me deep down. And maybe I can even hook you up." And they don't go for it. So Hijab deletes the messages real quick. Shockingly enough, he didn't want his disgusting good behavior towards women in private to become public. All right, let's continue on. So we've looked at the text messages. We've looked at the video that was on Behind Veils. We're now going to look at small excerpts from Ali Dawah's live stream. Frankly, or not live stream, I'm sorry. It seems like a live stream because he's constantly rambling, repeating himself, not knowing what to say next. But in fact, it is actually a recorded and edited video. There's many jumps you can see he edited, but somehow this is still the best he could do, even with editing. And in any case, we're going to look at his response video. It's 51 minutes long. I'd say there's maybe 5 minutes of total content in the video, most of which is repetition of what was in Mohammed Hijab's video, repeated almost word for word at times. So we're not going to be spending 51 minutes going through all of everything he said. I'm pretty sure I put the link in the video description. If for some reason you want to torture yourself, like I said, not even based on the content, just based on the intellect demonstrator, this is one of the worst things I have ever watched on YouTube. But I did watch it for you guys, and I cut it down to more reasonable chunks. So let's dive into that now. Sorry, I accidentally closed it.
Do you want to do her father's thing first, though?
I was going to do that last.
You want to do that last? Okay.
All right. So we got Ali Dawah clip number 1. This one is I believe the longest of them because it kind of sets the stage. And I didn't want, unlike Mohammed Hijab, I didn't want to just like edit 10 seconds here and 10 seconds there. So you're going to have to do a little bit of rambling, but it sets the stage for what he's going to be talking about or how he came to meet Aisha specifically. And I have gone through and I've edited out every time that he used her real name, which he does constantly, often speaking directly to her, obviously in an attempt to intimidate.
This happened. Please tell me your story. And the story was similar from River I can remember about marrying somebody, Misyar marriage. He treated me like this, girlfriend, boyfriend marriage, hotel marriage, all of that stuff. I said, okay. But I mean, when you hear that from a sister, and this is another thing as men we fall into, sometimes we can be very naive. We believe it. And I'm not going to mention the sheikh that I'm going to be talking about, but he does marriage counseling. He says one of the mistakes that we would do is when a sister comes in and she starts crying, we automatically think the husband is wrong. And this is wrong. Ali Radiallahu said, in order for you to understand justice, you have to hear both sides. And this is where I failed. As a human being, I failed. Because when I heard a story, and she's told me this, I sympathized. I was upset. I was angry. I was like, which human being would do these things to this sister? I was upset. So was Mohammed Taraweh. Same. He was, when I was with him, he was upset. Yeah? Now.
So far, he said that he met her, heard her claims. Sheikh Tarani also met her, heard her claims, and they were upset. They thought that something wrong had happened. So far, so good. Unfortunately, he's about to apologize. He's about to apologize for being in the wrong by listening to her and seeing what she had to say. I'm not making this up.
Oh, moving forward. Then afterwards, there was a communication through Instagram, if I'm not mistaken. After that, she asked to come and meet me in my Dawa table. I said, no problem, sister, but I got my wife. Alhamdulillah, actually, she said, can I come? I said, yeah, you can come. I said, if you're free, you're not doing nothing, leave the kids at your mom. She came with me. Actually, no, she came with the kids, if I'm not mistaken. She came, and this sister said that she would be more comfortable. I said, alhamdulillah, to me, it's better. It's a public place anyway. It's not that we're meeting anywhere private. No problem. My wife came. We went to Cafe Concerto. We sat down. And we spoke. One thing my wife noticed was this. She said this to me, actually, herself. She said she didn't even acknowledge my wife's presence there. Like for someone, and I'm not saying anything. She's like, she seemed very, like, to me, she seemed like she wanted blood.
So he's setting the stage here, right? For some reason, he agrees to help her. But then as soon as he meets her, supposedly, which contradicts other things he says in here, that he instantly sensed that she was just out for blood.
He sensed it. He's really good at this. Really, really good at sensing this. By the way, I found it amusing that the first time that he talked about himself and his wife, he said, I and my wife. He does this frequently. This is not correct English. The reason why he would reverse it into something that is artificial, not correct, is because of his disdain for his wife that's so severe that he can't follow the norms of English speech. Because there is an expected modesty in English grammar that says that you say yourself second. So you say, my husband and I. And there they came to my brother and me. There is this assumed modesty, but he can't even put his wife consistently ahead of him to match with good English usage. I found that telling. Nice.
So she supposedly didn't look at his wife, but that would actually be perfectly ordinary, at least in an Islamic context. You're going there supposedly to get advice from Ali Dawa, counseling from him. His wife is just a arm accessory. I don't know how else to put it. She's supposed to be silent, right? He doesn't even allow her to speak in videos. He makes her use a whiteboard in videos. So she's not supposed to address your wife, according to you, right? According to your own behavior, that's the way that it's supposed to be done. But I do want to also point out that in this video earlier on, he said that I've never met any of the Da'i's wives, and none of them have ever met my wife. But here he says that I was at the public Dawa table with the boys and my wife came along. So which is it? Oh, well, he can't keep his own story straight for some reason. Yeah, I did forget to say inshallah. That's why we've had some mic issues and whatnot. Although regulars will probably acknowledge that although my microphone got funky a couple times, that overall this stream has been smoother than usual. All right. So that's setting the stage, basically saying how he met her, and throughout this, he's trying to be giving hints that she's a bad woman, despite him saying that he's doing everything he can to help her. Now he's going to read a small bit of text from the Behind Veils channel and then make a big deal out of it.
Let's read from the website clearly. So the question is asked: did I agree to a secret marriage? She starts off with never. Now listen.
And that's it. That's all he's ever going to read from that message. So let me rewind it so I can read it, because he's going to try to make a big deal about how she said never about secret marriage, but actually she did agree to a secret marriage. Well, let's see what she actually means by her answer. Never. The only thing he asked me before nikah was not to go to his other family and tell them about the marriage, because his previous second wife did that. And what happened? It caused him serious problems, even risking the loss of his kids. So what is Mohammed Hijab, logically speaking, facing right now? Serious problems from his wife, who didn't know about this until it became public, and the risk of loss of his kids. But I never agreed to secrecy. We were supposed to have a home. Kids and family was involved. To me, this was not a secret marriage. So she actually says that she did agree to secrecy from his family, his relatives, especially his wife. But she doesn't consider that secrecy because she didn't have to keep it a secret from everyone. She could tell her friends. She could tell her family. She would live a normal-ish life. And the only people that would be kept in the dark is Mohammed Hijab's wife and other members of his family. So when she says never, she means from absolutely everyone. I never agreed to keep it secret from everyone.
But that's ridiculous, because his wife will absolutely find out if people are running around. If everybody else knows, his wife's going to find out. His wife's going to find out. So it's just extremely silly and naive.
Positive vibes. Why are you simultaneously using positive vibes and positive vibes only, first of all? Second of all,
I know, right?
What's the purpose of this room? Why no invites to Christ? The purpose of, I guess you mean this particular live stream, is to get justice or work towards justice for the woman who goes by Aisha that was mentally, psychologically, emotionally, and sexually abused by Mohammed Hijab. What is the purpose of the channel in general? The purpose in the channel is to critique Islam and point out the truth of Christianity. I regularly invite people to the Christian faith, and if I thought there was the slightest possibility that this was a genuine ask, I would do so right now. But I know that really you just want me to waste time and distract so that we don't hear what Ali Dawa has to say. And you also keep over and over and over and over again trying to talk about the debate. You need to email me to set it up. I'm not going to set it up here on the live stream. This live stream has a specific purpose, and we will stick to that purpose. If you are remotely sincere in your wish to talk to me, you have to go through the procedure, which is to email me, us have a discussion so we mutually agree on topics, format, and timing of that, and then you'll know what the topic, format, and timing is. It's not complicated. So if you continue to put the same stuff in chat, I will just assume that you have no genuine interest in anything and are only trying to distract by repeating the same nonsense over and over and over again. All right. So he's going to obsess about the word never and the word secret and try to paint this as something completely different. But the way he does it is so pathetic and disingenuous. I guess this is what happens when you take an extremely low IQ individual and you force him to work with exactly zero legitimate evidence. You get the most pathetic nonsense imaginable.
She starts off with never. Now listen very carefully. Two words I want you to pick up on. Never and secrecy. Never and secrecy. This is very bold for someone coming and saying never and secrecy. Now let's read some messages, which when I saw, and when in this very studio, because when these accusations were unfolding, and then I happened to know the name she mentioned, I didn't ask for the name. I told her clearly, I don't want to know the name. When she mentioned me the name, I still went ahead and done the interview. The most blameworthy thing that people come and say to me is, hold on a second here. Actually, what you done was a violation towards your friend Hijab. And I'll say, actually, you're right. Because if you think about it, my bias was actually towards her when I didn't know who it was. And when I knew who it was, I said, look, in order for me to be just, which actually I was unjust, if you think about it, I was thinking I was just, by hearing the story, this whole interview that we took, and then I came to this very house, and then I played this thing. I said, somebody approached me, yes? And this was my indirect way of getting Hijab to, like, see if there's he can come up.
So he read that little thing, right? This is just another indication of how incompetent he is in making this video. He read that little thing about secrecy, and now he's gone like for over a minute on nothing related to that whatsoever, but just reiterating this is how I knew her, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Basically, you've said nothing. You said that you came and you did an interview in this very house, in his studio or whatever, and then he showed that video to Hijab. Okay. What does this have anything to do with secrecy? Nothing. And it's not going to, because he's going to try to use something completely different than what Hijab says, because he has to maintain the line that Hijab didn't have a relationship with her. There is no secrecy involved in their relationship because she's just a crazy stalker.
This is someone that he even knows. I wanted to see, does he even know her? We played the full interview, and Hijab said to me, bro, I know this voice. I know this woman. And I said, okay, who? And she said, he said, come and let me show you. This is the messages that he showed me that made me change my mind. It made me embarrassed. It made me realize the mistake that I did. Because to me, of not wanting to be unjust, I ended up being just. I ended up being unjust towards Hijab. So if you think about it, if I have any
you
loyalty,
can stop licking his boots, buddy. He's only fake mad at you to get you to do what he wants. You can stop kissing his butt.
Right? When I not come and say to her, look, you're a liar. No. I actually had to apologize to Hijab and say, bro, I'm sorry. It's just I didn't want to be biased, and I took the interview, whatever. This is what he said. I want you guys to listen carefully, please, yeah? Could I?
Does this look familiar to you, Mary?
Oh, yep.
What is the date here? Tuesday, 19th of October, 2021. What does this have to do with the secret marriage between Mohammed Hijab and Aisha?
This was while Mohammed Hijab was grooming her to marry her eventually by presenting her with opportunities and then trying to talk her out of them so that he can present himself eventually as another solution.
So she said on the website that I never agreed to a secret marriage with Mohammed Hijab. Yep. Dawa is going to say, but you implied that you would be willing to have a secret marriage with someone else. How does that remotely show she's lying on the webpage? Well, he's obsessed over the word never, right? She never agreed to secrecy. Well, this is purely hypothetical. And she doesn't actually say anything about secrecy in it. So you don't see it here, but Ali Dawa accidentally reveals it elsewhere in the video. This is in Mohammed Hijab's phone, labeled as Moroccan student sister. Not crazy stalker lady I want nothing to do with. Moroccan student sister. She is a student coming to him for religious advice. And that, what is he doing? Saying, go away, leave me alone? No, he's providing religious advice in response to her asking. But this is a obsessive, crazy stalker who's proposing secret marriage to Mohammed Hijab, according to Ali Dawa. Let's go ahead and let Ali Dawa speak for himself.
I ask you today, please. I need some advice. So Hijab is replying saying, I know a 28-year-old brother, Tunisian, not married, no kids. I've known him for 20 years. Would you consider him for marriage? Okay? You can see. She says, thanks for thinking I could be suitable for someone you've known for 20 years. I would consider, I can't see the text here, that has high religious level and practice.
I thought Mohammed Hijab showed this to him and he was well prepared to read it, but he's like impromptu. He's reading it and he's like, oh, I can't read that text. Like he's just been given this, he's been given this screenshot and told to read this. He actually didn't even bother to read it ahead of time. So he doesn't realize that one of the words is covered up. If he was actually reading a text message, he could just scroll up. But this is a screenshot that he's been spoon-fed.
The next message. Sorry about those texts. I got
This is not the next message, as he himself will prove in his own video. Tuesday, 26th of October. He's going to show a screenshot that supposedly comes after this piece of advice from Mohammed Hijab to say that that's her response to what he's saying there.
emotional. Lol. And then Hijab replies, listen, I honestly think what you deserve and what is most likely to ensure that you don't go through heartbreak or repression is a normal monogamous relationship. I must give you this advice. Otherwise, I would be cheating you. Third message. Now listen, Kevin, this is very key, because remember she said never for secret marriage and secrecy. I can go for a religious.
Tuesday, 21st October 2021. Ali Dawa is trying to take these texts that he's been spoon-fed by Mohammed Hijab, read them out of order, and then say that she's replying to Mohammed Hijab, saying that I would recommend you be in a monogamous relationship, to her then saying to him, oh, but for you, I would be willing to do polygamy.
Yeah, she's not talking about, he has not yet proposed to her. This is not her. This is not, this is not him, but it is part of his grooming process. I am sure that he groomed her into a secret marriage, but she thought that secret meant something else than what it means to any sane person, because he her, and she thought that it meant that somehow magically it would just be kept secret from his wife, but it would otherwise be a normal marriage.
So positive vibes. You will be on topic or you will be timed out. Those are your only options. You can't tell me that you can talk about whatever you want, because I control who talks on this stream. So you have three options. You can be on topic. You can say, Inshallah, we'll talk another day, and email me to set that up. Or you can leave and leave the chat. Or you can be forced to leave the chat by being put into timeout. Those are your only options, okay? Now, because I have no tolerance for someone who wants to distract from the sexual abuse of Mohammed Hijab, or any figure for that matter, by trying to change the subject. You are complicit in supporting his actions when you do that. Now again, out of order, but even pretending this was a reply to that, it has nothing to do with Mohammed Hijab.
Man, inshallah, and give up on equality. Did you hear that? Okay, now I just don't want to be cut off in case she finds out with no mistake of mine. And then I would still go for a religious man, even he has to cut me off if she finds out with no mistakes of mine. Now, there's an issue that I have. Let's suppose this marriage actually happened. Let's go with argument's sake. Even though clearly Hijab is denying it. This marriage didn't happen. Okay, let's go.
Yes, clearly Hijab is denying it, but that doesn't mean it didn't take place. Now, does it, Ali Dawa?
With it. The text here says, I just don't want to be cut off. So she's first expressing, I don't want to be cut off if your wife finds out, which it tells you clearly that she is agreeing to a secret marriage. It's a secret marriage.
So she's agreeing, not only is she proposing, actually she's agreeing to a secret marriage with Mohammed Hijab in these texts, according to the genius that is Ali Dawa. Again, they're out of order. Again, they're not about hijab. They're about her general wishes in marriage, because that's what he was asking her about, because he was acting as a marriage counselor or spiritual advisor for her at this time. Yet, Ali Dawa says this is proof that she lied on the Beyond Veils website, because she used the word never. Unfreaking believable. And this is the best evidence, right? This is the best evidence they can bring. All right, let's go to the third clip.
When we sat down with you and my wife, and I was talking to you, you said, I saw Mohammed Hijab like his Abu Bakr. Now, when I heard this, I was thinking, like, I mean, Abu Bakr. You know, like, I mean, no disrespect to hijab. Yani, I'm not. I was just like, excuse me, like Abu Bakr. Like, well, I don't understand. Like, why would you hold some human being like Abu Bakr's human as well, but you know, someone to that level? I was shocked. This showed me that there was a deep level rooted obsession.
This is my favorite clip from the thing because he's like, she compared him to Abu Bakr. Hijab's a human being. Human beings are down here. Abu Bakr, he's way up here. Oh, but he's a human being. But he's way up here. Allah, and then later he says she compared Mohammed Hijab to God and even Abu Bakr, implying that Abu Bakr is above Allah in the level of shirk that is going on here. So you compare Mohammed Hijab to Abu Bakr, you're comparing him to God. Well, no, not even God, super God. I guess the God that Allah prays to is what you're doing there. This needs to be clipped. Well, technically it was, but it needs to be put in because, right, that was a 30-second clip. It needs to be, I think it might deserve its own standalone video, especially when he comes back to the subject later, which I didn't clip. And he's like, she compared Mohammed Hijab to God and even Abu Bakr.
I know. But then again, there's a great deal of Islamic material that actually comes from the Sunnah of Abu Bakr, especially Umar. For example, Muta marriage was abrogated by whom? Umar. It was not abrogated by Muhammad. It was not abrogated by Allah unless Allah determined that Umar needed to abrogate it. There is this really weird, false, obviously fake insertion in a hadith that attempts to date it back to the time of Muhammad, but it doesn't. It's Umar. Umar is the one who abrogated it, even in the Sunni tradition. Umar abrogated Muta because Umar can change Allah's word. Umar also instituted specific punishment, several specific punishments for specific crimes that are now part of Sharia. Umar also declared that you can no longer sell your sex slaves after they've given you children. So if your sex slave gives you a child, you shouldn't sell her off anymore. Muhammad was like, she has a kid, who cares? Go sell them all off. But Umar thought that that was not cool. So he said, once you get a baby on a sex slave, you shouldn't sell her off anymore. Your walad should stay unsold from then on. She's safe now from being sold. Now you can just beat her and treat her like a slave otherwise, but you can't sell her off. So yeah, putting Abu Bakr in equal to or higher than Allah is very funny, but it is extraordinarily appropriate for the Sunnis. And it's funny because Sunnis go after Shia. They're like, the way you treat your imams, you treat them like Allah because they have the same authority as Muhammad and he was hearing straight from Allah. I'm like, yeah, guess what? A lot of Sunni jurisprudence comes from Umar. So, and even a little bit of it even comes from Ali, but mostly not.
So Levi said, so now Ali is repeating the kind of language Hijab used when trying to discredit Aisha, treating her as though she were obsessed or mentally unstable, etc. Yeah, in many cases he uses like word for word the same language that not Hijab, right? Not Hijab used in his response video. At other times, he remembers that he's supposed to say a particular word, but then he can't think of how to follow that up, so that he's just struggling. Like, this shows she was so obsessive about anyway, next point.
Yeah.
Like he knows what he's supposed to say, but he can't figure out how to draw the points together because this isn't his words, right? He was given an outline of what he's supposed to say in this video. He is just doing Mohammed Hijab's bidding for him. This is not his thoughts on the matter at all. Chris, with a similar thought, why does his voice sound like he's struggling to convince the world? The definition of unconvincing. He does seem to be like trying to inflect a particular tone of like him being concerned or angry even about this situation, which then becomes super ironic when he's like, and I'm going to prove to you that Salman is just an angry, bitter individual. And then he plays the clip and he's like, has the most calm tone. And he's like, see, this is the proof that he is emotional and unhinged. It's so funny because he himself sounds somewhat emotional. I mean, not like hijab level, but for sure. But he seems to be trying to put some sense of injustice going on here against hijab into his voice.
Simple question about this.
So next clip here, he's got a simple question.
Simple question about the sisters. Defending her, no problem. And actually, there was one sister who messaged me on Instagram like, yeah, your friend done this. I said, are you married? She goes, yeah. I said, what if she approached your husband and said, I don't mind being a secret, even if your wife finds out? She stopped messaging me. I said, I thought so.
Thanks for revealing that you're a sexual pervert just like Mohammed Hijab. So a woman, in case that was somewhat inaudible because he kind of whispers it, a woman contacts him and says that, you know, you should stand up against the abuse of hijab. And then he's like, well, what if I proposed to you to be my secret second wife? And then she stopped talking to him for some reason. And he uses this as proof that she was being hypocritical and, you know, because that's what allegedly Aisha did to Mohammed Hijab. Of course, in reality, she did not propose a secret second marriage. He groomed her into it and then suggested it to her and then ghosted her for a period of months to try to manipulate her further, and then came back and said, we got to hurry up and do this real quick if you want it to happen, and manipulated the situation so that she didn't have any of the protections that would be allowed for her. But, you know, Ali Dawa, his first thought when a woman contacts him, it's not to like say, well, you know, Islamically speaking, this is proper. What evidence do you have that hijab did something wrong? Blah, blah, blah. But no, to suggest something sexual to her to repulse her and get rid of her, and then use that as proof that she wasn't genuine.
If she messaged your husband and said, I don't mind being a secret second wife. I don't mind that if your wife finds out that you can leave me. Look, I'll be honest with you. Yes, okay. I've been in situations where people have been in polygamous marriages, and mainly sisters will say, look, if your wife finds out, are you going to leave me? I might do. Sorry, I don't want it. So to me, in that instance, brothers and sisters, it shows that you are obsessively you're pursuing him when you are accusing him of pursuing you.
And there it was. I didn't realize it was the next clip.
Yeah.
This just shows that you, Aisha, because he uses a different name, you, Aisha, are just being obsessive about, yeah. I've made my point. Because it doesn't show she's being obsessive at all. His argument was, I've been involved with multiple polygamous marriages. I've been in that situation. Usually when a guy approaches a girl and says, will you be my secret second wife? If she's into it at all, she'll say, well, what happens if your first wife finds out? And then he says, well, I might have to cut you off. And then she's not interested. And this proves that you're obsessive because, I don't know. And there's Ali Dawa. But that's the point he's trying to make. What a great guy, this Ali Dawa. Let's get to the next clip.
I heard her story. I heard her out. We listened to her with my family, my children, because we took her seriously and she is our sister in Islam. But brothers and sisters, this matter has become personal to me. Not because hijab is my friend or my brother, but rather the messages that I'm about to show you now.
So he's about to show us some messages that make this very personal for him. I don't know if Mary watched through this or not, but pretend you didn't if you did. What would you think he was about to show? Like maybe her attacking him or something like that?
Yeah, like that she would do the things that he's claiming that she's about to do. Should be
something related to. Good.
Or it would be her misbehavior.
So it'd be something related to him, right? Directly. That's what the word personally means. Like there's the matter of facts, there's the matter of politics and social relations, but personal means you're attacking me individually, right? Well, not according to Ali Dawa.
Will leave you jaw dropped, because this matter has become about Islam. Because what you read, what I'm about to.
So logically speaking, Mary, if it's personal because it's about Islam, does that mean that Ali Dawa is Islam?
I suppose so.
Okay, just checking.
Read now is a message from her account, and we're going to prove to you it's from her account, saying the following. Hi, David. I have some important information to share with you that you may find useful to share about Islam. How can I contact you?
So just this message, right, without any context, what would you think that was about? Like probably trying to correct David on some sources he supposedly misused, right? Trying to do Dawa, it seems.
Yes. Yes, I would assume that it would have something to do with Dawa. Like to share about Islam, it would be about Islam, like something Islamic.
So according to Ali Dawa, this text is proof that she was trying to throw Islam under the bus. I bet you that David gets messages like this every single day from Muslims who want to share some information about Islam with him because they're naive enough to think that he is actually mistaken and not that their leaders are lying to them.
And she might actually be responding to this actual YouTube video and say, oh, I have something useful to you to share about Islam that is in, she may be doing Dawa at this point. We don't even know. But that would not be my first interpretation, which is why David didn't respond.
And so there are other messages, which Ali Dawa is never going to show. This is the only one he ever actually shows that's related to David Wood. There are other messages where she said that, I was abused sexually and how can I get in touch with you? But this message seems to be about doing Dawa. And now, and this is the message he uses, right? So he's going to go on and say that no one would ever do this. No one would ever share information about Islam with the enemies of Islam. But isn't that exactly what Dawa is sharing information about Islam with enemies of Islam? I don't know. You tell me.
When I saw this message, this matter became very personal to me because I told you guys before, my loyalty is to Allah and His Messenger. And since you have decided to throw Islam under the bus, I'm not going to do the same thing, and I won't. You have not said here, I have information to share about Mohammed Hijab or Ali Dawa or whoever for that matter. You have directly made a statement of kufr. Share what information about Islam? With
Dawa
who?
is kufr, people. Dawa is kufr. Sharing information about Islam with non-Muslims is kufr. Ali Dawa and Mohammed Hijab engage in kufr on a daily basis, according to Ali Dawa. This is his logic here, which one of the comments in the chat reminded me about the poll, which I meant to talk about when we started watching these clips of Ali Dawa. So I put up a poll before the video started. Is Ali Dawa one of Mohammed Hijab's secret wives? 87% of you said yes. Now, I'm not saying that Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawa have an illicit sexual relationship. I'm not saying that at all. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. It would be perfectly consistent with the history of Islam, where women were viewed as the vehicle by which one would have children, but people had male lovers that were considered intellectual equals that they actually had a real spousal type relationship with. This is what was practiced in Islamic history up until recent times. So I'm not saying that's the kind of relationship they have with one another. I'm just putting it out there. 87% of the people say that they had this kind of relationship, but I'm not putting that out there. I'm doing this because this is what Ali Dawa does constantly in this video. He'll make accusations that he has absolutely no evidence for, and then say, I'm not saying it, I'm just putting it out there as a possibility. So I'm just putting it out there as a possibility that Aldi Dawa regularly gets on his knees in front of a naked Mohammed Hijab and performs services on his body in order to get more followers from his master, who puts them on a leash, a literal leash, and walks them around the house naked to show his dominance over him. I'm just putting it out there as a possibility. Because it's his standard, right? And if you're offended by me doing that, I'm open to correction. But I think it was appropriate, personally, because he does it constantly in this video, and it's absolutely disgusting. He just throws out these ridiculous accusations against Aisha with absolutely no evidence whatsoever.
Now, what we're going to do, brothers and sisters, is we're going to show you the first mistake, or the many mistakes they made, but one slip up of a message, a fake photoshopped message that we have to give it to our brother Salman, Dunya's ex-husband, should we say, who came out and said that this was photoshopped. Just one thing you missed there, brother Salman, should I say Dunya's ex-husband. Yeah, that Photoshop message that you missed out on your video to inform your viewers was done by herself.
So the allegation is that he just said it was photoshopped in his video. That's not what he said. He said that there are people passing this around on Twitter, and they're saying that it's photoshopped, and they're correct. It is photoshopped. It was photoshopped by Mohammed Hijab or one of his buddies. It did not come from Aisha. Now, Ali Dawa is desperately trying to tell you that this message legitimately came from her. He's suggesting
because I love this, because it appears to be her account. Just because you take a screenshot from somewhere and manipulate it does not mean that it's still authentic because it came from an authentic source. I find it highly ironic that these Muslims who are incapable of understanding a manipulated, false narrative, a fake origin, and fabricated things that are in their own religion, which is all their religion consists of, can't understand that you can take an actual screenshot or even make it look like a screenshot. But in this case, they took an actual screenshot and then do what? Alter it. Take it, then alter it. So, for example, you can hear a story from a Christian who was taken as a slave when he was 6 or 8. And you can listen to his story, and then you can retell it as if it's yours. Like, that can also happen. And you can say it came from God. No. You know, he's talking about Noah. How could he know about Noah if it didn't come from God himself? Well, because he talked to a child, or someone who was taken as a slave as a child from a Christian land and knows Bible stories, and then he claimed that it originally came directly from God. This is like, you take the picture, you change it around, and then you claim it came directly from her.
Well, it's even more ironic. It's even more ironic than what you're claiming or what you're describing, which is very appropriate because you're describing the history of Islam. But they're claiming that she, Aisha, altered a screenshot to make it look like a conversation took place, while saying that their screenshot could not possibly be altered. Except I'm going to prove that it is altered. But before we even get to that, take a good look at your screen, okay? I know it's going to be very small, and you probably aren't able to make out the words or not, but just look at the general picture of what it looks like. Look at where this red circle is and the relative size of the green and white. This is the screenshot that Aldi Dawa is claiming is what the Behind Veils video is talking about. However, it is not the screenshot that the Behind Veils video is talking about. Let me pull up the actual screenshot that they are talking about. This is the screenshot that was passed around on Twitter as supposedly being a fake screenshot from Aisha that they found in her video or whatever nonsense. And again, I'm going to prove definitively that this is not the case. Where's the red circle? Oh, it's up here. Where's that long white block? Where did this voice note come from? Where'd this green? Oh, it's a completely and totally different screenshot. But Ali Dawa is telling you it's the same. Why? Well, on Twitter, the Muslim who posted this, which was not Ali Dawa, and was not Mohammed Hijab, important to note, right? It was an account called True Salafi 1. They said this must be a fake screenshot because it's using the wrong profile picture. This screenshot is supposedly from August 2023, but this is a picture that Mohammed Hijab started to use in 2024. That was all they said about this. Most of the comments on that Twitter post, many by Muslims, are like, are you an idiot? It always shows you their current profile picture when you look at a message history. It doesn't show you the profile picture they used at the time they sent the message. It shows you their current picture.
Yes, it does.
So because this didn't work, Ali Dawa is claiming that he's showing you the same thing, but he's showing you something different. We'll get to the evidence that definitively proves this is faked here in a second. But let's get the argument from Ali Dawa first.
And here is the evidence.
In this relationship and so on, I want you to help me make things easy. I really want this to happen. So I thought, like, at that time, I look at this guy as a god, like, because I trust him enough. I was like, I didn't see at all anything wrong that's going to happen. This is for me like the story of the marriage of Salama.
We're going to show you now the correlations and the connections that her channel had.
I paused it here because this is going to be important and I don't want to have to pull this back up later. So they're showing you a screenshot of her channel. They played that clip showing you where they got it from. That was indeed from her channel. The screenshot shows a number of shorts, right? By latest, there's one with white text, right? So there's only one, which is going to be important because it has now been deleted. All the rest of the videos that have been deleted were videos. They weren't shorts.
When she even contacted David Wood, she has been on multiple Dawa live channels of Dawa Wise, Brother Hashim, Mansour, Sheikh Hazm, and many of these duat with shubahat about the Quran.
And actually, I just noticed that they pull that short up very briefly while they're going through the Let's see if I can
with shubahat about the Quran.
Not quite back far enough. There we go. I trusted him and was told I shouldn't. There was only one short on her channel, right? I trusted him and was told that I shouldn't. All right. Let's get the next clip, because it wasn't consecutive. I made it a separate clip. Let's get the next clip.
He said that this was photoshopped. Yes, it would be nice if you told him that it was photoshopped by your client. It says here.
This actually comes from much later in the video. This is supposedly not evidence against Aisha anymore. This is supposedly evidence against Salman.
You have time to see everyone in your life except me. I just want to sit down and talk. I am not Shuli or Dershowitz. I am not your enemy. Now,
I just want to, before we explain, I want to explain that shubhat means doubts.
Yes.
In Arabic. So somebody was asking, like, what is that? What is that? Yeah, they always talk about doubting, being uncertain, and there is jurisprudence doubt, and then there is religious doubt, which sure have completely different ramifications to them, obviously.
Yeah, so I cut out that part. He went on a long tirade and showed clips of her calling into Muslim streams where they say, call in if you have any questions about Islam. If you're a Muslim having doubts, call in and we'll satisfy your doubts. And she asked questions about the preservation of the Quran. It has absolutely nothing to do with the marriage or anything else. And yet he's showing these that say, see, she had doubts. She's not a real Muslim.
And,
but then he
and
goes on
in
to say,
reality, what she could be doing is calling in to get better answers. Because she's trying to do Dawa. She's trying to do Dawa. And she finds out whenever she goes, oh, the Quran, it was perfectly preserved. People just laugh at her now and show that it wasn't. So she's like, okay, how should I articulate this?
Yeah, it was such a stupid line of attack that I didn't even bother to clip it, but that's what he does. He shows her calling into a couple Muslim streams, asking about the preservation of the Quran, trying to get her questions answered. He doesn't show enough context to know if she got them answered. All he says is her calling in and saying, I have a question about the preservation of the Quran, and then them trying to kind of shut her down with ridiculous nonsense, and then her being like, you didn't answer my question. I wasn't asking about whether there's contradictions in the Quran. I was asking about the textual history of the Quran. But in any case.
Because remember, she wants to do Dawa. So she wants to have an answer that would satisfy other people. And guess what? She can't get it because there is no answer that would satisfy other people.
Can you wear a green shirt? I want to see something. Yes. If I wore a green shirt, you would not see my body anymore. I'd be invisible.
Well, we're watching your cup. You're watching your cup go.
Yeah, I know. I have a green cup today. So.
Yeah.
It's magic.
What's the proof here? One little thing. If you see the reply that Mohammed Hijab apparently gives, sister, please have self-dignity, leave the matter to Allah. This was on 10th August 2023. This happened before October the 7th, which meaning that Hijab did not know or did not have any communication with Shuli or Dershowitz. So this is a direct fabrication.
So the way this is a fabrication, and we're going to have one more very brief clip, but it supposedly talks about Shuli and Dershowitz. He doesn't even correct it. He doesn't even say Shmuli or Dershowitz, but the two figures that Mohammed Hijab conflicted with, had arguments with after October 7th. So she's supposedly saying that. All right, we'll get into the evidence very shortly. And I misspoke. I was thinking this was the clip from later in the video, but that was actually after he went through the nonsense about her having doubts. That's what he said. And then at the end of the video, this is what he says.
Oh, and before I forget, in that very message, there is a voice note right underneath. Why don't you press play, bro? Why don't you press play? Because you know very clearly that you admitted it was forged. Oh, and before I forget.
So this genius.
In that very message, there is a...
This genius, whether it's a legitimate screenshot or not,
it's a screenshot.
This idiot thinks that proof that it's a fake screenshot is that you can't hit play.
I'm just... Wow.
This moron actually think he's making a point. Why didn't they push play on that screenshot if it's a real screenshot? All right.
Amazing.
Now let's go over here. All right. Let me zoom in a bit. So this is Photoshop. So we're going to Photoshop this screenshot, right? All right. So you have on your screen an enlarged version, 400%. Let me go down, make 300%. So you make sure to get it all in of this screenshot. Now, I spent some time doing a lot of detailed forensic work on this and then realized that I was being silly because there's some really obvious giveaways. But this text here, I am not Shuli or Dershowitz, seems to be a replacement. It's 1 pixel shorter. I don't know if you'll be able to tell visually or not. I mean, I can kind of tell on my screen. It's slightly less bold.
And
the
it's
letters
also,
are slightly further spaced apart.
And they're also higher. The whole thing, the one that's most obvious is that the Shuli or Dershowitz is physically higher. The bottom line is higher. I think it's because the text is just a tiny bit smaller, so it doesn't line up. But it is.
Yeah,
like,
it's 1 pixel. Yeah, 1 pixel off.
Yeah,
in
it's
the total
physically
height.
higher. Yep.
Yep.
So that means it was forged. What part of it was forged? Is the entire exchange forged, Or
well,
is
I
one
think
small?
I think Mary, I do think the entire exchange is also forged,
Ah.
but for reasons I'll get into in a second. But I think they had already made a forged one, and then they're like, our first forgery didn't work, right? Our reasons that, which is still circled in this, right? It's still circled. This is going to be important in a minute. This is still circled here, but now he's not talking about that. He's only talking about this. So they said our first message didn't work. People pointed out it wasn't actually an anachronism. The anachronism we tried to create wasn't an actual anachronism. So they went back, edited their own fake message, and used a slightly different font, or I mean, it's the same font, but a slightly different size and or typeset because it was a picture. So they couldn't match the font that they're putting into the picture exactly. To try to put in something different than just the profile picture to try to make it an anachronism. All right. So this is Ali Dawah's picture here. Problem number one. That's way more obvious than the technical details that I spend a ridiculous amount of time working on. Why does Ali Dawah's screenshot have two bottom pull-up menu bars?
Could be a screenshot of a screenshot there.
Very mysterious why this has two pull-up menus. Oh, well, see, it's got her channel name. It's got her channel name, 5th May 2005. Wait a minute, there's only one short on her channel in their video, and it wasn't titled He Threw Me Out. So this is a non-existent title to a video, because their screenshot proving it's from her channel shows there's only one short, and it has a different title. Interesting. These buttons didn't match the way that they are on my phone, but I do believe that. So on mine, home is colored in and shorts is an outline. I thought maybe they changed things up, but it appears that it actually renders different on different phones. So that's probably not anything in and of itself. However, up here at the top, it's not going to be very visible to you, but you also have to trust me. There's a white overlay of the search and the 3-dot menu, which is indeed a YouTube thing. However, there's normally also an overlay of a back arrow, at least in the current YouTube configuration. And I looked at a couple different phones, it's there on all of them, which is missing from this. Additionally, this is supposedly a screenshot that they took from her channel. This text here at the top, or the notification bar, the timestamp, the battery meter and Wi-Fi connection and whatnot, is supposedly from her phone. What's up above that? Nothing. So what happened to their own YouTube header, right? Their own phone header. Non-existent, doesn't appear to be there. Now, in fairness, they could have blacked this out, but you probably can't tell in the stream. It's actually not black. It's actually a very, very dark gray. So they would have had to have matched that color. Despite this up here, and again, you probably can't tell the difference on your stream, but this is pure black. This is very, very dark gray. Almost like they took a template from somewhere, and I checked. You can get tons and tons of YouTube overlay templates to put on your own. They're generally so that people will know what the overlay looks like on their own short. Like they put it on top of their own short before they put it on YouTube to see if it's the overlay's blocking anything important. That's generally why people do it. But they just took one of those and put it over, and they goofed up. This is the YouTube overlay for the share button goes over the top of their red circle. This is their circle. This isn't supposedly part of Aisha's video that they're supposedly taking a screenshot of. They put a red circle to show you what they wanted you to see, except they accidentally put it on a lower layer on their Photoshop template than the YouTube overlay. And so the circle is below the share button. 100% proof that this was forged by the person who put this red circle on here, not by the person whose channel this supposedly comes from.
And the reason why they needed to, I actually think that most of it was original. I think the reason they needed to forge the overlay was because they were replacing words that go under the overlay. So replaced the words that went under the overlay. Then they went, oh no, we messed up the overlay. And they added the overlay, but they added it over the circle they'd already made, which is hilarious.
Right. So everything else you could argue maybe they are using an old version of YouTube or whatever, and I can't definitively prove that this isn't it. But you got the wrong title, and they could say maybe that video was deleted before the video proof or whatever. And then but this 100%, there's absolutely no explanation other than that they put this share overlay over the top of their own red circle. This is definitive 100% actual proof of alteration by the person who's circling Shuli or Dershowitz.
Yeah.
And yeah, they actually mean Rabbi Shmuley, and Ali Dawa doesn't even bother to correct the supposed mistake.
I think that he doesn't bother to correct it because I think that there's a good chance that he's the one who put that in there, and he
doesn't actually know that it's a mistake.
Shuli.
Right?
I think that is a very good chance. He said Shuli rather than Shmuley because he might actually think that that's his name.
All right. So now the question becomes, who forged this? Right? I mean, it's not Aisha. We've rolled that possibility out. I'm about to do something. Remember I got that fake text from Twitter? Pay close attention to this orange circle because I'm about to turn on another layer to my Photoshop here. Did you see any difference? There's a slight difference in coloration because of different screenshots, but do you see it move? No, it's pixel perfect, identical in the exact same spot. So whoever forged the thing on Twitter is the same person that forged the message in Ali Dawah's. He's trying to claim they're the same. Look, the timestamp has changed drastically. 9:32, 12:04. We're really supposed to believe that Aisha took 2 screenshots from her own phone because remember, this is supposed to be about her phone, hours apart for her video that she was making, revealing these screenshots. And then down at the bottom as well, no change, right? The U didn't change. It's this S channel in both cases. And if we turn off Ali Dawah, you can see that the original doesn't have the double bar. That's an introduction of Ali Dawah. But as far as the actual text, it lines up perfectly. This is an exact same position, which means there's no way it would be pixel perfect unless someone reopened the SEM template that they already had and made a second fake screenshot with the exact same circle in the exact same place. Now, it is possible that there was a third altercation that put in I am Shuli or Dershowitz. And in fact, I think there was a third altercation. That could have been by a different person. That I don't know for sure whether that was the same person or not. This red circle, I checked. Although it's the same style, it's not exactly the same size as this one. So it could be different, right? Could be a different individual. But most likely, this altercation, they just had already saved it as an image and just quickly went in and changed that. I do think that they changed those words. But they had already faked it to begin with. So I think that whoever is making this fake screenshot realized that their first attempt of saying it was the bad profile picture didn't work. So then they created a second one and made Ali Dawah pretend it was the same screenshot that everyone had already seen. And yeah, this is Adobe Photoshop. And yes, it's not a pirate copy. I pay for a license. Adobe's evil, but Photoshop is awesome. So it is what it is. I pay for a license. So there you go. Actual investigative, evidential response to this being forged. The forger is whoever put the circle here, because there's no possible explanation other than it's a forgery. I rest my case.
Absolutely. Absolutely damning. And I really think Black Angel suggested that maybe he wrote Shuli to discredit her, but I think that he actually doesn't know that the name is Shmuley, or else he would have, like, she means Shmuley. So I think that this is fairly decent evidence that he was involved in this fabrication, that he does not go, she means schmooly, right?
So Weird Stuff raised a good point that I hadn't thought of. Obviously, I can't do anything with Ali Dawah's video. That's just a screenshot from his video. But I can take the original image uploaded to Twitter, and assuming Twitter doesn't modify it when you upload it, I should be able to look at what the metadata says about that image. So good call. I'll take a look. But by the way, if it was an actual screenshot, there should be metadata in it saying that it's a screenshot. So I won't do that live, but I will take a look at that and let you guys know what I find on that. But I've already proven it's fake, so it doesn't really matter. All right. Let's go ahead and go to the next clip from Ali Dawah. We're most of the way done, but we've got a couple more.
David Wood. Here is what he said and how he confirms this YouTube channel is directly connected to your channel. Here's the video.
It's been verified. The woman here, Aisha.
So let me just replay that.
David Wood. Here is what he said and how he confirms this YouTube channel is directly connected.
So this is Ali Dawah's proof that the Faith May 2005 channel is connected to Aisha. He can't go and show video proof that they got that screenshot from the channel, right? He did show video proof that there was that there was videos on that channel, and they played the one. They literally played the one in the screen recording. So if they'd gotten this from her channel, they could have done the same for that video. But his proof is David Wood, apparently.
Your channel. Here's the video.
It's been verified. The woman here, Aisha. She's calling herself Aisha. She's actually in the chat. Her channel is Faith. I think it was Thaddeus who said that he verified that it's actually her. But she's
Who verified that? Was it David Wood? Because he's saying that David Wood verified it.
No.
Actually, I verified that for him because I had actually done all this research. I had already done all this forensic research and determined that that was indeed legitimately her channel. So Ali Dawah is appealing to me for proof that this screenshot that I just showed was a fake is legitimate. I just thought that was so ironic, right? He's literally referring to me as his proof for the legitimacy of the screenshot. Anyway, Aisha did indeed come into the chat. She wrote, I am the woman in question. When I said he ruined my life for years, it's because we were in contact for 3 years prior to the marriage, and I had been fighting for 2 years to get justice. So she came in to correct the timeline. Like the message she sent was to correct David's timeline, because he said, I think that they were married for years. And she corrects him on that point. The years refers to the length of the relationship before the marriage, not the time they were married.
says, I'm the woman in question. When I said he ruined my life for years, it's because we were in contact for 3 years prior to the marriage. And I have been...
My apologies. I didn't realize David would read it in the clip.
Fighting for 2 years to get justice.
So what you heard there, brothers and sisters, of these two Satans, two bastards, one bastard down there who raised £100,000 and put his wife in hijab.
You know, this is just pathetic. Okay, so AP has nothing to do with this, right? It's me confirming to David that Aisha is in the chat, but he says he's raised £100,000, trying to imply it was to convert to Christianity, which it has nothing to do with, and then puts up his little, oh, she's being oppressed, she's wearing a hijab. She's not wearing a hijab, first of all. Second of all, head coverings don't belong to Islam. Many, many cultures that predate Islam used head coverings, including some Christian cultures. And she doesn't wear this except during this sacred religious ceremony. So what exactly does this have to do with anything? Nothing. But Ali Dawah is just so full of himself that he put up his stupid clip that he made long ago. And then
accepted Christianity. That other
puts up more text. The Bible tells you to be quiet, which is not remotely correct interpretation of what's going on there.
Clearly admitting that this is her channel. It's been verified. It's her channel.
Plainly admitting that this is her channel. Why would David would be admitting that? He doesn't know that you're pretending a screenshot came from that channel.
Yes.
David Wood is admitting to this because I verified it and vouched for it. I said to David that I can vouch for this being Aisha, because otherwise he was just going to ignore it because it's just some person in the chat claiming to be her, which 9 times out of 10 is not the person in question. It happens all the time that people come in with, like, say the name Mohammed Hijab and pretend to be him, right? But in fact, it was actually her channel because I clicked on the name and went and verified it was her. And I already knew it was her channel from previous forensic work. But he's not admitting to it because there's no charge against her for it being her channel.
And what we showed you on the screens shows that it was her channel, and she took down the videos, so much so her Christian...
And by the way, you can't actually see Faith Made 2005 in the screenshot. You only see Faith. So that actually doesn't verify anything that this is the same channel. All it verifies is that someone with the name Faith was said to be Aisha.
Christian friends now, because they've been allyship, the Christian friends are asking her, where did those go? And she's saying, oh no, it's going to come back, inshallah, yeah?
She never said that. She did not. So he also made a stupid charge against her that you can't trust her because Christians have posted a nice comment on her YouTube channel. She didn't say the videos are coming back, inshallah. She just basically said thank you for the kind words that someone had left for her. She didn't say anything about the videos one way or another, nor was the comment about the videos being taken down. So it's complete nonsense that he's just making up there. There you go. All right. Anything else you want to say about this connection to her channel before we get the rest of Ali Dawa's evidence?
No, it's just so goofy. It's so goofy. Like, this proves that he was in contact with her because someone just then informed him of something that he didn't know about. Like, that proves that he wasn't in contact with her. And it also proves that, like, is that supposed to prove it's not photoshopped? So goofy. So goofy.
Yeah, I mean, at most that would prove that is her channel name, but everyone's already acknowledging that. No one's disputing that it's her channel. They're just disputing whether the screenshot came from her channel or not.
Correct.
And this is the level of his argument.
I mean,
I don't know
Hijab
if I
is
should
not
call
the
him.
brightest. And Ali Dawa just wishes he had Hijab's intelligence.
Mm-hmm. All right, we got a couple more of Ali Dawa.
I'm going to read a message for you guys. This is a camera angle of a helicopter, an Israeli helicopter, who was shooting at innocent Palestinians. And she makes this comment, which I find very bizarre and very odd.
I will go into more detail, but don't believe a word that Ali Dawa says, other than reading her text, which anyone can do on screen. That's literally the only thing that is actually true in anything he says.
And bear in mind, this is the client of Salman, this so-called righteous, honorable man who's sticking up for the oppressed. Or is he someone that is obsessed with his ex-wife, and the rage that he has against her has caused him to be unjust against others? Let's read this. It gives you the feeling of doing things just to experience them. Psychopathy, narcissism, and sadism. Anyone who would be in that position and have been restricted with his life from authority has low self-esteem, would have a great urge to press the button and kill them. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, who makes such a absurd, weird comment? And if you think about pressing the button, it reminds me of the two Israelis in a podcast saying, if we could press the button and wipe off everyone in Gaza, we would. So I'm just thinking, why are you talking in that manner? Not against hijab, not against Islam. All
right, before we get the rest of what he says, I know that Mary already knows what the actual context of this text is, but just based on what Ali Dawa said, so we can make sure that we're understanding what he's claiming, what do you believe that the Arabic comment up above that she's responding to says? Something about this is a scene of a helicopter attacking.
I don't even know where he's going with that. He's so incoherent.
Okay, so it's this, right? So he reads this comment from Aisha, It gives the feeling of doing things just to experience them. Psychopathy, narcissism, sadism, anyone in that position would have been restricted from life from authority, has low self-esteem, would have a great urge to press the button and kill them. So he's suggesting that this is footage from an Israeli helicopter shooting at Palestinians. That's what he's suggesting it is. And then he's suggesting that her comment is that, of course, the helicopter is shooting at them. They look like psychopaths running around there. That's what he's suggesting the context is here. Now, what does the Arabic text actually say? And I do have the full text. If people want me to pull that up, I can.
The opposite, of course. Like
what
the
does the text
literal
actually say? Yeah. So he says that the text is basically celebrating the helicopter shooting these people. What does the actual text say? It makes a completely different claim, which is also blatantly false. I watched through this. Is a 2-minute video. I watched through the whole thing. There's no evidence of anyone being shot at. All you see is people coming towards the trucks. No one running away in fear or anything like that, like they've been fired on. But what the text says is this is the scene of Israel sending in fake aid trucks into Gaza. And then once the people came to the aid trucks, starts shooting at them to genocide them. Then the last text says something along the lines of, what do you think should happen to the people who committed this act? And Aisha's response is, they should be killed.
So
who should be killed?
That?
The Israeli soldiers
should
who
be killed.
But he's saying that she's saying the Palestinians should be killed. It's so pathetic. I don't know if Ali Dawa reads Arabic or not, but I guarantee that he was told what to say about this and didn't bother to find out what it actually is. Even if you don't speak Arabic, which I don't, it's super easy to go to the text, or if all you have is this screen recording you've been spoon-fed, to pause it and hold up your camera to get the text translated. And you'd find that what she's answering is this question: what should happen to the people who committed this genocide against the Palestinians? And she's saying that it feels like there are psychopaths, narcissists, sadists, people abusing their position of authority with low self-esteem. I would have the great urge to push a button and kill them. The Israeli soldiers, not the Palestinians. So the post itself is a lie, and then Ali Dawa lies about what she's responding to as well. Because like I said, I watched the whole video. At no point does anyone ever run away from the trucks. I don't know if they're aid trucks. They might be military vehicles. Maybe people are going to try to stop the military vehicles. But either way, there's no response from the Israeli trucks. They just keep on driving. Right? They never stop. People never start running away from them. They just keep on driving slowly as people are trying to hoard around the trucks, whether they're aid trucks on their way in or they're military vehicles that are not responding to people trying to attack them with their fists. I don't know.
Well, there were a number of aid trucks that were essentially swamped before they could get to the aid stations. So...
John says, how did Thaddeus manage to get a hold of Hijab's hotel wife? I think he's referring to you, Mary.
Wait, what did he ask?
How I got a hold of Hijab's hotel wife.
Oh, ha! Nice. Nice.
All right, let's get the rest of Ali Dawa's argument. Now they blatantly lied about what that is.
Reminds me of the two Israelis in a podcast saying, if we could press the button and wipe off everyone in Gaza, we would. So I'm just thinking, why are you talking in that manner? Not against hijab, not against Islam. We've already thrown them in both under the bus or whatever for that matter. You are now talking about the Palestinian people who in that camera angle are they are fighting over food because they are starving to death. And you happen to make this comment. So, Salman, next time a client comes to you or any individual who...
And you can see as he's scrolling super fast, and I've screenshot every one of her tweets in case she deletes it, but she attempted several times to tweet at David Wood, and also several times to tweet at Abdul Samir. She never attempted to contact apostate prophet, despite Ali Dawa saying repeatedly that she did. She never attempted to contact him. The only two individuals she ever tweeted at, other than Mohammed Hijab and responding to random things that she was actually responding to, were David Wood and Abdullah Samir. I don't know Abdullah Samir, but I'm sure his answer would probably be the same as what I asked David Wood. Did you ever see any of these things? No, I did not. Right? I mean, people tweet at someone like David Wood. He probably gets thousands of tweets aimed at him a day, and he doesn't read all the things people tweet at him. But this is proof that she and David Wood are in collaboration. And apostate prophet as well, even though he's never even in
You
any of
can
these.
make up stories, say things that they've told us, and then we find out the truth. Next time, before you jump the gun and humiliate your own self, which you have, because you have brought no evidence. What evidence did you bring? I can make up the same evidences against you with Dunya and use ChatGPT or AI. In a matter of 5 minutes,
Thank
I
you
would
for
have all kind of
admitting that
messages,
you
your voice
know how
recordings,
to
which are
make up
generated by AI.
evidence.
In matter
I already
of seconds
proved you
or
know
minutes.
how to make up evidence, or at least someone. I don't think Ali Dawa is that smart, honestly. I don't think he's smart enough to know how to make it up. But he knows that people on Hijab's inner circle know how to make up evidence. Yeah, you clearly do, because you tried to do it and you failed to make a convincing fake screenshot. We've brought all the evidence. They haven't brought any, except that all of our evidence has been proven to be deceptively edited and or just flat out forged. Which side should you trust in this situation? The one that's provided ample evidence, which technically could be forged, right? Technically it could be forged, but it's consistent. It bears the marks of actual conversations where people are interrupting each other and not responding to each other's points properly. It extends over a long period of time, involves multiple different people that they'd have to be faking these screenshots for, et cetera, who've testified on it, who are willing to take the magic curse of Allah upon themselves if they are lying, or the guy who's hiding behind his little lapdog here with obviously faked screenshots. You decide who to trust. Got two more little clips.
Clearly, Ali Dawa.
Yeah,
he's
definitely.
very, very reliable.
I mean, as he said in this video, clearly Mohammed Hijab has denied these allegations.
And look how just so ridiculous. So ridiculous. Just so ridiculous. Like, they don't even know how human beings talk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't I can pull it back up if we want, but the fake words they put into that conversation where they altered the conversation they'd already created don't even really make sense.
Don't make sense, because that's not what she was talking about. It's like this weird veer off into Crazyville. They just needed to throw something in, so it makes her sentence her argument make no sense any longer.
But they needed to get something that they could call an anachronism in there, because their first attempt to create an anachronism failed. Because they were too stupid to actually understand how screenshots work. And they're like, see, they put a fake profile picture on here. But in fact, that didn't prove it was an anachronism, even though they knew they had faked it specifically for that purpose. So then they had to edit one of their own fakes to put in an anachronism. But they put it in a conversation where it didn't make any sense. She's like, you don't have any time for me. You spend time with everyone but me. I'm not those Jewish people that you debated on Piers Morgan. What? What does that have to do with anything? Nothing. But they put it in there because they thought it would work, is the gist of it. All right. Second to last clip.
And we are going to hear the story of Dunya, and we're going to bring it to the public and say, guys, we're not saying it is true or not. Here's the story of Dunya, and here is what she accuses her ex-husband Salman of. And let's see how you like that. The same standards here, brother. The same standards. An eye for an eye. Because you came with lies and accusations. At least you yourself tell us that Dunya made these accusations against you.
I meant to pause before that. But you kind of saw the answer accidentally there, but if you only heard Ali Dawa's words, what would you think that he was about to show? Testimony from Dunya, right? We're going to make these things public, bro. These things, these accusations against you that are secret and no one knows about, we're going to make them public. And then they end up playing his own public video as evidence that these accusations exist. So what is the threat exactly that they're going to publicize his videos for him? This is utter insanity. It's like, this is how we intimidate people. We tell them that we're going to do stuff against them, but they're so incompetent that they can't even figure out that their threat to expose the material that they got from himself isn't a threat. He publicly posted these accusations challenging Dunya to come forward with the evidence to prove the accusations. They're like, bro, we're going to bring these accusations forward, and we don't care if there's any evidence or not. They're already brought forth without evidence. These people are just beyond incompetent.
Dunya is concerned due to the fact Salman has been showing up at her venues and causing disturbances. This is another egregious lie, as I never showed up to any of her venues or caused any disturbances. As with the growing list of lies, this is another claim rooted in lies, which she cannot provide any evidence for, nor furnish any witnesses. Bring forth your proofs of adultery in our marriage. After all, you told your friend Nahila that I was caught on camera. Go ahead, release it to the public.
Yet, in Hijab's case, he has inexplicably lowered the evidentiary standard, repeating
Oh my gosh, he's the one who claimed that he had that
evidence.
Notice what happened there.
My
Ali
brain
Dawa
just
said, we're going to bring
died.
these
It
charges
just broke.
of Dunya
My brain's
forward.
broken.
Right, they play that clip. And then Ali Dawa was supposed to put that part in his own words. I guarantee that's what his script told him to do, is to take, well, not even really his own words, but to repeat the accusations of not hijab from that video. But instead of doing that, he just put the video clip in that he was supposed to rephrase and make it look like he was being independent. He just put the clip in because he was too stupid to understand his instructions from his master on what he was supposed to do after playing that clip.
Yes, and here's the thing. They claim that they have certain evidence, right? So he said, show the evidence that you say you have. And now he's turning around saying, if you don't have the same kind of evidence that we falsely lied and say that we have, then you have no evidence. Like, no, no.
And there's no
my brain
hypocrisy
hurts.
here, right? There's absolutely no hypocrisy. What is behind veil's standard in the case of Dunya, the case of Salman's ex-wife, is to bring forward the evidence and air it publicly. What is the standard in the Mohammed Hijab case? To bring forth the evidence and air it publicly.
Whatever evidence there is,
where's the
bring it forward
hypocrisy?
publicly. Exactly.
Yeah, where's the hypocrisy? I don't see any. And remember, Mohammed Hijab himself was saying, you should go public with this. You should expose me. Obviously, he was being a pompous jackass and posturing, but he himself said that he wanted this to be exposed because when it went public, he would be victorious and they would just be humiliated. So where exactly is the hypocrisy? I cannot imagine what Mohammed Hijab actually thinks is supposed to be said here, which is maybe why Ali Dawa also couldn't figure out what the heck he was supposed to do there, so he just played the clip. Because he's like, I don't understand, bro. I don't understand how these two things relate to one another. And Hijab's like, just do what I say, boy. And he's like, okay. But then he just put the clip in because he couldn't figure out what to say.
Bring forth your proofs of physical violence in our marriage. Bring forth your proofs of your ex-sister-in-law trying to run you over in the parking lot on 3 different occasions. Bring forth your proofs, and if you cannot, by Allah, may you always be known as a wicked.
There's a word or two more, but I want to pose it before I got to Ali Dawa because I want to again ask, well, how would you describe his tone of voice in this? Would you describe it as emotional, irate?
Very calm and controlled and very measured. Measured is how I would describe it.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't delusional, because I can't actually imagine this saying this in any more calm and straightforward manner than he does. But Ali Dawa is going to tell us what we're supposed to actually think about that. But before I do that, I want to point out what are the crimes that he was accused of. Right? He was accused of adultery, which is potentially carries the death penalty in Islam. He lives in the United States, so obviously he can't actually carry it. But it's a very serious crime in Islam, right?
Yep.
And the other accusation was that his sister, when he says your ex-sister-in-law, that means his sister, that my sister tried to run you over with her car 3 separate times. That 3 times my sister attempted to murder you. I'd say that's a pretty serious charge that probably demands some evidence for it. Because Islamically or otherwise, trying to murder someone is a very serious crime that carries a long jail sentence at minimum.
And this divorce had so much drama. There was swatting called and all sorts of crazy things. So
and then in contrast, what is the crime that Mohammed Hijab is actually accused of? He's accused of tricking Aisha into signing a contract that wasn't the terms she agreed to, which is bad in Islam, but it's a very minor offense. And they're trying to equate attempted murder and adultery with tricking someone into signing a contract, and saying these two things are the same. If anything, what you're accusing Mohammed Hijab of is much worse. Why are you such a hypocrite, man?
And vicious liar.
And the last thing that I'll leave with you guys, brothers and sisters, is Salman's video recordings of him saying and telling us the accusations that Dunya accuses him of, and how passionately and aggressively and how emotionally he's touched by these.
Passionately, aggressively, emotionally. That is his description of what you just watched. He's so stupid that he put this after he'd already played it, but he said, I'm about to show you, even though he'd already played it. I didn't edit this. He actually put this clip after that clip. Anyway, passionately, aggressively, emotionally. That was the calmest, passionate, aggressive, emotional speech I've ever heard. Ali Dawa sounds considerably more passionate, aggressive, and emotional than Salman does. Odd stuff there. We got one more clip of Ali Dawa, and then we got another couple things to go through really quickly. They won't take very long, but do stay because they are important to the story.
Brothers and sisters, we've got a woman, which I've given you a track record of the very bizarre things she's saying, and there seems to be a psychological issue. There has to be. Is asking Mohammed Hijab, a 6'6" guy, to come and do mubahala with her. Now, when you do
what in the world does Mohammed Hijab's height have to do with mubahala?
I have no idea.
It doesn't have anything to do with it, but Ali Dawa is putting it in there to try to intimidate, right? Well,
yeah.
Remember, Mohammed Hijab is a big, strong beast of a man. All right.
Sorry. He's such a gorilla.
He is. Let's get what Ali Dawa is going to claim about mubahala.
This is something that is directed to the Christians in the Quran. So she's asking that Mohammed Hijab and his family and kids, that she wants their cells to be cancered or whatever. And she comes there with her daughter. I've seen a little daughter. And she wants Hijab to invoke a curse on a single mother, yes, and a 6 or 7-year-old girl.
So 2 claims there about mubahala. One, that it's not really supposed to be done between Muslims. It's supposed to be a challenge to Christians, non-Muslims, which is very ironic. Since Ali Dawa tried to challenge AP accepted, and then he said, "You fool, this is only for Muslims."
Yep.
And then his second claim is that the reason Hijab won't do this is because he would have to invoke curses on this, poor single mother with a young child. Do you invoke curses on the other person when you do mubahala?
No, you invoke curses on yourself.
So he just blatantly lied about 1, its purpose, and 2, how it works.
Yep.
I wonder why. Let's see.
I mean, I don't know what to say to this. You want us to come forward and curse another Muslim, a single mother with her daughter, on what camera? Should we do it on camera at some After Effects? Or I don't understand. It's very, very bizarre. So that's why we do not take this claim very seriously.
So we don't take this claim seriously. We're not going to do it. And why? Because we made up lies about what mubahala is to avoid what the reality is, that hijab doesn't want to do this.
That's hilarious. Be right back.
All right, let me take a super chat while we wait for Mary's return from the white trash panda.
If you frequently say it, Allah would pay off your debts. So you can refer to it back again, inshallah.
I think that's a especially appropriate one for this comment from the white trash panda. You're with that, from one unemployed brother to another. Keep doing what God wants you to do. Yahweh will not let his people starve. Much love, brother. You can refer to it back again. You can refer to it back again to trust in Yahweh in your time of need. And good luck, good prayers heading your direction for your unemployed situation as well, brother white trash panda, if that is your real name. Comment from Blow Lazaro. Mimi thought you could use and screw his daughter over, and now he's facing her daddy. We're going to get to her daddy in 1 second here. And the Islamic Council of Europe makes Mimi go full exposure to thousands and thousands Mimi scene. We're going to get her dad. We're just going to play straight through it. It's in Arabic, but we'll see if, you know, her dad is willing to provide testimony on Aisha's behalf, or he'll say, I never met Mohammed Hijab. I can't really say whether they were married or not, but they certainly didn't do it with my permission or anything along those lines. So we'll see that in just a second here. It's just a couple minute long video, so we'll just play through that and add a little bit of commentary here in a second. 90% of people voted that Lily is secret married to Mimi. Indeed. I think it was 87 in the final number. But this is still proof that I'm putting it out there without comment, whether or not this is actually the case. My property search with a super chat.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch with me, to contribute without causing problem, to contribute in big amounts. And many people call me for lunch, and for dinner, and for meal, and for every meal they give big amounts, alhamdulillah. So those who really want to contribute, they come and meet me.
Want to contribute big amounts, come meet Zakir Naik. My property search says we need to help and reach out to Muslim women. Amen. That's why I'm doing this, right? I actually don't think this is a very strong argument against the truth of Islam. And it's taking away time from doing arguments against the truth of Islam. But one, it is actually very important to Muslims, even though it shouldn't be, because their confidence isn't based on arguments. It's based on personalities, and Mohammed Hijab is the majority, is the most popular Muslim personality at the moment. So it is actually affect Muslims, even though it shouldn't. They should just say, yeah, if Mohammed Hijab did this disgusting thing, then I won't pay any attention to him anymore. It doesn't have any effect on Islam, but that's not what they say. But we absolutely need to reach out to the poor Muslim victims, right? The poor Muslim women who are victims of this. Aisha is obviously a victim. Mohammed Hijab's wife is also his first wife, and possibly his other second and third wives. You know, for all we know, Aisha was actually his fourth wife, and she doesn't know about the other secret wives. All victims in this manner. But they're not alone. Whether this exact scenario plays out all the time or not, most Muslim women are victims of Islamic marriages in one way or another. Some husbands are good, right? Some Muslims husbands are good people and treat their wives very well and have a real legitimate loving relationship between husband and wife, despite what their religion teaches. But any Muslim, following the bare minimums that are required of them, would treat their wife as property and would provide her an adequate amount of food and shelter so that she doesn't die, and would plow her his field, i.e. his wife, whenever he felt like it and however he felt like it, and have no concern whatsoever whether she wanted it or not. He would just demand that she put out when he wants her to put out. That's all it is. And if he wants to subject her to some really vile, perverted sexual stuff, well, that's his prerogative. She's his field. The farmer can plow his field however he pleases. And thus, and that's not even accounting for the possibility of disciplining your wife through emotional abuse, through separation, and through beating. In whatever order you so choose to do, you don't have to leave beating for last. You can put that first. That's what the Quran says. There's no then. They add then. Oh, no. There's no then. Discipline your wife in these 3 ways. And then the Muslim can choose which of those 3 they want to apply to whichever situation they encounter. This is Islam, and this is the victimhood of women in the Islamic world. Does every single woman face that? No. But do a lot of women face that? Yes. A lot of women face this abuse. All right, welcome back, Mary. We're going to watch the video from Aisha's daddy now. It is in Arabic. The words are translated on the screen. I haven't confirmed that's an accurate translation, but I have no reason to doubt it either. This first part, they just say what this is, right? Just putting up text saying that this is the testimony of Aisha's father. Her father's a sheikh, by the way.
Oh, are you going to play this video, or why don't you just read it so that people don't have to?
Yeah, I guess you don't need to hear the Arabic. That's fine.
I think it's
so
better.
Let me mute this. Let me just mute it.
And then you read everything in his statements. This is in Arabic, and it has a translation, but it's way less annoying because not everybody's looking at the screen. So it's way less annoying if you just read it out, because we don't have that many Arabic speakers who really want to hear the original.
So, that first part was basically just saying what this testimony is, saying the background that you all know. The father has offered testimony to the Islamic Council of Europe. We await a response and an oath from Mohammed Hijab. So this is her father. Praise to Allah and peace and blessings upon the messenger of Allah. Peace be upon you and the mercy of Allah and his blessings. I am, and then they've censored all the names. So I am, whatever his name is, father of, I'm sure he says her real name, but Aisha. Dear Sheikh, peace be upon you once again. I testify before Allah Almighty that Mr. Mohammed Hijab, which I have confirmed is his legal name, requested my daughter's hand in marriage on 2 occasions via phone, exactly the same as her testimony. However, I did not approve of the manner in which he made his request, and I did not like it. Oh, you mean like when she says in the testimony it was very difficult to get him to agree to it? My daughter had previously told me that Mr. Mohammed Hijab is a trustworthy individual, according to the testimony of scholars and shayukh. By the way, they did spell it Hijab. It's Hegeb. Just saying that's how it's actually spelled. Anyway,
well, he just said it in his Moroccan accent, which sounds
yeah.
like,
I know the translation is by behind veils. They're translating it this way, but
Moroccan,
I'm just clarifying. I'm just clarifying, Mary, because I said it's his legal name, but it's spelled differently. That's the only reason I'm clarifying. I had promised her marriage based on a fatwa he mentioned to her, which stated that it is permissible to marry a woman with the father's consent in absentia on the condition that the suitor is trustworthy and qualified, and that a representative, wakil, acts on behalf of the father. I assume that's probably a valid Islamic fatwa. right? That's a valid legal decision that Islamic scholars, I don't think that Mohammed Hijab made this up, that if for some reason the father is not able to attend, it's okay if he just gives us permission for another representative to take his place.
Correct.
Based on that, I sent my daughter a legal authorization, takil, to begin the process, and I began on my part the visa procedures to join my daughter in London. So he sends an authorization to begin the procedure, not to be married, to begin the procedure, and then starts to make plans to come to London. This actually raises an interesting question, because there's speculation on why Hijab suddenly ghosted her for months at a time the first time the marriage was proposed. We suggested that maybe his wife got wind of it and he was trying to cover it up, or maybe that he was at his 4-wife limit. Here's another possibility. He found her, he realized that her father was going to show up despite him telling him that he didn't have to. And then he knew he'd be in trouble, right? Then he knew he'd be in bad shape because he couldn't slip one over with her father there. So that's another possibility as to why he called it off. Anyway, continuing. However, Mr. Mohammed Nabil did not contact me again after the initial call, so I instructed my daughter to stop the procedures and not to proceed with marriage to Mr. Mohammed. But my daughter informed me that she had already sent him the authorization, takil, before the marriage, in which I discussed the marriage proposal, and I did not like his tone in that call. So he sends her a legal authorization with the intention of coming to join her. She gives it to Hijab probably because he demanded it. I don't think that, they've been married yet, right? In the description here. But he's saying, I don't like the way that Mohammed Hijab was handling this. I didn't like his tone. Doesn't seem appropriate. My daughter is now telling me that Mr. Mohammed Nabil is threatening her, telling her not to speak to me or her family about this matter. So while he's giving this testimony, right, she's now threatening, or she's informing him of Hijab's threats. Therefore, dear Sheikh, I ask your honorable self to assist my daughter in annulling any relationship between her and Mr. Mohammed Nabil, and that he leave my daughter alone. This makes it questionable whether he actually knew they were legally married at any point. Right? He may have never actually found out that he tricked her into the marriage, because as far as his understanding was, they came to some sort of tentative agreement. Mohammed Hijab called it off, and then they got back together, and according to her testimony, she was not supposed to ever tell him that they got married. So she may not have actually said it after the fact, right? She may have just said we had a relationship or whatever, and it's over now, and he's threatening me and blackmailing. I don't know.
Yeah, well, he does say annul, but
yeah,
I don't know what
but
he's saying.
Annulling any relationship rather than like annulling their marriage or whatever.
Well, he might be denying that it's a marriage by saying annul the relationship. So that may be
a
way of like
you're right.
Rejecting
That's a good
that
possibility.
It's a valid marriage.
That a possibility is that he's acknowledging the claim of a marriage, but doesn't believe it's legally valid marriage. That's also a possibility. Hey, little Missy, stop covering up for abusers by trying to distract. May Allah reward you with goodness, and may he be held accountable for using Islamic law for his personal gain. So obviously he, in this context, is Mohammed Hijab, or Mohammed Nabil, as he's referring to him here. And peace and blessings be upon you. And so that is the end of the message there. That is the message from her father. Seems to verify that she had to convince him, right? She had to persuade him to go forward with this. And even so, he was still making plans to come to London to witness the wedding, to be the required eyewitness. And then that didn't happen. Sometime later, he's contacted and informed that Nabil, or that, well, Nabil's his middle name or whatever it how they refer to it Islamically, that Muhammad is trying to blackmail her. And then so he gives his testimony, his understanding of what went down for the channel. Again, weird how all this evidence from a variety of different sources keep materializing about this relationship, which never existed, according to Mohammed Hijab. Any other things you want to say about this before we get to this last thing real quick?
Yeah,
Well, two
I
things.
find it interesting that what he wants from them is a declaration of annulment, basically that this is not a relationship, that this is not a valid thing. But that's really the only thing that you might get from this Islamic group. You might get the declaration that this was not a legal marriage. In which case, though, all that does is make both of them guilty of zina, like both of them guilty of zina. So I'm not really sure where and then if it's zina, then the mahr that she gave him or that he gave her would have to go back, I assume. So I'm not really sure what
I think in his mind, like, okay, so he's a sheikh, right? So he has at least some understanding of jurisprudence. I think in his mind, he'd rather have his daughter be separated from Mohammed Hijab, right? To be taken away from this man whom he doesn't like and he thinks is abusive towards her, than for an acknowledgement of the hotel marriage in any form whatsoever to have ever existed, I think is what he's trying to say. That in his mind, illegal sexual activity would be better than her agreeing to be a prostitute. And honestly, I think he might be a little correct there, that it's probably more shameful for a woman to be a prostitute than to be an adulteress. I don't know.
But she would not have been a prostitute if this were the case. It would be a Misyar marriage, and that would be Islamically fine or whatever. So this would involve her, and maybe they're saying that she was convinced that this was valid when it wasn't. I don't know.
Little Missy Satias wants to silence me. I'm disappointed. If I wanted to silence you, all I'd have to do is put you in timeout. I wouldn't have to comment at all. I want you to be on topic. And no, silencing someone who is off topic and trying to distract and cover up for abuse is not itself abuse. When you come in and we're discussing someone's sexual abuse and you try to talk about anything else, try to distract and prevent it, what you're doing is you're complicit in that sexual abuse. You're participating in it by trying to cover it up. So no, it is 100% appropriate for the sake of women who are abused for me to silence people who are trying to distract from discussion about their abuse so that they can get justice.
She's just a second wife, third wife who gets passed around, so she defends it because she likes her sugar daddies.
Yeah, probably. Let me take a couple comments real quick, and then we'll look at these last couple posts real quick. Christoph says, how do we think Beyond Veils is able to stay a Muslim when all this is halal and he's against it? That's a good question.
I know.
I mean, I do think they're genuine, right? I do think that they honestly believe that Islam is the truth. I think that probably they've justified in their mind that even though there's not a specific legal ruling against this, there's some kind of overriding principle of not doing harm or being good to one another, treating each other with respect or something along those lines that makes these things wrong, even though there's no specific legal ruling that they're wrong. That would be my guess, but it's just a guess. Good use of the apples there. Super chat from Ultra.
They give a loan to Allah. What is the reward? The reward in this life is that the money will come back double. You give 100, 200 will come back. Sooner or later. Believe me. All money that is given for the sake of Allah, it comes back. And I'm sure that all of you have experience.
I'm sure that you also have experience, and that's why you are wisely making a £5 donation, because you know you're going to get £10 back sooner or later. Believe me. Why doesn't Ali Dawa realize that all he and Hijab are doing is demonstrating how dishonest Islamic theology makes you? It's just a big L for Islam. Well, one, I'm quite certain that whether they are grifters or not, i.e. whether they believe in the truth of Islam or not, I'm quite certain that they care more about their own personal fame and fortune than they do about Islam. They might also believe in Islam or they might not. That's open for debate. The fact that Mohammed Hijab won't do a mubahala kind of suggests that he does actually believe it's legit. Because
At least, well, here's part of the problem. He would cause, just as long as he's just lying, he can cover up. If he actually does a mubahala and people know he's lying in his mubahala, it doesn't actually matter that much that it's silly pretend magic. But it means that but it would mean that he would be disgraced in front of people who take it as something seriously that you're not allowed to ask about. Have we gotten to the super chat about the mubahala and Muhammad's story of that?
No, let me bring that up while we're
Bring that one
on
up and I will
subject.
tell the story.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is
Yeah, I
it
get you,
wise
okay.
to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
So A-Team Ministries, thank you very much for your donation. Yasser Qadi cannot answer your question in public. It would not be wise to do so, but Mary will be happy to answer your question. Will you explain the story of Muhammad's mubahala with the Christians?
So Muhammad brought out his family and called a curse upon himself in the old pagan tradition if he is lying about being a prophet, etc., etc. When the Christians of Najran sent a delegation to him and called him out for all the stupid stuff he was saying, and the fact that he was saying things that made Jesus God. According to the Quran, there are all kinds of statements that Jesus is God, right? And that if Jesus is the word of Allah, then he's God. If Jesus is the Holy Spirit, a spirit from him, then he's God. He doesn't know who the Holy Spirit is. He doesn't understand these words that he's repeating. He has all of this wacky things that he's saying, which obviously show that he himself is extremely confused about his sources. So they go up and they challenge him face to face. Like, why did this happen? Why did this happen? Why are you saying these things? You're a fake prophet. And so Muhammad's like, ha ha, I shall do this big swearing contest. And the Christians said, our Jesus instructs us not to do this kind of swearing, so we won't. And so he's like, ha ha, I am power. I'm correct. But he said this, and this was an ancient pagan practice, and you were supposed to die within a year of having called down a mubahala. Well, guess who died within a year of calling down a mubahala on himself? Yeah.
I'm guessing it's going to be Muhammad.
Yep.
Not Hijab, at least not yet.
Of the people who were there were also, according to the Shia, it was Fatima and her children and Ali who were with them, right? And Fatima and her unborn child were also dead before the year. And Ali and her two sons died violent, terrible deaths. Not the same year, but later on. So, I mean, according to what a mubahala is, Muhammad failed his mubahala. He himself died. He lost his daughter. He lost the son that his daughter's pregnant with. And, apparently Allah struck him down.
Weird Stuff says, I don't discuss that in public, but take my class, pay me money, and I'll let you know what everyone else already knows. What all those Western scholars who are revealing that Islam is the... I know holes in the narrative is very catchy, but even worse is his description, right? That they're just revealing that we're the emperor with no clothes on. That's what he says in that video. And by the way, I just noticed, he's like, I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, except the interview is like an hour and a half long. So it seems like he did have plenty of time to answer it and was just like desperately trying to think of reasons not to answer. All right. So we saw Ali Dawah's video. Behind Veils posted this on their channel shortly after he posted that. Official statement from Brother Salman. Ali Dawah has categorically slandered me. He has relayed false accusations that he states are sourced directly from Dunya Swaib about allegedly committing zina in their marriage and beating her in their marriage. Yeah, that's he did say that it was directly from her, but then he played his own video. Weird stuff. By the one whose hands is in my soul, both of these egregious accusations are entirely false. I call for a public hearing and challenge Dunya Swaib to a public mubalah as well as Ali Dawah. Ali Dawah wants to now relay Dunya's lies. Alan wa salan. The world is yet to see the truth behind such accusations, along with much of what has been held back regarding Dunya. So they say, why aren't you making this a public challenge? Which is so ironic because that's literally the reason the channel was founded, is because of the abuse that he took in the fallout from their marriage, that he decided to start standing up for people like himself who had been abused by people who are more well-known and have more authority in Islamic society. And he's been calling for a public hearing all along, which is exactly what they're calling for in Mohammed Hijab's case. They're willing to do privately or publicly. And by public hearing, they mean, an Islamic council, the authoritative organization within the context of an Islamic society doing the hearing. 100% consistency, willing to take the mubalah. Where's any of this from the other side? Where's this from Ali Dawah? Where's this from the guy who posted that nonsense on Twitter, True Salafi? Where is this from Mohammed Hijab? Where's it from any of their other henchmen that haven't manifested themselves yet? It's nowhere to be found. Just excuses about how, well, we don't want to curse that poor single mother, which isn't what the challenge is about in the first place. Weird stuff. All right, one more thing to share, and this one's kind of sad news, unfortunately. On her channel, Aisha posted this yesterday. I took the screenshot this morning, so this is one day ago, but it was posted yesterday. I've intentionally refrained from sharing any details of my case involving that individual, Mohammed Hijab, online, as I am currently pursuing a resolution to my divorce with him through the Islamic Council of Europe. I initially shared my story and testimony with Behind Veils in August of last year. However, I am currently pausing any collaboration with Behind Veils until the council concludes its proceedings regarding my case. I pray that Allah allows those in authority to do their due diligence to ensure there's no discrimination based on status, influence, or position, and that the truth prevails. Amen. Or Amin. Now, I said this was sad news. So she's taken all this abuse. She's gone to hundreds of scholars, her words, more than 100 scholars. Not one of them was willing to side with her. They all either said, I don't want to hear it, or they said he didn't do anything wrong Islamically. Now that it's become publicly, suddenly the Islamic Council of Europe, which previously had no interest and refused to hear her case, is interested. And yet she's still vulnerable, brainwashed, gullible, however you want to put it, enough to say, yeah, they're going to do a fair investigation. Totally. I'm going to do exactly what they tell me to do and stop providing any aid to public communication of my problems and just go private with all this because they're gonna discipline hijab behind closed doors. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. What they're going to do is they're going to pretend that they're investigating stuff until this all blows over and people stop talking about it. Maybe months down the line, maybe even years down the line, and say, we've done a thorough investigation, Sister Aisha, and it turns out that Mohammed Hijab didn't do anything wrong. So shut up, be quiet, and prepare for your next hotel marriage.
Yeah, I am really. By the way, you're dinging again, but I am really kind of baffled as to what she thinks she's going to get more than a mahr, other than just the yeah, he shouldn't have done that, because the mahr is her like it's what she's owed. They wouldn't. There's no other thing that she could be given, right? Like except yeah, he shouldn't have done that. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just baffling to me that she's taken all this, and one of the messages, and maybe I'll go through the messages she tried to send David Wood on another day, a short little stream. But one of the messages she sent him, she's like, I'm on the verge of apostasy because of all that's happened to me and how no one will listen to me. And to go through all that, right? Go through all that and be like, oh, it's totally not coincidental. Or, I mean, it's totally just coincidental that they're suddenly interested in my case. The exact point it became public and an embarrassment for Mohammed Hijab. They totally will respond fairly, despite not responding to me fairly for 2 years. 2 years I tried to get justice for this matter, her words. And no one will respond to me. But the second it becomes a public embarrassment, oh, now they're willing to give me a fair trial. And to actually think that means something is just beyond comprehension to me, how you could be that brainwashed to actually think they're going to help you. I'll hold out a 1% chance that they actually, or maybe I'll give it 5%, that they privately discipline Hijab and say, you deceived this woman. You probably shouldn't have done that. Don't do it again. I'll hold out a 5% chance that they do that, and tell her the same thing, right? Tell him that he did something wrong. He tricked you, but the marriage itself was perfectly fine. There's nothing really we can do for you except to say that he shouldn't have tricked you into the marriage, but the marriage is over. There's really nothing to do at this point. I think that's about the best resolution she could hope for. And that's pathetic because, well, this is Islam, right? This is Islam. It teaches women that they don't have any real rights. They don't have any ability to stand up for themselves. They are just crooked, wicked bones that Allah created as mentally and religiously deficient. And they should just be honored and grateful that they have a husband who's willing to give them a few bucks so they don't starve to death as he takes advantage of their body and perhaps beats them into submission when needed. And unfortunately, despite everything, she still doesn't see that this is Islam, right? And this is the reality of this religion and the way it has set up women for subhuman status. So I'm really disappointed to see that, but honestly, it's not all that surprising because she's been conditioned by life. She was only groomed by Mohammed Hijab for 3 years, but she was groomed from the day she was born to be a good, submissive, little sex toy with no rights to speak of.
Yeah, everything's an economic exchange. It's so dark.
Got a couple more comments to run through. Hussein said, as a Palestinian, I'm sick of being used by Ali and all the hijab defenders as a distraction from the situation.
Yes.
It's so weird. Everything somehow, how dare you talk
Bring
about
this
how you're
up.
abused when we're dealing with this crisis in Palestine.
That's the same energy as the children are starving in China, so you have to eat your food.
Except that it isn't even related at all. At least that is like food and food, right? Here it just has absolutely no relevance whatsoever, as if you can only fight one injustice at a time, pretending for the minute that there is an injustice going on in Palestine. Just yesterday on Twitter, I was recommended, probably, because they paid money, but I was recommended a post that said, there has been no aid in Palestine for the past 9 weeks. People are starving to death. Please donate now. To which myself and many other people replied, what do you mean? Ali Dawa, Mohammed Hijab, countless charities. Nearly every time I watch a YouTube ad, it's for a Muslim charity trying to give aid to Palestine. Well, all these people lying and just keeping the money for themselves, or are you lying about there being no aid going to Palestine? I would like to know. But everything, 100% of the time, is all about Palestine. Mohammed Hijab may have sexually abused this woman. Maybe he even murdered someone. But how does that compare with the fact that the Israelis are murdering millions of Palestinian people, so much so that there's not a soul left alive in Palestine? And then you look at the population chart and it shows the population increasing, right? As they're like committing massive genocide against the Palestinian people. The population is increasing. It's just so weird. Everything is always about that. But anything to avoid accountability for one's own actions, I suppose. This is Islam.
Can you just imagine giving £100 and it's a sadaqah jariyah, meaning it carries on going even when you are gone? Just imagine being in your grave and getting the rewards. In your grave, you will not be able to come back to this video to donate. So why not donate now?
Yep. Why not donate now? Why wait? I mean, we got Ali Dawa himself telling you. If we haven't seen enough Ali Dawa for one day. Misyar used their monthly supporter super chat to say Mutajab forgot Aisha wasn't 9 and so got exposed.
She was 9 years old!
Indeed, right? He would have preferred a little child bride that he could just order around, which is probably why, at least in Islamic countries, and to the extent that it's possible in Western world as well, Muslim men who are in their 20s, usually, not 53 like disgusting pervert Muhammad, but still, you know, Muslim men of marrying age want to marry 13-year-olds or 14-year-olds. Again, not as perverted as the Prophet, who wanted a 9-year-old, but they want to marry people who are still developing emotionally, still developing physically, still developing mentally, because they can mold them and shape them and groom them into what they want in a wife. And that's what all the Muslim men, well, I shouldn't say all, what a strong number of Muslim men want in the Arab world. Jack Ray gifted 10 Reasoned Answers memberships.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
Thank you very much for those gifted Reasoned Answers memberships. I'm going to try to do more members only live streams at least once or twice a month. And you get many other perks like cool emojis and whatnot. But most importantly, you support me financially, which, I could use. I could definitely use for unknown reasons. Thank you very much, Jack Ray, for that support. Weird stuff triggered the apple animation. Just wanted to say who ate the apple. All good there. I'm not even sure what this is supposed to mean. Bible is full wrong without science. But considering your logo says Free Palestine, I'm guessing you're trying to say that science proves the Bible wrong. So, Mr. Sky, as your name is, hey, great name, actually. Why don't I just use your name for some motivation? According to the Quran, the sky is a solid object which Allah physically holds up with invisible pillars to prevent it from falling on you. So if you want to talk about science, let's talk about the science of the Quran. Let's talk about how all early Islamic scholars, because they were reading the Quran, felt that the world was flat. So much so that some of them wrote, "We're not kafir who believe in science, but we are Muslims who believe that the world is flat." Let's talk about many, many other things. Or you could stop trying to distract from the sexual abuse of Mohammed Hijab and own up, be a man, and say, it is wrong for men to abuse women in this way. Your option. If you want to talk to me about science, go ahead and send me an email and let's have that chat. Oh yes, pancake Earth theory, where there are many Earths stacked up on top of each other, not just one Earth. And you got the sun setting in many pools, and stars thrown at demons, and sperm produced between the backbone and the ribs, and so on and so forth. So much great science. Camel urine, etc., etc., etc. Super chat from Finished.
Here's the sad news. We are running out of funds. All our work is going to stop unless people like you watching this video will help us. Your donations can get you a share in a reward and reap those rewards for years to come, inshallah. This is not a donation or a charity, but an investment for your hereafter.
Thank you for investing in your hereafter. You'll certainly reap those rewards. Mohammed Hijab is finished, and then a finished flag. And since your name is Finished, I'm wondering if you are from Finland. Anyway, thank you very much for that super chat. Please, I need to reap my Mufti apples. Oh, I don't control which animation you get, so hopefully we'll get apples. We got one more super chat, I believe. Maybe we'll get the apples. Mulad al-Islam said, I gave generously to Allah, and learn what happened to me, Ya Allah. And a little Misty with a parting word from our Muslim crowd. Allah is most merciful. Indeed, he is so merciful that he will cover up all the sexual, physical, mental abuse of women by men. He will have 100% mercy on all those men and allow them all into Jannah.
And he will send you to hell if you happen to die while your husband is annoyed with you. You'll go to hell. Burn forever because you should have annoyed your husband. That's all you're good for is death forever. Just for annoying your husband because he is your God. Your husband is to be your God.
Yeah, so Allah is indeed the most merciful against criminals or towards criminals, and the least merciful towards victims of crime. And he'll take all the Jews and Christians and throw them into hell. And then he will place the sins of undeserving Muslims upon their backs. A Christian can come to Allah with a mustard seed of sin in his life, and Allah will say, straight to hell. And then the next guy is a Muslim who walks in and has an entire mountain of sins on his back. And he'll say, straight to Jannah. But first, let me pull that mountain off you and place it on that Christian who I just put into hell. That is how Allah operates. But there is good news for women in this, actually. Because although the majority of inhabitants of hell are women, in fact, the wives that Muslims are given in paradise are women that Jews and Christians that Allah pulled out of hell so that they could be the eternal sex slaves of the Muslim men who can need 72 wives. Which would suggest to me that your chances of going to Jannah as a Muslim woman, according to Islam, are approximately 0.01%, and your chances of going to Jannah as a Jew or Christian woman are pretty darn good. So, doing the math, seems that all women who believe in the truth of Islam should leave Islam and become Jews or Christians. Got a super chat from Misha. Let's see if he gets the apples he desires.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
Hope that's close enough. He does mention the tree. He's talking about the apple tree. That is the clip that he doesn't specifically say apples, but he is definitely talking about apples, so I think you got what you asked for. Super Chat says multiple wives until it's their daughter, until it's themselves being multiple wived in a hotel. Hell is for believing women, says Muhammad. I actually hadn't read this when I was talking about how the majority of inhabitants of hell are women. But it is interesting, right? Muhammad, the so-called prophet himself, had this double standard. And for other women, for men, they're welcome to take any 4 women they want as their wives and have unlimited slaves that they can use for sex as well. But for my daughters, they will be married to a man who does not have any other wives.
Who ate the apple?
Or sex slaves, or even sex slaves.
Yep, no wives, no sex slaves. They will be as close as you can get in Islam to be legitimate wives to their husbands. Seems that he knows what's best, right? He knows what's good and proper, but he also has some desires emanating from his head that need fulfilled more than his understanding of what women really desire, what women really need, what really is a proper relationship as ordained by the true God. Even Muhammad indirectly says that Islam is mistreating women, in other words. And modern Muslims are the same, right? They'll enthusiastically say that I might personally not be interested in a 9-year-old bride, but I absolutely agree that it is morally acceptable. What if it was your sister? Hell no, no way would I allow my sister to enter into such a relationship. Hell no would I allow my daughter. But it's good and proper. It's good and proper. Oh, what about polygamy? Well, I personally don't need multiple wives, but I understand that other men are that kind of person, and Allah in His mercy has allowed this. In fact, it's good and religious. It's the best thing that you can do. As Mohammed Hijab instructed me, that the best kind of marriage is a non-Misyar polygamous marriage. A Misyar polygamous marriage is okay, it's acceptable, but it's not ideal. Monogamous marriage is okay, but it's not ideal. You want a polygamous standard marriage. That's the ideal that a Muslim can be held for. Okay, I already have a wife. Can I marry your sister? No! What is wrong with you, you sick, disgusting bastard, asking to marry my sister when you're already married? What's wrong with you? And so on and so forth. Different rules for women who are not relatives than women who are relatives. Or also girls, as I pointed out. Weird stuff triggering Apple again. I just wanted to say that I was astonished about the signs of Allah in the Quran. Women have testicles and sperm where their breasts are.
That is correct. Women do indeed have testicles and sperm where their breasts are. The term for whenever it says between their backbones and their ribs, it's the backbone of the men. So men's sperm comes from the backbones and women's sperms come from the ribs, and that's understood to mean the ribs near the clavicles, and thus it's breasticles. The women have breasticles in Islam, and because your ejaculation is what will later become milk, and that is why Muhammad believes that breastfeeding causes you to be related to someone, because you are ejaculating into the mouths of the babies and thus putting your seed in them and making them more of you.
That is a phrase I never expected to hear in my life. Ejaculating into the mouths of babies. Thanks a lot, Mary.
You're welcome. But that's what Islam teaches.
Misyar Thais is holding us hostage from not being able to watch AP's stream to go through all this again. I did not know AP was going to stream on the same subject, but I'm sure it'll be inferior to my stream. I'm sure he won't have as rock solid evidence as me, although he will also have some personal experience and insight to offer from that angle. So there is that. Final super chat, this one from AT Ministries.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
AT Ministries just said this for my question about the Hori that we answered. That wasn't a super chat. Appreciate all your donations today. Una said that Muhammad got his white substances mixed up. I mean, you got a white liquid and another white liquid, who's to say they're not really just the same thing? One from men, one from women. Makes sense if you have no actual knowledge about anything and you're just a desert dwelling Arabian pagan who is trying desperately to pretend that he has divine knowledge.
Well, it's actually from, it's a slightly distorted version, but it's from, oh my goodness, Aristotle, who thought that like the blood coursed into the breasts of women and became proto-semen, and which would either come out as milk or go down into the uterus and ejaculate to create the baby. So, or excuse me, that's Galen and the two seeds theory. So there you go.
Wayne Simpson, not the milk we use for our cereal. Well, that is completely different. That is female cow semen, not human semen. So completely different.
Yeah, I'd really.
All right, everyone. Thank you for joining.
Oh, wait. One more question. We had a question with another super chat.
Oh, yeah.
AT had, did you see AT?
Yep, I got it. I got it.
And I got the question too. I scrolled up and found it.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
I guess this isn't actually what Mary was referring to, but this was another super chat I hadn't taken. So Nori says, true story, Ali Dawa know very well how Aisha felt about Mohammed Hijab, more than she does. The miracle of fabrication, aka Islam. Are you suggesting, I'm sorry, are you just putting something out there without saying anything and not trying to suggest people that say Ali Dawa has some very strong sexual attraction for Mohammed Hijab? Because I do support people just putting things out there and asking questions and so forth. So I did not actually, it looks like I don't actually have the question from AT Ministries.
I have the question. So the question was whether or not it actually means that there are small embedding breasts, and that is correct. The word is a technical, well, first of all, it literally has the meaning of just beginning to sprout or bud. Not only that, but it has the same meaning in Talmudic writings that you first that it refers to the first budding of the breasts in Talmudic writings. And so, yes, it means a breast bud. And there are Islamic fatwas related to it that condemn the evil people who dare to say that it's talking about voluptuous, full-figured, large-breasted women. No, shame on them for being so crass. What it means are girls whose breasts are just barely beginning to bud.
It's a neutral translation term, one that's often used, would be swelling, because that could mean very large or just starting to grow, right?
But it literally only means just starting to grow. That's what it means. It means just starting to grow.
I'm just saying that when they translate it as swelling, which is I think the most common translation, that could mean something very different than very large.
But it's super deceptive that they do that, because what it should mean, what they should translate it as just budding or beginning to bud or something like that, to be honest. But they don't want to be honest. Even like they really want to hide the fact that it's referring to girls who have not yet reached this Tanner stage where they would have menarche, which would mean that they not only don't bleed because it's magic, they're magic women who never get menses, but they also don't bleed because they're not old enough and developed enough to bleed. They're eternal children. And that just
whether they
really
are eternal children or not, it would actually still be miraculous if they don't bleed, because when you sexually abuse a child, you'll usually cause them to bleed. Just in a different way. Anyway, thank you all for joining us today. Remember that Mohammed Hijab has different sexual preferences, though. He prefers them to be very well-rounded, very curvy, and that is what gets him off. So if you want to be Mohammed Hijab's next secret hotel wife, make sure that you are a curvy individual, or he's just not going to be very interested in you. So for all the aspiring Muslims in the chat, such as Little Missy, who would love to be his next hotel wife, that is very valuable and helpful information for you, so you can evaluate your chances with Mohammed Hijab. Thank you all for joining us today. I'm sure that we'll have more to talk about. The story is still developing. Definitely will be trying to release some scripted videos soon. Keep getting pulled into having to do research, because I don't like to just go live and just like not have an idea what we're going to encounter in these videos, right? And not be prepared for accurately conveying information, because I care about the truth. I actually want a thorough investigation, not just gossip and speculation about what is the truth of the matter. Because just because someone says something, even if it's Aisha, doesn't mean that it's 100% accurate. And so you need to investigate and determine the truth. In fact, that text message that we looked at, and Mary can testify this to her, when I first saw it, I said to her, I said, there is a possibility that Aisha forged a text, right? So I was digging into it to see if she had in fact forged a text, and well, discovered proof that the person with the screenshot of her channel was the forger.
Yep. And what's funny is that I actually I was very impressed that I could see that one pixel difference, because goodness gracious, that was small. But I was like, I think it's higher. I think that was the one thing that there were several things that looked kind of odd. That was the one thing that I was like, really think it's higher. And he blew it up. And he's like, yep, it is.
1 pixel. 1 whole pixel.
I have spent a lot of time fighting with graphics in the past. That's how I can see it. It's just experience with it, like not being quite right.
All right, guys. Try to get out some scripted videos, depending on what breaks on Mohammed Hijab and possibly other current events. I have a couple recorded videos with Mary that we'll try to get out. I don't plan to do anything tomorrow. I encourage people to take the day off and reflect upon Good Friday, right? Reflect upon Christ on the cross. That's what I try to do on Good Fridays. I try not to go about my day-to-day life. When I was employed, I would typically take Good Friday off from work entirely and use it for reflection and meditation upon the Word of God, and I encourage others to do the same. So you definitely won't see me doing a stream about Mohammed Hijab's sex wives tomorrow. I think that would be completely inappropriate on Good Friday, and so I won't do that tomorrow.
And maybe we will go. I'm sorry. Little Missy has just given us irrefutable evidence that the moon split. Many Arab poets wrote poems about the moon split after the time of Muhammad.
Yeah. Okay. So
After the time
Little
of Muhammad.
Missy. Little Missy.
That's hilarious.
Many authors, not just from the region that you might call Palestine, the region of Judea or Israel, more properly speaking, many authors, not just from that region, but throughout the entire Roman Empire, wrote about how Jesus had been crucified and raised from the dead. So are you willing to say that that's proof that Jesus was crucified in contradiction to Islamic theology, and most importantly, rose from the dead? Also, and not just contradiction of a specific Islamic doctrine, but in contradiction of the religion of Islam as a whole?
Yeah.
Do let me know.
And there is no written poetry from the time of Muhammad. None. None of it exists. Not one scrap of it. Not one line of poetry. No, not during, only after. So you can make up whatever you wish, but no. Not a single line of poetry exists from Muhammad's lifetime or before. Anyway.
All right, we are done for today.
Yeah.
We'll be back soon with more material in the coming days. Not tomorrow, though. I will most likely do a Bible study tomorrow evening, but I will not be streaming on Islam tomorrow. Get to church, reflect upon the work of Christ on the cross for Good Friday, and prepare to celebrate Easter. You know, Friday is a contradiction. Not a real contradiction, but a dilemma, right? It's both the worst day and the greatest day in human history, because on the worst side, they crucified the one perfect human to ever live, the best person, God incarnate even. But on the other hand, in so doing, they took away the sins of the world. So it's both the best day and the worst day. But Easter is just a pure celebration. So get ready to celebrate on Easter Sunday. I'll probably also take Easter Sunday off. But I will probably stream on Saturday. So look for that and look for more material next week. Until we meet again, everyone, have an amazing holy weekend. And what better way to close out and prepare for Good Friday tomorrow than with the words of Pastor Jake.
Pray this ceaselessly. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me.